Basketball scientist. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251. The best inside player in this draft. As Kellyanne expected, Pat really had no interest in taking Hassel's junk contract. So the next task was to find a third party to take the Heat's valuable first round pick at the cost of taking Hassel's junk contract. The Timberwolves, the close partner of the Hawks, once again played this role, taking Hassel's 3-year, $12 million contract and taking the Heat's 2008 first round pick. The three parties even proposed further expansion, and finally each got what they needed. The transaction plan is as follows. The Hawks sent Daniel Gibson, Trenton Hassell, and the 2009 second round pick to get the Timberwolves number 41 pick. The Timberwolves sent the number 41 pick and Ricky Davis to get Trenton Hassell, Jason Williams, the Heat's 2008 first round pick, and the Hawks' 2009 second round pick. The Heat sent the 2008 first round pick and Jason Williams to get Daniel Gibson and Ricky Davis. In this transaction, all three parties got what they needed. The Timberwolves strengthened the team's weakest point guard position and got a first round pick at the same time. Hassell did not have Ricky Davis' personal ability, but he also did not have the thorny nature of the other party, and he was not so resistant to playing as a substitute. The Hawks cleaned up the team's junk contracts. Although Kellyanne was a little unhappy that he did not get the Heat's first round pick in 2008, for the Hawks, whose total salary exceeded the luxury tax threshold, getting rid of Hassel's contract could save $8 million in salary plus luxury tax for one season, which is $24 million in 3 years. Which is almost the team's profit for one season this season. NBA profits at that time were not like they are now. As for getting a second round pick specifically, Larry Sanders' idea was to appease Kellyanne and select Sun Yu. My goodness, is this to coax a child? The situation of the Heat was completely opened up through this transaction. Gibson can strengthen the team's outside shooting, and although Ricky Davis has some personality problems, he is comprehensive and has a strong impact, which can make up for the Heat's declining scoring ability due to the aging of O'Neal. Pat really was very satisfied with his move, and even waved his fist after the deal was concluded. Larry Sander pretended to be relaxed and said, with the 41st pick, we should be able to pick Sun Yu, right? Did I say I would pick him? Kellyanne frowned and asked back. Larry Sander didn't feel embarrassed when Kellyanne choked him, but smiled instead. Kellyanne said, so, doesn't it mean that he has the right person? Otherwise, it's better to use the familiar, isn't it? After checking the names of 2 people from the list of personnel, Kellyanne asked the scout team for the draft reports of the 2 people who participated in the joint tryout. Mark Gasol, Raymond Sessions. Soon, the emails about the tryout reports of the 2 rookies were sent over. Mark Gasol has strong upper body strength, like Pau Gasol. He also has a soft touch in the low post. He can stand his position and has solid basic skills when he stands in position. Gasol is a very good rebounder. He can physically fight with opponents under the basket. He also has good vision and can quickly pass the ball to the right teammates. He enjoys physical confrontation and can squeeze opponents out of the basket. His athletic ability is below average. His footwork is very slow and he needs to speed up to play in the NBA. His movements lack flexibility and are somewhat mechanical, so he must control his body. He lacks explosiveness and may not be able to become an NBA level shot blocker. His lateral speed is very slow, a typical European inside player, and there are problems with adaptation. Raymond Sessions can create his own shooting opportunities, has very good ball control, and can use fast dribbling and changes of direction and speed to get rid of opponents. He can easily enter the penalty area and is also a very flexible finisher, very aggressive in transition offense. He has good foul making ability and he can get 7 free throws per game in college with a free throw percentage of 82.4%. The quality of his passes is good and he can use his breakthroughs to help his teammates create offensive opportunities. He can be a good ball defender and likes to steal the ball from his opponent. He is short in height and is easily suppressed by strong guards. When he gets into the state, he will shoot some unreasonable shots. His long-range shooting ability is relatively mediocre. His ankle injury may affect his career. Gasol is the best inside player in this draft, but he is a rough diamond and needs several seasons of polishing to grow up. Moreover, he will not land in the NBA this season and may not help the team immediately. Sessions is a representative of low-ranked rookies who have made a comeback. In his rookie season, he had a magical performance of 24 assists in a single game, shocking the league. He was also a qualified backup point guard for most of his career. The problem is that the Hawks already have Barrier and obviously do not need Sessions, whose role is partially overlapping. In the long run, then Gasol will be the one Kenyan studied Teobeo's goals, and the draft conference is still going on. The Hornets selected the Cavalry captain Corey Brewer at the 7th pick. The captain has excellent physical conditions, excellent perimeter defense, and fast break counterattacks. The disadvantage is that his offensive ability with the ball is average, and his perimeter shooting is also relatively unreliable, which may not be useful for the Hornets. The 76ers selected Braden Wright at the 8th pick, another potential inside player and Yi Jianlian's brother in distress. The two worked together in the Mavericks in 2012. Wright did all the dirty work, and his good attitude convinced Carlisle, so that he found his place in the NBA, while Yi Jianlian faded out of the NBA after this season. Compared with Yi Jianlian and Wright, Noah, who was selected at the 9th pick, had a much more successful career. He successively got 2 big contracts with the Bulls and the Knicks. He also led the Bulls to the Eastern Conference Finals with Rose, and even became a first team and first defense player in the 12-13 season. He can be regarded as a representative figure in the era of the decline of centers. The rookies behind them soon took their places. The Rockets first selected Brooks at the 26th pick, and then took Carl Landry at the 31st pick. After Mo Gao took over as general manager, the Rockets' draft work has improved significantly. Larry Sander originally intended to select Sun Yu, not to mention that Kenyan had other candidates, and Sun Yu was not selected at the 41st pick. The sons of the flower-growing family were picked by the Lakers at the 40th pick, which also made Chinese fans excited. Everyone wanted to see the scene of Sun Yu and Kobe competing on the same field. In the 2007 draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves selected Marc Gasol from Barcelona, Spain at the 41st pick. In the second round of the draft, most fans will not pay special attention except for hardcore fans. When Stern read out this name, everyone said oh, mainly because of the name Gasol. Perhaps fans who follow FIBA will also remember that in the 2006 World Championship Finals, the Spanish team counterattacked the Greek team after losing Pau Gasol, and the best player in the finals was officially Marc Gasol. But how many inside players have the Timberwolves stockpiled? What future does Gasol have if he goes to the Timberwolves? Gasol, who was far away in Barcelona, saw the result on TV, and his first reaction was speechless. What the hell? Why would he go to the Timberwolves? Gasol was very opposed to this result. If he had known earlier, he would rather not sign up for the draft and then automatically participate in the draft when he turned 23 and then be ignored and freely choose a suitable team to play for. But now, he has no choice but to go to the Timberwolves. Unless he never lands in the NBA, the first stop must be the Timberwolves. Fuck. After soaking his head in water to sober up, Gasol regained his nature. Isn't it the Timberwolves? Isn't it Bynum? Isn't it just winter for 6 months a year? What's the big deal? No one can stop Marc Gasol from conquering the NBA. When he came out of the bathroom, the phone rang. It was his brother Pau Gasol calling. Hello Mark, I have good news for you. You are going to the Hawks. Pau Gasol was worried that his brother would resist the Timberwolves. As soon as he saw the news of the trade, he couldn't wait to call back to inform Gasol. Hawks. Gasol was a little confused. He just wanted to counterattack Bynum, but his opponent was upgraded to Garnett. Isn't it the Timberwolves? It's a three-way deal, which is more complicated to say. In short, your signing rights now belong to the Hawks. Mark, Kami is a good coach. Boris Diaw was played by him, and Dako played well under him. Pau Gasol said. European players are not easy to get along in the United States. Technical players like Nowitzki and Pau Gasol are often ridiculed as soft eggs. Relatively speaking, Kylian is a head coach who is more friendly to European players. Moreover, Kylian prefers inside players with strong support ability, good tactical awareness, and preferably a good shooter. Gasol is more suitable. The three-way deal was exposed, and the Gasol brothers were very happy, and the fans of the three teams had different attitudes. Hawks fans are very dissatisfied with the team's decision to save money in every possible way. After all, Gibson was cultivated by the team last season. Don't use the excuse that Kylian took a fancy to Gasol to make this deal. Even a fool knows that if the team really wants Gasol, the second round pick can be exchanged for a little price. The only use of this deal is to save money for the boss. It is definitely not a normal idea for a championship team to think about saving money all day long. On the contrary, Heat fans are as excited as Padrilli. According to the experts, the Heat's deal is rated A. Gibson and Ricky Davis are both players the Heat need. In terms of resume and age, the two of them are more suitable than the previous veterans in the team. The Timberwolves trade score is also B+. Jason Williams is a point guard who can pass the ball comfortably to the young players of the Timberwolves. The Heat's draft pick has a certain value, which may increase to the middle of the first round. For the Timberwolves in the rebuilding period, the draft pick is a chip for reconstruction. At this point, the draft has come to an end, and the free market is about to open. On July 1st, the free market opened, and the first news to break out was the renewal of several superstars. Carter renewed his contract with the Nets with a 4+1 contract, with a total contract amount of $80 million. Considering Carter's age, this is a very risky contract, but the Nets do not have many choices. Carter can provide a bottom line for the Nets and bring box office to the team. Kidd may leave the team in the new season, and Carter needs to take on more responsibilities in the team. Billups renewed his contract with the Pistons with a 5-year, $60 million contract. This is a relatively cheap contract. Billups is considered a player in the league who is not so eager for money. Compared with the growth of the numbers in his bank account, he hopes to play better results with the Pistons. Dwight Howard renewed his contract with the Magic for 5 years and $80 million. There is nothing to say about this. Although he was Black 7 last season, Howard led the team back to the playoffs in the third year of his rookie contract. His potential is unquestionable. Gerald Wallace, Noshani, and Luke Walton all signed contracts with their parent teams. One day later, the Hawks completed 2 signings. Chris Anderson and Brandon Bass joined the team at the minimum salary and became members of the Hawks. Needless to say, Birdman had already been a foregone conclusion that he would join the Hawks after the suspension period ended. In other words, this was another kind of mutual fulfillment. Only Kylian was willing to believe that Badman could perform as he did before the suspension. As for Bass, he must have seen Stevens' improvement after a season of training with the Hawks. Now in the free agent market, Stevens is highly sought after. After adding 2 inside players, the Hawks also suffered personnel losses. Milicic joined the Bobcats with a 4-year, $24 million contract. This was an expected loss of personnel. Kylian called to question Snyder for a few words, then hung up the phone and continued to be busy with the Hawks. Grant Hill hesitated for a long time between the Hawks and the Suns, and finally signed with the Suns with a 1+1 contract. For this veteran, the championship is indeed very attractive, but playing healthy is also very important. The Suns' miracle doctors are the best in the league. The warm climate in Phoenix is more suitable for conditioning, and the Suns are willing to promise Hill to be the team's starting small forward, which is also something the Hawks cannot give. Simply put, Hill does not feel that he has reached the stage of hugging thighs, and he hopes to fight again with his own efforts. Kylian respects Hill's decision and turns his attention to others. On July 3rd, another heavyweight deal broke out. The Mavericks sent Devin Harris, Desagana Diop, Maurice Ainge, Marquis Daniels, Keith Van Horn, 2 future draft picks, and some cash to the Nets in exchange for Jason Kidd and Antoine Wright. The Mavericks suffered a black 8 in the first round of the playoffs. The backcourt combination of Harris plus Terry was too thin, and the scene of being chased and beaten by Byron Davis was heartbreaking. The team took the initiative to change and exchanged Kidd, who was stronger against Terry, to partner with him. At the same time, Kidd, who has stronger organizational ability, can also change the situation of all Mavericks playing singles and increase some cooperation. The Nets got the younger, faster and more flexible Devin Harris through this transaction, and also enriched the team's bench lineup. Without waiting for the players to report, the Nets once again operated a transaction, using Jason Collins, die-up in the first round pick given by the Mavericks to exchange for the underwater man D'Alembert from the 76ers. Harris, Carter, Jefferson, Kostick, D'Alembert's starting lineup is considered to be a well-off level in the East. Kidd became the biggest player in the trading market, and Rashard Lewis became the first person to change his team and get a big contract in the free agent market. Lewis signed with the Toronto Raptors for 6 years and $108 million, becoming the biggest player signed in the free agent market in the history of the Raptors. The shooting ability of the forward combination formed by him, Bosh and Barioni is definitely the league's number one. The overall competitiveness of the East is indeed slowly improving. Chapter 252 The Celtics Big Three. In the next few days, the free agent market continued to surge. The Hawks are the defending champions and have last season's double MVP Garnett as their team leader. Naturally, they are the first choice for many veterans. Eddie Jones, a veteran who played for the Heat last season, contacted Larry Sander through his agent and planned to come to the Hawks to compete for the championship. Eddie Jones was once the starting backcourt of the Eastern Conference All-Stars in his prime, and his ability is unquestionable, and after gradually aging, his transformation into a 3D player is also relatively successful, but he is also one of the most unlucky players in his NBA career. After entering the league in 1994, he has been playing for the Lakers. Kobe was once his substitute. He was traded by the Lakers in 1999 and just missed the Lakers' 3 consecutive championships. After several twists and turns, he joined the Heat and became teammates with O'Neal in 2004. As a result, after the end of the 2004-2005 season, he was traded to the Grizzlies by the Heat in exchange for Jason Richardson and missed the Heat's 2005-2006 season championship. Last season, he reached a buyout agreement with the Grizzlies and returned to the Heat as a free agent, becoming O'Neal's teammate again, averaging 9.5 points per game, and his performance was acceptable. However, Wade's injury greatly affected the team's combat effectiveness, and the Heat was easily defeated by the Hawks in the Eastern Conference Finals. Seeing that O'Neal was aging, and the Heat was about to sink, Eddie Jones joined, if he couldn't beat him, and wanted to take the hardest road. Kellyan certainly wanted a more energetic young player like Stevens, but even if he was a time traveler, it was not so easy to pick up leaks. Being able to dig up a Basin and Anderson was already a bonus brought by his high reputation. The team's invincible starting lineup must be based on a relatively weak bench lineup, especially when the boss's financial resources were average, and he had many restrictions on him, and the team had Garnett's super contract of $21 million. After studying the list of free agents on the market and evaluating Eddie Jones's status last season, Kellyan finally agreed to sign the veteran. Then, the Hawks signed Tucker, the old player, with a minimum salary. At this point, the team's lineup was initially built. PG, Paul Berrier SG, Joe Johnson Eddie Jones SF, Batia PJ Tucker PF, Garnett Base C, Dio Anderson PJ Brown on the surface. The team's lineup depth has slightly declined compared to the previous season, but the actual combat effectiveness is not necessarily declining. Paul's improvement in this regard is the key. Historically, Paul grew into an MVP level player in the 07-08 season, pushing his MVP battle with Kobe to the last regular season match. Whoever wins will be the MVP. Although he lost in the end, there are still many fans who feel sorry for Paul. The Hawks are not the Hornets. It is natural that they have good results. It may not be conducive to Paul's leadership attributes being recognized by the judges, but continuous improvement is always okay. Impact for a while. This is the goal set by Kellyan for Paul, including the most serious point of the team's apparent decline. The decline in backcourt defense can be covered up by Paul's improvement. Before returning to China, Kellyan arranged for Anderson, Tucker, and Berrier to participate in the team's summer league. For the 3 young people, this is an opportunity to prove themselves. The Hawks still have 4 vacancies. If they do not perform well in the summer league, the team can sign other people to replace them at any time. Larry Sander and the team's scouts will continue to sweep the free market to find suitable backup point guards and wing substitutes. The youngest championship coach in NBA history, the first Chinese championship coach in NBA history, the second person in the flower-growing family to win the NBA championship ring, the man who saved Garnett's career, Chris Paul's guide, offensive master returning to his homeland with a series of titles. Kellyan returned to his homeland. When he left the airport, there were hundreds of reporters waiting at Pudong International Airport. I don't know where they got the flight information from. Oh my god, this is too crazy. Wang Lifen had never seen such a scene in the United States. How could they start chasing and blocking as soon as they left the airport? Because you underestimated my achievements, except that I didn't play for the country. I'm almost the same as Yao Ming, Liu Ziyang, and Ding Junhu, and I'm a business card for Chinese sports. Kellyan said with a smile. It just so happens that the Olympics are about to be held, and it's the time when the public's attention to sports is the highest. This may sound a bit versatile, but it's not nonsense. Before, without a championship, Kellyan was a little behind Yao Ming. After all, Yao Ming had the advantage of first come first served, and he played for the national team, which gave him the attribute bonus of national hero. But after the Eagles won the championship, Kellyan can be regarded as sealing the wolf in the zoo, achieving an achievement that is unique to Asians, which is completely different. The Suzhou Sports Bureau's car went to Pudong International Airport to pick him up. Kellyan simply answered a few questions from reporters and took a few photos with reporters before leaving the airport. Kellyan has made a name for himself in the United States, which is also a political achievement for the leadership team of the Sports Bureau in his hometown. Considering that Kellyan's father Kejing, who is the office director of the Sports Bureau, this relationship is even more close. Therefore, the city increased the publicity of Kellyan. Seeing himself everywhere on the street, Kellyan also realized the true feeling of the saying, if you don't return home in wealth and honor, it's like walking in the night in brocade clothes. At this time, a big news broke out in the United States. The Celtics sent 4 players, Gerald Green, Ryan Gomes, Al Jefferson and Sebastian Telfair, plus a 2009 first-round draft pick, in exchange for Jermaine O'Neal of the Indiana Pacers. Since then, Ray Allen, Pierce, and O'Neal have formed the Big Three of the Green Army. O'Neal, 29 years old, could deliver 20 plus 10 plus 3 data last season, which is a slight decline compared to his peak period, but he is still the most comprehensive offensive inside player in the league. With the decline of the Pacers' competitiveness, O'Neal can hardly lead the team to compete for the championship. The team also needs to be completely rebuilt to fundamentally get rid of the negative impact of the Auburn Hills Palace incident. Al Jefferson, as a rookie in 2004, can become the reconstruction core of the Pacers together with Granger. The formation of the Big Three instantly restored the Celtics' top combat effectiveness. The fans of the Celtics were looking forward to O'Neal Jr.'s cooperation with Pierce and Ray Allen to help the Celtics win the 17th championship in team history, while the fans of the Pacers cursed Larry Bird, believing that he was a spy sent by the Celtics. Ainge's timing in forming the Big Three was very timely. There are still a group of elite players in the free agent market at present. The Celtics, who have the strength to win the championship and are more willing to spend money than the Hawks, can sign more powerful role players. Almost shortly after O'Neal Jr. officially announced his joining, James Posey, the former Hawks player, signed a 2-year, $7 million contract with the Celtics to serve as a substitute for Pierce and Ray Allen. This is a signing with far greater benefits than risks. In the past 2 seasons, Posey's shooting field was not stable, and his outside shooting rate was only about 33%, but his defensive ability ensured his value. When the Celtics fight against the Cavaliers and the Hawks, Posey can provide confrontation for James and Joe Johnson. In addition to James Posey, the Celtics are also actively trying to get Reggie Miller back. It is rumored that Reggie Miller is very interested in this real event. That night, Zuyi called Kellyan and asked Kellyan about his opinion on the Celtics, a potential opponent. The offensive power of O'Neal, Pierce, and Ray Allen is unquestionable. I'm optimistic that they can achieve more than 60 wins in the regular season. but if their defense cannot form an organic whole, they still cannot beat the Hawks, Kellyanne said confidently. In the history of the Green Army, although Pierce won the FMVP, Garnett was definitely the boss and the first core of the team. The defensive system led by Garnett is the key to the Celtics' strength. It is by Garnett's side that young people such as Perkins and Rondo have forged strong defensive capabilities. Under the butterfly effect, O'Neal replaced Garnett and joined the Big Three. His offensive lethality may be comparable to Garnett, but his defensive coverage and deterrence are much worse than Garnett. It is difficult for the Celtics to build a defensive system around him. In terms of the current lineups of each team, which team do you think poses the greatest threat to the Hawks? Zhu Yi asked. I guess there will be other teams that will make big moves next. But if they all use the current lineups, then the Celtics may be the closest opponent to us. This is very arrogant, and it underestimates the Spurs, Suns, and Mavericks in the West, but there is a reason why Kellyanne is so confident. The Spurs' problem stems from the decline of Duncan's singles ability. The Stone Buddha is no longer the god of war who made Kellyanne kneel on the ground and sing conquer 2 years ago. The Spurs' offensive power is shifting to Parker on the outside, but the Hawks have Paul and are not afraid of the offensive system led by Parker, and due to his age, Bowen's outside defense is also declining. He is notorious, and any controversial actions he makes will be hit harder by the referee, which also affects the Spurs' outside defense. The Spurs are inevitably entering a transition period. The Suns' problem is even more serious. They sent James Jones and Fernandez, who was selected with the 21st pick, to the Trail Blazers in the offseason in exchange for cash. The purpose of this transaction is to save money. The Hawks packaged Gibson and sent Hassel away to at least clean up the garbage contract. The Suns completely saved money and didn't care. This team building idea greatly damaged the team's already weak bench lineup. The Mavericks trading of Harris for Kidd is really a double-edged sword. The strength of this team is based on the player's strong singles ability. A simple pick and roll can punish the opponent. To trade for Kidd is to overthrow the team's offensive system and start over. Everyone has to adapt to Kidd. This readjustment process will be long and not easy. Kellyanne gave a detailed explanation. Zhu Yi kept recording it and planned to organize it and include it in his article. So which team do you think will be the dark horse team in the new season? I don't think any team will become a dark horse. But if you ask me which team will rise, I will choose the Trail Blazers. Roy and Aldridge were the 2 best rookies last season. They have great potential. The Trail Blazers also introduced floor-flowing point guard Blake, who is very suitable to partner with Roy. Yes, they also have Oden. It's normal for them to enter the playoffs. Zhu Yi nodded and agreed with Kellyanne's answer. It's not impossible to enter the top 4 in the West directly. Young Army, it's good to enter the playoffs. Kellyanne shrugged and said with a smile, you can't predict in advance that Oden will be reimbursed for the season. That would be a charlatan and he would be pulled to slice. Thank you. With the professional support from Kellyanne, Zhu Yi became more confident in the accuracy and professionalism of his article. Do you have time to interview me after this trip? Forget it this year. I was too tired after playing in the finals and my rest time was too short. Apart from some necessary activities, I don't want to have any other burdens. I plan to accompany Never around. Logically speaking, Kellyanne is now in the limelight and has many business cooperations. He should be very busy, but this summer, he really turned down most of the business cooperation and simply took a vacation. Investing in YouTube has quickly allowed him to accumulate a fortune of nearly $200 million US. At present, he has reinvested his money and purchased a large number of Apple stocks waiting for appreciation. In the future, there will be a more detailed time traveler investment plan, so there is really no need to work too hard on himself. Coaching a team is to win the championship, but at the same time, you must also be a champion of life. Chapter 253. 14-man roster released. July 16th, the Rockets completed a deal with the Spurs. The team traded Greek point guard Spanoulis for Luis Scala, the starting power forward of the Argentine national team. It was another profitable deal. Ever since Cato was sent to the Magic in the trade for McGrady, the Rockets' power forward has always been a chronic problem and has been poor and weak for many years. Bowen, Juwan Howard, Swift, Chuck Hayes. These people are either overpaid and incompetent, or have a single function. None of them can be used in tough battles. General Manager Carroll Dawson is to blame. In his first season in charge of the Rockets, Mo Gao solved this problem through his own operations. With the addition of Landry and Scala, plus Hayes, who is still very useful as a bench player, Yao Ming is no longer fighting alone in the interior. That night, Zhu Yi connected with Kalyan again and asked him what he thought of the deal. Scala is a good team player. When the team has a main attacking point, he can do other tactical work on the offensive end, and when the team lacks an attacking point, he can also contribute some output. But in the high-end game, I think his defense will become the focus of our breakthrough. Kalyan thought about it and gave his own opinion. Hearing you say that, I feel that the Spurs have lost a lot. Zhu Yi said. It can't be said completely. The position of the Spurs in the league is destined that they don't need to make Duncan uncomfortable for Scala, and the Rockets need to strengthen the team's power forward position in any way. Kalyan explained. Scala won everything in Europe, and he has not landed in the NBA for a long time. In addition to the termination fee issue with the TAU team, part of the reason is that he can only serve as Duncan's substitute when he joins the Spurs. If it were someone else, Scala might still have the confidence to fight, but if the mountain pressing on him is a stone Buddha, I'm afraid no one thinks he can counterattack. Although Duncan spent most of his time as a power forward doing the work of a center, and was willing to make any sacrifices for his teammates, the Spurs did not really treat Duncan as a universal patch. Most of the inside partners assigned to him were blue-collar workers who did dirty and tiring work. It was unlikely that they would force Duncan to the center position for Scala, increasing Duncan's loss. Speaking of Scala, Kalyan thought of another person, the point guard of the Argentine national team, Prigioni. The Hawks are now short of point guards and wings, and the team's scout team is also looking for suitable reinforcement in the summer league. Kalyan was reminded by the Rockets' move to get Scala, and thought of poaching from the European League. So he immediately searched for Prigioni's news online. Prigioni became famous in the European League. He is now 30 years old and is an important member of Argentina's golden generation. He is also a hero in Argentina's runner-up in the 2002 World Championships and the 2004 Athens Olympic Games. He has been playing for La Liga's TAU team with his fellow Argentine Scala. His playing style is relatively stable in daily life, which can help control the rhythm of the game, but he also has the cunning side of South American players. After entering the NBA at the age of 35, he also left his mark in the league. Rockets fans are fond of talking about the headband gang overturning the Clippers, and Prigioni is the hero behind the scenes. In the whole game, he contributed 7 steals, 6 of which were given to Paul, which made Paul doubt his life. The current backup point guard of the Hawks is the assault-type barrier. The offensive organization of the substitute Linoop may need to adjust Joe Johnson's playing time to take into account. If there is Prigioni with a stable playing style, perhaps the burden on Joe's shoulders can be lighter. It has always been difficult to poach players from the European League, and whether Prigioni himself is willing to join as the third point guard is also a problem. However, this is not a problem that Coach Kalyan should consider. After handing over the work to Larry Sander, Kalyan began an important task of his return to China this time, which is to hold an exchange seminar with CBA coaches. In name, it was an exchange seminar, mainly to take care of the face of the coaches in the domestic basketball circle. In fact, 90% of the time, everyone listened to Kalyan's lectures, blending the knowledge he learned in Germany and the United States into a system, and then systematically explained it to the domestic coaches. Kalyan studied in Germany for 4 years, and coached in the United States for 5 years. It is difficult to pass on the things he has accumulated to domestic coaches in a few exchange seminars. But Kalyan is still very active and optimistic. He has made full preparations for this exchange seminar, hoping that he can slightly improve some people's old basketball concepts and embrace the development of the world basketball. Not only the NBA, but also the development of European basketball. For the audience and fans, the team-first style of European basketball is not popular, but for professional coaches, this kind of countermeasure should be more interesting. After several classes, many big guys such as Li Qiuping and Wang Fei were dismissive and regarded this exchange seminar as a show of official flattery to flatter Kellyanne. They left early. On the contrary, Chun Jie gave Kellyanne face and actively asked Kellyanne for advice after each class. He was completely free of his usual swearing. That GHQIU Shan, if Marbury kicks again, I'll knock him over. Go chase that little B kid with me, chase him all over the court. I've explained the hand clearly, but the feet are stretched out layer by layer. Chun Jie still left many classic quotes for the CBA. Although Kellyanne doesn't like to swear, he has to admit that it is difficult to keep his emotions stable in a competitive sport. Sometimes you really can't calm the players if you don't curse hard. And as a fan, whether you like it or not, you have to admit that compared with the early Bei dynasty, the Hongyuan dynasty created by Chun Jie is the most valuable after the Beijing team won consecutive championships. Without the military support whistle or the capital whistle, the national team built by Yao Ming and the Hongyuan system is also the most impressive stage of the Chinese men's basketball team in the international arena. Coach Lee, this is my email. If you have anything you want to discuss in the future, you can send me an email at any time, and I will reply when I see it. After the last seminar, Kellyanne specially gave his contact information to Chun Jie. Kellyanne, people like Yao Ming are outliers after all, and talents like Chun Jie represent the majority of hard work, or to put it another way, when domestic coaches have Chun Jie's attitude towards basketball, perhaps both CBA and Chinese basketball will have a significant improvement and leap. It was mid-August, and Wang Lifan needed to prepare for the new semester's doctoral courses and return to the United States. Kellyanne had almost done what he should do in China, and also accompanied his girlfriend back to Atlanta. Perhaps this is the difference between finding a doctoral girlfriend and finding a vase girlfriend. The former is more independent, has his own thoughts and soul, while the latter will inevitably be more dependent on Kellyanne. The next day, after returning to the United States, Kellyanne met with Prigeny, who had just joined the team, in the office, and had a brief exchange. The Argentine defender was full of curiosity about the championship coach who was younger than himself, but he no longer had any doubts after the conversation. It is really impossible to conquer the NBA with a yellow face without real skills. The Hawks paid a buyout fee of $500,000 for Prigeny and offered him a 2-year, $3.2 million contract, successfully signing the 30-year-old point guard. So far, the Hawks have 12 names on the roster, just reaching the minimum number of candidates required by the league. However, there are still vacancies on the wing position of the team, and Kellyanne still hopes to add at least 1 or 2 more people for him to deploy. In the league, basically all teams have at least 13 players, otherwise they can't stand the injury crisis. Although the Hawks were the champions last season, it is precisely because they played in the finals last season that the players are more tired than other teams and need a thicker lineup to resist the risks brought by injuries. In the new season, Kellyanne will load manage the 30+ players in the team to ensure the health of the players. The Hawks organized a wave of tryouts. Kareem Rush, the former Lakers forward guard swingman who went to Europe to make money last season, stood out in the tryouts and successfully got the Hawks contract and became a member of the Hawks. Rush is a black version of Vujasic. He is accurate in 3-pointers and has poor defense. However, the Hawks have Garnett and Anderson in the interior, which can make up for his shortcomings to a certain extent. And this season's undrafted Andre Ingram also got a training camp contract. Whether he can be converted to a regular depends on his performance in the future. Ingram, who plays a second position, is not tall enough, only 191, and his athletic talent is also average. Although he has a 3-pointer, it is not outstanding. In terms of strength, he is not worthy of the Hawks, but he wins in his attitude during the tryout. Just like Kazuo Kamizo won the recognition of Coach Takato by extra practice of 3-pointers, Ingram is also the most serious player in the Hawks tryouts. He impressed Kellyanne and won a training camp contract for himself. So far, the Hawks lineup for the new season has been basically determined, including 14 players. Center, Boris Diaw, Chris Anderson, PJ Brown power forward, Garnett, Brandon Bass. Small forward, Sean Battier, PJ Tucker. Shooting guard, Joe Johnson, Eddie Jones, Kareem Rush, Andre Ingram. Point guard, Paul Berrier, Progeny. Kellyanne is quite satisfied with the current situation of the team. The team's bench lineup has been greatly changed, but except for the regret that Grant Hill failed to join, the reinforcement in other positions are above expectations. Especially the inside combination of Brandon Bass and Chris Anderson, both of whom are excellent inside players with excellent athletic ability, are very suitable for the Hawks' tactical system, and can buy more rest time for Garnett. The Hawks' starting lineup is indeed more krypton gold, which also means that, even if the substitute lineup is relatively cheap, the total salary has exceeded $68 million. The owner has to pay more than $7 million in luxury taxes, which is considered to be fulfilling the promise and spending money appropriately for Kellyanne. However, if you want to compete for the championship, or want to guarantee the competitiveness of the championship for a long time, paying luxury taxes is inevitable. The style of shouting slogans every day like the Rockets, but actually not spending a penny, is pure dreaming. Duo. BIU bang. A scarlet light quickly climbed to the sky with a long tail of smoke, and then exploded into countless fireworks, illuminating half of the sky. The summer carnival for Atlanta residents, the Coca-Cola Music Festival, will start on time on August 21st. The entire Lenox Square has become a sea of joy. All around the square, bands from all over the world are singing and performing with all their might. This is just like the joint tryouts before the NBA draft. Many 18th tier bands hope to attract the attention of music companies such as Universal, Warner, and Rolling Stone by performing at this kind of music festival, so as to officially enter the circle and make money. I heard that today is just a warm-up. Avril, Kelly Clarkson, and Maroon 5 will all be here tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, there will be Linkin Park. Huo Kingshu said excitedly. Kellyanne usually only listens to songs and doesn't pay much attention to the types of singers, but even so, he knows these few. Avril, the Queen of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, the designated heroine of a certain sports article. Her rock music has a good influence on young people, and her appearance is also very good. Smoky Macube, canvas shoes, and electric guitar are her standard equipment. Kelly Clarkson, the singer of the background music Being, My Fair Princess Because of You. Basically, when the melody of this song sounded, everyone started to repeat it in their minds. He is a favorite, but also an abandoned child. He is chaste, but also exiled. Let's not talk about the others, who have a greater influence worldwide. Coca-Cola Company has spent a lot of money to organize this music festival. As for Kellyanne, just enjoy it. When she came to the music festival, Huo Kingshu had a lot of fun. When she was excited, she also started to sing loudly. However, her singing skills can be described in 8 words. All emotions, no skills. To put it bluntly, it's unpleasant to listen to. What's your expression? Huo Kingshu noticed Kellyanne's more complicated expression and pretended to be angry. No, you sing much better than her, Kellyanne said, pursing his lips at a white girl next to him. Really? Huo Kingshu glared at Kellyanne and threatened. This shameless little guy really dared to ask. What do you think? Fuck. Huo Kingshu raised his foot and kicked Kellyanne, venting his emotions. Huo Kingshu was a little unconvinced, but after listening carefully to the girls singing, he found it very beautiful, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a heavenly sound. Kellyanne and Huo Kingshu both stayed beside the girl, and when their eyes met, Kellyanne gave the other a thumbs up. Kumi, never, hello. The girl recognized Kellyanne, but mistook Huo Kingshu for Wang Lifan. She could confuse the charming Wang Lifan with the giant lolly Huo Kingshu. Perhaps in the eyes of white people, all Asians are the same. I'm not never. Huo Kingshu said quickly, nor his girlfriend. My name is Green Book. Green Book? Having recognized the wrong person, the girl immediately put her hands together to apologize. But this name is very special. She translated her Chinese name directly. If I also use this translation method, I should be called Science. Kellyanne laughed at himself and was then elbowed in the ribs by Huo Kingshu. The girl looked at the 2 people playing and fighting in front of her, shrugged her shoulders, and then remembered to introduce herself. Well, my name is Ariana Grande, from Florida. Ariana. Kellyanne nodded. Your name is also rare, but you sing really well. Thank you. Were you discussing my singing just now? Although Kellyanne and Huo Qingshu had been communicating in Chinese just now, some macro expressions and body language are universal. Yes, she said she sings better than you. Kellyanne said, and then Huo Qingshu hit her again. Ariana gave a strange expression and did not agree with Kellyanne's words. After offending each other once, Huo Qingshu and Ariana were even. Can I order a song? Kellyanne asked. Of course, Ariana has dreamed of becoming a singer since she was a child. She came to the music festival in the hope that she would be noticed by a large music company. Being able to sing for Kellyanne, a local celebrity in Atlanta, will undoubtedly increase her exposure at the music festival. The day you went away, Kellyanne then ordered a song by the Nordic girl group M2M. It was also a song sung by a girl and was very suitable for Ariana's voice. Well, I wonder, could it be when I was dreaming about you, baby? You were dreaming of me. Kellyanne stopped beside Ariana and indeed attracted more onlookers to her. Singing in front of so many people, Ariana was not at all stage frightened. In fact, the more people there were, the more excited she was, and the more crazy she sang. Cool. Huo Qingshu envied sincerely. This is a natural singer, born for the stage. Kellyanne also praised. Chapter 254. A new season, a new Paul. It was September, and there was only 1 month left before the whole team assembled. The connection between the team and the players became closer and closer, especially for the teams aiming to win the championship. Some teams have already organized training camps privately by the stars in the team and started preparing for the new season in advance. On the Hawks side, in addition to several players who participated in the summer league, the first player to return to the team for training was Chris Paul. The reason why the term return to the team for training was used instead of recovery training was because Paul did not rest for too long this summer. Instead, he gained weight on himself and did a considerable amount of strength training. So much so that when Kellyanne saw Paul, he felt that he was 2 circles bigger than last season. In 2006, Paul followed the US team to defeat Japan. In the semi-finals, facing the civilian basketball of the Greek team, Paul became one of the breakthroughs of the US team. Facing Papalaukas, who was taller and heavier than him, Paul was completely unable to resist and was completely defeated by the Greeks. Back on the NBA stage, every time he encountered heavy guards such as Billups, Darren Williams, and Baron Davis, Paul's defense was also incapable of doing so. Many times, Kellyanne needed to hide him on the defensive end. For Paul, who is extremely strict with himself, being the protected object of the team in certain games day after day is unbearable for him. And Garnett's occupation and winning the double MVP after joining the Hawks stimulated him even more. He wants to become stronger, have a stronger control over the game, and become the master of the game. After receiving Paul's physical test report, Kellyanne couldn't help but take a breath. In just 1 summer, Paul gained 15 pounds. While confrontation and defense are significantly improved, agility attributes will inevitably decrease. At the same time, a large increase in weight in a short period of time will also increase the risk of injury. Fortunately, in the process of gaining weight and muscle, Paul has always maintained training and has not lost his shooting feel because of muscle gain. Otherwise, the results of the Hawks at the start of the game will definitely be affected by his ups and downs. Paul is obviously different this summer. Hornacek also expressed his feelings when he came to Kellyanne's office. Obviously, Paul wants to strive for more valuable personal honors. Kellyanne said. Hornacek and Kellyanne have the same view on this point. The Big Three model makes it difficult for the Hawks to support players in the pursuit of honors in the regular season. Garnett won the MVP last season, which was also formed by many reasons. It is not something that can be achieved by chance. If this problem is not handled well, I think the problems that OK has encountered may be staged in the Hawks in advance, said Hornacek. Hornacek is not exaggerating. Kellyanne's ability to appoint people to positions has accelerated Paul's growth. In the first 2 seasons of his career, he has won 2 second teams, 1 first team defense, 1 best rookie, 2 all-star starts, and 1 championship. In the past 10 years, the only rookie who has been more successful than him is Duncan. Los Angeles can accommodate the star power of both O'Neal and Kobe at the same time, allowing Kobe to endure until he is 26 years old. But when Atlanta gives most of its support to Garnett, it will slowly breed Paul's mentality of usurping power. For Kellyanne, some things must be prevented in the bud. In addition to Paul, another guy who exploded in the offseason was Boris Diaw. Unlike Paul, who gained weight to improve his fighting ability, Diaw filled his belly with red wine and coffee. With the championship in hand and the big contract in hand, what else is there to fight for? Before winning the championship, everyone was moving in one direction, but after winning the championship, many people had their own ideas. Perhaps this is the NBA, and it is also the human nature that Kellyanne has never seen. This season is a big test for him. In early October, the training camp officially started, and the Hawks players had returned to the team on time and were enthusiastically engaged in tactical training. The Hawks under Kellyanne's rule are a team with more offensive routines in the league, but the two most commonly used sets are run and gun and pick and roll. Paul and Diaw, the two most important counter-attack advancing points, have all gained weight and their advancing ability has declined. The power of the Hawks' run and gun has plummeted. Considering Paul's strong fighting desire and Garnett's age of 31, Kellyanne added a lot of singles tactics after the pick and roll, which weakened Garnett's role on the offensive end to a certain extent, and also protected Garnett's physical condition. You already have 2 MVPs, and the honors in the regular season are basically equal to Duncan. There is no need to force it. The key is to ensure your own condition and play a role at a more critical time. Kellyanne threw out Duncan to admonish Garnett, temporarily restraining Garnett. October 12th was the team's media open day. Kellyanne arranged for the Big Three to take the Cormac photos of the team. Dio, who was fortunate to participate in the photo shoot last year, was not on the list. Kellyanne used this method to warn Dio not to be polite and take it as a blessing, otherwise he would suffer. In the afternoon, there was a group competition. Last year, it was a duel between Snyder and Hornacek, and this year it was Hornacek vs Atkins. Not only in the training matches, but also in the preseason games, Kellyanne did not plan to take action himself, and continued to let the assistant coach lead the team. Last season, Snyder joined the Bobcats midway through the season, and helped the team catch up from 14th in the Eastern Conference to 10th in the Eastern Conference. Although they did not enter the playoffs, their performance was still acceptable. This season, a team in a big city also had the idea of Hornacek and invited him to be the head coach, but he declined. Hornacek's idea was to stay in Atlanta and not go anywhere before a B went to college. In the group competition, Kareem Rush, who came back from Europe, performed brilliantly, shooting 60% of the outside shooting rate, showing his competitiveness. He was not satisfied with just getting a contract, but hoped to enter the rotation of the Hawks and even play the role of Stevens last season. PJ Tucker, who trained with the team for half a season last season, also made obvious progress. Unlike Paul and Dio, Tucker lost 7 pounds this summer, and his body fat rate dropped a lot. The whole person's body shape has become more symmetrical and strong. The improvement of physical fitness has made Tucker's footsteps lighter, and his defensive rate has been greatly improved. On the offensive end, he will be in the bottom corner, shoot open 3-pointers, and if the team's tactics are not open, he will also be raised to do off-ball pick and roll for his teammates. Compared with last season, when he was almost useless, Tucker's progress in this offseason is visible to the naked eye. The substitute players showed their competitiveness, which relieved Kellyanne's originally chaotic mood. With the strength of the Hawks, they should be able to survive the fatigue plus transformation stage at the beginning of the season. On October 15th, the preseason started. The Hawks' first opponent was the Miami Heat, who had just completed a trade in the summer and got what they needed. O'Neal, who turned 35, and Wade, whose shoulder injury has not yet healed, were both on the sidelines. The Heat mainly inspected several new players this season, including Gibson, Ricky Davis, Dequan Cook, and Casper Powell. The Hawks played with all their players, but they controlled the players' playing time. Garnett, a key protected object, played for only 16 minutes, scored 8 points and 5 rebounds, and then left the court early to rest. It was more like a warm-up activity than a game, and he found the feeling of the game. Garnett didn't play much, which gave more performance opportunities to the substitutes. Brandon Bass got the most playing time for the Hawks, played 29 minutes, and scored the highest 16 points. Anderson, who had been away from the game for a long time and urgently needed to adapt to the game atmosphere, also got 26 minutes of playing time. The 2-year window period still affected his game feeling. He missed 2 nanny shots on the court. However, Anderson still showed his value on the defensive end, with double-digit rebounds and limited playing time. Including PJ Brown, he was much stronger than Ben last season. It is not difficult to see from this game that the Hawks substitute lineup, especially the inside substitutes, is definitely not worse than last season. On the contrary, the Heat, apart from Ricky Davis showing good impact, may be able to ease Wade's ball holding pressure in the new season, but still have many problems. It seems unrealistic to compete with the Hawks. On October 17th, the Hawks visited the Quicken Loans Center to play against the Cleveland Cavaliers. In the last year of James' rookie contract, the Cavaliers successfully broke through the first round, creating the best result in 10 years, which also made Cleveland fans excited and further increased their love for James. However, after eating the bonus of James' rookie contract, the Cavaliers' operating space is going down. In the past season, the Cavaliers' lineup did not change much. In addition to trading David Wesley for Cedric Simmons of the Hornets, they only added Devin Brown as a substitute player. The team's hope for continued improvement this season is basically pinned on James' continued evolution. With the Cavaliers' current foundation, even if James evolves to the level of Jordan, it is not easy to beat the Hawks in a series. It is really not possible even if Jordan comes. In this game, Killian still did not let the main players play for too long, but the Cavaliers played very seriously. Except for James, the playing time of other starters exceeded 30 minutes. Mike Brown played this preseason game as a regular season game, and did not miss the opportunity to narrow the gap between himself and Killian. The Cavaliers played a very high defensive quality and suppressed the Hawks 93-86. The Cavaliers defended their home court and defeated the defending champion. On October 19th, the Hawks faced the challenge of the European team Haifa Maccabi at home. NBA and FIBA are completely two different competition systems. If you let NBA teams play games under FIBA rules, the Hawks with qualified shooting ability may be able to cope with it, but some teams with insufficient shooting ability will definitely be tied up. On the other hand, if you let European teams adapt to NBA rules, they will not be able to withstand the impact of NBA teams. If FIBA is a 100-meter race, then NBA is the 110-meter hurdles. Bolt will never beat Liu Zhang in hurdles, and Liu Zhang will not be able to eat Bolt's tail gas when running 100 meters. Therefore, this game against Maccabi Haifa really didn't have much training value. The opponent was called for 3-second defensive calls, and the inside players couldn't find the rhythm of defense at all. They lost to the Hawks without much resistance. In the 3 preseason games that followed, the Hawks defeated the Raptors and Grizzlies, lost 1 game to the Magic, and ended all 6 preseason games with a record of 4 wins and 2 losses. The media and fans are well aware of the value of the preseason games, and will not change their views on the overall strength of the team because of the results of the preseason games. However, when it comes to team tactics, experts can still see some changes in the Hawks. Through the preseason games, we can see that Poole has significantly improved his confrontation skills over the past summer. He has become more resolute in breaking through the game, and the frequency of his attacks against strong defenses has also increased. It seems that Kami will entrust him with important tasks in the new season, and Poole and Kilograms will bring us more surprises in the new season. Due to contract issues, the Hawks bench lineup was completely reorganized over the past summer. Compared to last season, their bench lineup only retains Berrier and Tucker, which may worry fans. But through the preseason games, it can really be said that the fans' concerns are unfounded. The performances of Kareem Rush, Brandon Bass, and Chris Anderson are enough to support the Hawks bench. The Hawks are still the strongest contender for the championship, but their advantage in the East may not be as great as last season. It's not because they have become weaker, but because the East as a whole has become stronger. If I were to rank the top 4 teams in the East, the rankings I would give would be Hawks, Celtics, Cavaliers, Pistons, and I wouldn't be surprised which of these 5 teams wins the Eastern Conference Championship. Overall, fans and the media are still very optimistic about the Hawks. In addition to its own strength, it is also closely related to the decline of other top teams. For the Spurs, the core inside and outside defense Duncan and Bowen are both troubled by injuries, and the Spurs have always lacked talent. It is becoming increasingly difficult to say whether they can suppress the Western Conference. The Mavericks performed a surgery on the team during the off-season. Avery Johnson left the team, tactical master Khalil joined, and the team gambled on 34-year-old kid. The replacement of the core guard obviously requires more adaptation from the players. It can be said that the future of the Mavericks is uncertain. In addition to introducing Hill this summer, the Suns did all kinds of money-saving activities. The operation of exchanging the signing rights of James Jones, Geraldi and Fernandez Ferrer is simply speechless. If Kenyan was in D'Antoni's position, he might have resigned on the spot. The paper strength of each team presents a situation of one super and many strong, and it is really the Hawks that are the most stable. October 30th, Atlanta. Starting from 6 p.m., the outside of the Phillips Center gradually became noisy. The arena was like a whirlpool, with cars and people constantly gathering here. The atmosphere that had been quiet for 3 or 4 days became hot again. Today is the opening day of the 07-08 season. As the defending champion, the Hawks will receive the championship ring before the game starts. The tickets for this game have long been sold out by fans. No one wants to miss witnessing the team receive the championship ring at home. Compared with this ceremony, the opponent of the opening game, the Toronto Raptors, was not taken seriously. The fans did not take the Raptors seriously, but Kenyan remembered that Anthony Parker, who played for the Hawks last season, was also in the Raptors. He also prepared a championship ring for him to thank him for his contribution to the team. The NBA championship ring is not officially customized, but made by the team itself. It doesn't matter how many are made. If the team is willing, even if it is a temporary worker who has only signed a 10-day contract and has not played a game, it can be awarded. Not to mention a player like Anthony Parker who has played for the team for half a season and made a lot of contributions. As time passed, the game was getting closer and closer. The audience seats in the stadium were filled with fans. The Hawks players walked into the court amid the cheers of the audience. The Raptors players stood in front of the visiting team's bench, silently watching their opponents receiving the championship rings. Since there were only 7 players in the team who could receive the championship rings, there was no distinction between the main players and the substitutes. 7 people went up to receive them together, with Paul taking the lead and Garnett taking the finale. Everyone showed the championship rings to the fans. The DJ on the scene screamed wildly, and the audience also erupted in cheers like a tsunami. The coaching staff members did not have so much sense of ceremony when receiving the rings, but Kenyan was still the most eye-catching. The whole process of him handing the ring to Wanglafan was recorded by the camera, and many people thought he was proposing. I suddenly found that I'm better than Kimmy, that is, I'm much more romantic than him. At this time, as long as you kneel on one knee, no girl will refuse, okay? ESPN's ace commentator Mike Breen said angrily. I think never will be disappointed, right? Mark Jackson also laughed and joked. Rings do have special meanings for girls. At 8 o'clock, the players of both teams arrived on the court on time. The starting lineup of the Hawks is the same as last season. Paul, Joe Johnson, Battier, Garnett, and Dio. The Raptors signed Rashard Lewis with a 6-year, $108 million contract during the off-season, forming a front-court combination of Lewis plus Bosch plus Barilni, which greatly increased their strength. This is also the reason why they were able to participate in the opening game. Their backcourt combination is the league's fastest dog TJ Ford and Anthony Parker. TJ Ford spread his feet and broke through. There were 4 long guns standing outside. I wonder if this is considered 1 star and 4 shots. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and threw the ball into the air. The game officially began. Chapter 255. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Garnett, who had a jump ball success rate of over 85% last season, lost the competition with his junior Bosch. The Dragon King passed the ball to the Raptors' new player Lewis, who hugged the ball and kissed it, then passed the ball to TJ Ford, and the game officially began. Ford crossed the half court with the ball, and Barry Allen went to the outside to receive the ball. Facing Dio's defense, he made a fake move to break through the right road. Seeing that the opponent was indifferent, he started again, and forced into the Eagles' restricted area. After attracting Garnett to make up for the defense, he passed the ball from the Wolf King's armpit to Bosch, who dunked and scored the first goal of the new season. 0:2. There was a booing at the Phillips Center. The audience thought that such a meaningful point should be scored by the home team. Garnett clapped his hands vigorously and reminded his teammates, "It's the regular season now, we have to cheer up and can't be careless." Paul crossed the half court with the ball and challenged Ford one-on-one. He dribbled the ball under his crotch and took a step to the right. After attracting the opponent's center of gravity, he flicked the ball with his right hand to his left hand, shook off a body position, and made a quick stop jump shot at the free throw line. With no one defending in front of him, Paul made the first shot of the Hawks this season. 2:2. It is not easy to maintain an accurate shooting touch on the basis of substantial weight and muscle gain. You know, even Curry has not recovered the magical touch of Curry Day in the 14-16 stage after 16 years, because Curry also gained muscle in the summer of 16. The Raptors attacked, and the formation was also opened up, with Ford and Bosch playing pick and roll in the middle. Garnett switched defense in time, and Paul also bypassed the pursuit, and formed a double team on Ford. Ford hurriedly passed the ball to the middle, and Battier filled in the position in time, but Lewis on the weak side had already cut into the basket to receive the ball. Dio defended two people under the basket, and could not interfere with Lewis. He watched his opponent dunk and score. 2:4. A huge contract was offered to Lewis. Most media ridiculed the three softies on the Raptors front line, and said they were not tough enough. However, in the first few rounds, Bosch, Barilny, and Lewis had a good run-in, and were very versatile. The Hawks attacked, and Paul dribbled the ball across half court, and passed it to Joe Johnson. Joe Johnson singled out Anthony Parker. His footwork and mobility were very obvious. He dribbled the ball under his crotch, and took a step to the left, dribbled the ball behind his back to his right hand, pulled the ball back, and shook off a body position, and made a quick stop jump shot. 4:4. Looking back, the Hawks defense had problems again. Lewis played against Battier on the weak side, and made a turnaround jump shot from the baseline, helping the Raptors take the lead again. Lewis' height and wingspan are closer to those of a power forward, but he has the mobility and shooting range of a small forward. In a sense, he is mismatched, no matter who he plays against, especially when someone helps to control the opponent's defensive focus. The Hawks' combination of Garnett plus Battier is already the strongest combination of forward defense in the league, but they are still suppressed by Lewis and Bosch. This season, the Raptors may be able to make a difference. Paul dribbled across half court, handed the ball to Dio, who was in position at the free throw line, and then ran without the ball. Joe Johnson pulled up from the weak side, and Garnett spread out, as if to cover Joe Johnson. When the two approached, Garnett turned around and ran to the basket. When the man arrived, the ball arrived, and Dio's pass led Garnett's running position. Garnett received the ball from a deep position, dribbled it, turned around and jumped to dunk, but the ball hit the inner edge of the basket and bounced out. It's a pity for this shot. The Hawks' tactics were all implemented, but Kilograms failed to dunk the ball into the basket. Mike Breen regretted for Garnett. The Raptors launched a quick counterattack. TJ Ford took the lead in completing the advancement, compressing the Hawks' defense, and passing the ball to Lewis, who scored a layup. 4:8. In the first 3 minutes of the game, the Raptors played more like the Hawks last season. On the other hand, the Hawks scored 2 goals, all of which were singles. As the game continued, this abnormality seemed to be getting worse. The Hawks' offense has declined significantly compared to last season. Sluggish, monotonous, and routine, these words that were almost insulated from the Hawks last season, are all reflected in the Hawks' performance in this game. At the end of the first half, the Hawks were 8 points behind the Raptors at 9-17, and fell into a passive position. In the opening game of last season, the Hawks messed up the Heat's celebration. In this game, the situation is somewhat similar, but the Hawks are the ones who suffered. But it's still early, and Kami still has time to solve the team's offensive problems at the beginning of the game. Mike Breen reminded. I never doubted Kimmy's problem in arranging offensive tactics, but after losing 17 points in the first half of the game, the Hawks should be more nervous about their defense. From Mark Jackson's perspective, he would rather see a talented team defending hard. The two commentators more or less saw some problems of the Hawks, but the fans at the Phillips Center were not at the level of professionals. They just thought it was a small trouble and would not affect the team's final victory. Look, Killian has already denounced the team's poor performance, increasing the team's current tension. After the timeout, the Hawks' offense improved. Dio held the ball at the free throw line, Joe Johnson cut to the basket, and Anthony Parker followed closely. After running to the penalty area, Joe Johnson suddenly ran back and used Garnett's off-ball pick and roll to get rid of his opponent. Dio passed the ball to him at the right time. Joe Johnson did not make any adjustments after receiving the ball and hit a mid-range jump shot. 11-17. In the round change, the Raptors' offense also succeeded. Biriani singled out Dio in the low post and relied on his skillful footwork to advance to the basket and hit the rebound into the basket. 11-19. The big back completely suppressed Dio in the matchup. Killian shouted on the sidelines and continued to express his dissatisfaction with Dio. He was persuaded by the assistant referee to return to the bench. The Raptors suppressed the Hawks on the offensive end, and Garnett took the initiative to change and reduce his role on the offensive end. The Hawks' offensive end mainly played pick and roll, led by Paul and Joe Johnson, while Garnett focused all his energy on the defensive end. This adjustment effectively curbed the Raptors' offensive momentum and made the Hawks' offensive routine simple and direct. In the regular season, the more complicated the better. Usually, the opponent will not restrict you in a targeted manner. Paul, who took the offensive initiative, did not disappoint Garnett. He scored 10 points on 4 of 7 shots. The two core players worked hard on both offense and defense to help the Hawks gradually close the score. At the end of the first quarter, Killian replaced Anderson and Eddie Jones with Dio and Joe Johnson. The lineup on the field was more suitable for pick and roll. Paul dribbled to the front court and Garnett moved to the top of the arc. Ford thought Paul was going to pass the ball to Garnett and his attention was distracted. Paul suddenly changed direction and rushed past Ford and broke through to the Raptors' restricted area. Biriani came up to help defend. Paul did not rush to shoot. He took 2 steps forward and threw the basketball behind Biriani. Anderson jumped into the air and smashed the ball into the basket with one hand. 24-27. Good pass, Chris. After Anderson landed, he came to Paul, clapped his hands with him, and laughed heartily. Paul's face was still grim. After all, the team was still behind. Compared with Dio, who lacked the impact without the ball and needed the ball, Anderson, who was better at catching the ball, could better satisfy Paul's requirements for the inside line. Anderson could better complete the task of squatting and protecting the frame on the defensive end, which could also make Garnett's burden lighter to a certain extent. His appearance prevented the Hawks' offensive firepower from declining due to Joe Johnson's rest, and the Hawks also caught up with the score before the end of the first quarter. 32-33. The Hawks' opening performance was not satisfactory, but Kimmy's adjustment was indeed timely. The team strengthened the defense around Garnett, while Paul took on more responsibility on the offensive end. This is a reflection of the superstar ability of the two core players of the Hawks. Kimmy replaced Joe Johnson to continue the firepower in the second quarter and replaced Dio with Anderson. This was a very timely and effective substitution adjustment. Dio's condition in this game was not good. His footsteps on the defensive end were very heavy, and he failed to seize the open opportunities on the offensive end, and missed several shots. Kimmy's adjustment was very timely. Mark Jackson analyzed the first quarter from a defensive perspective. From the first game, whether it was the Raptors signing Lewis with a high salary or Killian recalling his old player Anderson, they both achieved the team's goals. Maybe the Raptors will give us a surprise in the new season, Mike Breen said. Anderson should thank Kimmy. If it weren't for Kimmy, it wouldn't be so easy for him to return to the NBA. But it seems that he should have gotten rid of the drugs. His physical condition is very good, and he has adapted well to the feeling of the game. While the two commentators were talking, the second quarter of the game started quickly. Both sides sent out rotation lineups. The Hawks sent out a substitute lineup of Berrier, Joe Johnson, PJ Tucker, base, and Anderson, which was obviously stronger than the Raptors. Killian specially replaced Joe Johnson in advance just to facilitate the substitute lineup. However, compared with Gibson last season, he did not have much singles ability and needed someone to open up space for him. Berrier, who was promoted to the second point guard position this season, played more bravely. Facing the defense of the Spaniard Calderon, Berrier's breakthrough was so resolute. Puerto Rico's mountain style of play is fierce, which can effectively compress the Raptors' defense, but his problem is also fatal. After breaking into the inside, he could not see his teammates. He would not choose to pass the ball if he could force himself. After his three axes were figured out, the Raptors' inside defense was in place quickly, and his offensive efficiency immediately declined. On the defensive end, Berrier was also brave but lacked judgment, and was soon fouled by the Raptors. It can only be said that he is a backup point guard with both advantages and disadvantages. That is, in the Hawks, Paul is the main force controlling the game, and Joe Johnson is the organizer beside him. If the state is really bad, Prigeny will be behind him. Berrier performed very well, and if he did not perform well, there were teammates to help support him. Halfway through the second quarter, the two sides were tied at 45, and the Hawks' substitute lineup was not at a disadvantage. The balance of victory should have tilted towards the Hawks. However, after the main lineup returned, the Hawks still could not get an advantage. Dio's point became the Achilles heel of the Hawks. He could not grasp the opportunity to shoot on the offensive end, and could not limit Baliane's scoring on the defensive end. He can be called a war criminal. In just the first half of the game, Baliane scored 18 points. The number 1 pick who performed poorly last season proved himself in the first game of the new season. And Mr. Billionaire Lewis also proved to the fans of the Raptors that he deserved a 6-year, $108 million contract. Facing Batier's defense, Lewis combined shooting and dribbling, and scored both face-to-face and back-to-basket. He scored 13 points in the first half, which surprised the fans. At the end of the first half, the Raptors led the Hawks by 7 points with a score of 63-56. Fuck, what's going on? Did Dio play too much at night? His legs are so weak. I originally thought that if there was a problem, it would be the substitutes problem, but I didn't expect that it was really the main lineup that couldn't beat the Raptors. Dio was beaten by Baliane today. It was really unbearable to watch. Baliane is a number 1 pick after all. It's hard to say whether he has improved after training hard in the summer. At Lewis's point, kilograms can't handle it alone. But Dio, I can understand that you can't defend Baliane. Please make those damn open shots, okay? Pour Dio a cup of cappuccino and start your assist show. Although Dio is not in good shape as a coach, he would not banish him to the sidelines because of his temporary poor condition. Otherwise, who will work hard for you in the future? In the second half of the game, Dio still started as the inside player, and then he still performed poorly. Dio was completely unable to play this point, which also played a one hair moves the whole body effect. The more Dio failed to score, the more the Raptors double teamed Paul and Joe Johnson, and the lower the offensive efficiency of his teammates. Dio himself is not a particularly strong player. After missing shooting opportunities one after another, his self-confidence was also affected. He hesitated between shooting and passing, which made his offensive efficiency even lower. Kimmy, we have to take Dio. Seeing that the score difference reached 15 points and the situation became increasingly unfavorable, Atkins could no longer bear it and reminded him, let Anderson prepare. Killian nodded and acquiesced. At the beginning of the season, it is not a big problem to help players who are not in good condition find the feeling of the game, but it must be done with a tolerance rate and try not to affect the team's victory. In this game, Killian has given Dio considerable trust, and I believe that after this game, Dio will reflect on how serious the negative impact of his unrestrained weight gain in the summer is. However, the Raptors, who played with great momentum, were not the target of the Hawks' training. In the last minute of the third quarter, they blocked the Hawks' first counterattack and entered the fourth quarter with a 13-point lead. 79-92. In the final quarter, Killian did not hold back and directly sent Paul, Joe Johnson, Batier, Bates, and Anderson to suppress the Raptors' bench lineup. Facing Calderon, who had mediocre defensive ability. Paul showed his brilliance and played pick and roll with Bass and Anderson continuously, or took mid-range shots directly after screens, or used his own passes to help the inside pair to bomb the basket, helping the Hawks to play a 14:6 attack wave and narrow the gap to 5 points. The Hawks narrowed the gap with one effort. Bass and Anderson both performed well, which also made the Raptors head coach Mitchell confused and hurriedly replaced the main players to control the situation. As soon as Lewis came on the court, he immediately hit a three-pointer at the top of the arc to help the Raptors stop the bleeding. Without Garnett's suppression, Bosh can also make a big splash in the Hawks' interior. When facing Buss, he decisively turned over and made a jump shot. When Anderson came to defend, he used his footwork to force the ball. Bosh also slowly developed his skills in extremely harsh environments. His skills are very comprehensive. The score difference returned to double digits. Killian judged the situation and replaced Garnett with Buss in advance. The two sides entered the decisive battle in advance. Last season's finals proved that the Hawks are completely two different teams with or without Garnett, especially on the defensive end. As long as Garnett appears on the court, the Hawks can play T1 level defense quality. Otherwise, it is much worse. In this game, the first game mode is this. After Garnett came on the court, he and Anderson controlled the Hawks' restricted area. The Hawks held down Bosh and Biriani. The only stable output on the offensive end of the Raptors was Lewis. Lewis has a certain advantage against Battier in this regard, but the Hawks increased the intensity of their double teaming against him and appropriately let go of TJ Ford in the rotation of assisting defense. The league's top speed dog does not have the corresponding shooting ability to punish the Hawks' defensive formation. He made 3 shots from outside the 3-point line and only hit 1 goal. Lewis himself also lacked the ability to withstand the defense at the critical moment. The Hawks eroded the Raptors' lead bit by bit and surpassed the score. The more adverse the situation is, the less people on the Raptors can stand up, which is also a big problem that restricts this team. On the other hand, the Hawks really reversed the game with the superstar performances of Paul and Garnett when the role players were in poor condition and the Raptors were hot. This is a game for the stars. The final score was fixed at 116:113. The Hawks narrowly defeated the Raptors by 3 points and won the first game of the new season. However, this victory was not a satisfactory game for the Hawks. Paul, who controlled a lot of the Hawks' ball rights, became the player with the best data in this game. Throughout the game, Paul scored a large double-double of 34 points and 13 assists, and was also awarded the best player of the game. Garnett spent most of his time on defense, but he still contributed 20 points, 13 rebounds and 6 blocks. In fact, Garnett took the initiative to make the first adjustment for the Hawks in this game. If he hadn't made a quick decision and switched from offense to defense, the Hawks might not have been able to control the situation in time. This was also a game where Garnett showed his value. Fortunately, there was no danger. Chapter 256, a complicated situation. Although they won the game in the end, Killian's face was not good after being forced to this point by the Raptors. At the press conference after the game, the reporters on the scene also felt Killian's dissatisfaction. I don't mean to disrespect the Raptors, but if our state remains at this level today, it can only mean that the Hawks have no competitiveness this season. We are not qualified to talk about any season goals. Killian said in a surprisingly angry voice. What do you think are the specific manifestations of the team's poor performance today? Throughout the game, we did not play a smooth offense. The ball movement was much drier than last season. When the tactics could not be opened, we could only use a simpler and more direct way to create a mismatch singles environment to score, which is not the right way for us to win. Our performance on the defensive end was also a mess, but this is relatively understandable. The combination of Bosh, Biriani and Lewis is much stronger than I thought. It is my problem that I did not make enough preparations for difficulties, and I also need to review it. Killian said. Boris Diaw played very badly today, both offensively and defensively. Where do you think his problem lies? It is undeniable that he struggled today, but I believe Diaw can get back to form. The team's problem is not just with him. Killian defended him. If we only look at the data, the comparison of the win-loss value between Diab and Anderson can be described as terrible. Basically, when Diab played, the Eagles were always widening the gap, and when Anderson played, the team completed the reversal. After receiving the championship ring, you gave the ring to never. Many fans think you will complete the proposal on the court. In a situation like today, I really don't feel like making fun of my private life. Why don't you ask me this question another day? Kellyanne took a deep breath and asked back. Okay, the reporter shrugged and sat down. Compared to last season's defending champion Heat, who were beaten by the Hawks by 42 points on the day of receiving their rings, the Hawks still have a bottom line. At least they kept the victory, while the Raptors suppressed the Hawks for a long time in this game, and also showed the improvement of the team's lineup after the big signings. Both teams participating in the opening game have gained something. In the other two games on October 31st, the Mavericks, who were defeated by the Warriors last season, came to the Oracle Center again after changing coaches and adjusting the lineup in the summer, and still suffered a big defeat. As the key to the team's summer lineup reinforcement, Kidd's performance was average, contributing mediocre data of 7 points, 5 rebounds and 4 assists in the whole game. Although the commentator has been emphasizing his invisible role, the fact is that Kidd's playing style does not match that of the other Mavericks. Josh Howard, Stackhouse and others were not comfortable playing. Yi Jianlian's Bucks also appeared on the opening day, visiting the Land Aviation Center to challenge the Nets. In his first career game as a main player, Yi Jianlian played for 28 minutes, scored 9 points and 6 rebounds, which was quite satisfactory. The Nets optimized the team's lineup structure through the Kidd trade. Devin Harris started and used his speed like a sharp blade to cut through the Bucks defense again and again, scoring 23 points. Carter, who got a big contract in the summer, also scored 22 points. The performance of the two obviously suppressed the Bucks' backcourt double guns of Imo Williams and Reed. Harris and Carter teamed up to help the Nets beat the Bucks 99-92. Yi Jianlian's NBA debut did not get off to a good start. After a day of rest, on November 2nd, the Hawks played at home against the visiting New York Knicks. Under the misfortune of Isaiah Thomas, the Knicks can only be described as full of holes, with all players receiving high salaries and low skills, and owner Darlin really paying the most taxes and getting the hardest beatings. However, even in such a bad situation, Darlin still trusts Isaiah Thomas, as if he was poisoned, because the other party creatively proposed a Kellyanne plus LeBron plan in the summer, and the team has set its sights on Kellyanne, whose contract expires in 2009, and James, who has a player option in 2010. Paul's rookie contract will expire in 2009, and he will definitely be given a maximum salary contract by then. Garnett's contract will also expire in 2009. With the financial resources of his Hawks team, it is definitely impossible to continue to maintain such a strong lineup. The Hawks championship window will officially close in 2009, and then it will be our chance. In terms of financial resources, the only team that can compete with us for Kimmy is the Lakers, and this possibility is very low. Offer a high salary and win Kimmy, and then we will have the strongest competitiveness in the competition for LeBron. Darlin was shocked by Isaiah Thomas' 3-year plan, and agreed to the other party's decision of not seeking temporary success or failure, but seeking eternal foundation. He did not continue to issue contracts randomly this summer, but only signed 3 rookies and cleared several large contracts at the same time. Thomas even contacted Hornacek, hoping that Hornacek would come to the Knicks to be Kellyanne's outpost and create a better environment. This is the ethos of the city of New York. When you are valuable, you will be put in the position of Jehovah. Conversely, when one day you lose your value, they will also treat you like dirt. Kellyanne had not thought about what would happen 2 years later. He is now focused on pulling the Hawks out of their current predicament. There is no doubt that the Knicks are an ideal opponent. The Knicks have no defensive system to speak of, especially in the interior, where Eddie Curry and Zach Randolph are both brushes and cancers. Defense? It's really just symbolic. Against such an opponent, the Hawks played quite easily. Dio's condition has recovered, and his teammates have also made some cooperation around him to help him regain some feeling. The Hawks' offense was smooth, but the Knicks' offense hit a wall. In fact, in terms of the players' personal abilities, whether it is Marbury, Crawford, Eddie Curry, or Randolph, their singles ability is good. But a team is full of such lone wolves, each of whom wants to go up and do it when they get the ball, and will not pass the ball unless it is absolutely necessary. The opponent's defense is too easy to target them. The game was messed up by the Hawks early, and Kenyan's plan to give Garnett some rest time was finally implemented. The substitutes of both sides started a mutual poking game and performed well. On the Hawks side, Paul stayed on the court to control the game, and Bass and Anderson completed aerial relays one after another. Doohan and rookie Wilson Chandler in the Knicks bench lineup also played well. The final score was fixed at 119-96, and the Hawks won a big victory at home. 2-0. Paul played 35 minutes in the whole game, 9 of 17 shots, 3 of 5 3-pointers, 4 of 4 free throws, and scored 25 points, 11 assists, 5 rebounds and 2 steals. Among them, he scored 15 points in the second quarter alone, helping the team to open the score. Dio, who was undercover in the last game, warmed up in this game. He got 6 points, 7 rebounds and 5 assists in 26 minutes of playing time. The improvement in basic data was not obvious, but the advanced data was obviously close to the level of last season. It was only because the Knicks surrendered too quickly that they did not have the opportunity to brush a triple-double. In the first 2 games of the game, Paul's data was somewhat explosive and his playing style was much more selfish. It's not about crazy shots like Kobe, but the monopoly of ball possession and the pursuit of direct assists in passing the ball, which is not a good sign. After playing 2 home games, the Hawks ushered in the first away trip of this season and faced the Milwaukee Bucks and Chicago Bulls on November 3rd and November 5th respectively. The Hawks played against the Bucks. The strength gap between the two teams was still quite obvious, but because it was the Huaksha derby between Kenyan and Yi Jianlian, the attention in China was very high. In terms of fan support, the Bucks have a slight advantage. It's not because Yi Jianlian is more popular than Kenyan, but mainly because the Bucks lost 2 games in a row, and the fans of the flower-growing family subconsciously sympathize with the weaker side. The Bucks have a chance to win. After all, the Hawks are playing back-to-back and away from home. Even for the defending champions, it's not easy to win this kind of game. And I also hope that Yi Jianlian can perform well in front of Garnett. Don't be too nervous. He has the ability. Zhang Heli is also full of confidence for the Bucks. However, as a commentator, there is nothing I can do. I can't sentence the Bucks to death in advance, right? Before the game started, CCTV reporters also asked Kenyan and Yi Jianlian to stand together for a photo, and then asked Kenyan to comment on Yi Jianlian. This is not a very polite behavior in the NBA, and local media do not recommend it. However, Kenyan and Yi Jianlian are both Chinese, and the Chinese market is the second largest market in the NBA after North America. In order to develop the market, many things have to follow the local customs, so it can be regarded as giving them some privileges. It is always difficult to integrate into American life. I didn't make the playoffs in my first 2 seasons as an assistant coach in the United States, and I also walked out step by step. Yi Jianlian started much better than me, so take it step by step. Kenyan encouraged. Most fans have known Kenyan since he was an assistant coach for the Lakers and don't know much about his early failures. The reporter then asked, "Do you think there is anything that Yi Jianlian needs to improve? Communicate more with the coach. Coach K is an excellent coach and he will help Yi Jianlian." The reporter's question was very stupid. If Kenyan said too much, it would obviously be disrespectful to the Bucks coach, so he could only speak in an official tone. The Bucks suffered serious injuries last season. Reed and Bobby Simmons were both out for the season, which greatly affected the team's outside firepower, but also allowed Mo Williams to play with more ball rights. This season, the Bucks rely on this backcourt double money plus Bodig to help the team build an inside advantage. However, against the Hawks, the Bucks had some advantages except Bodig, and the other 4 points are basically suppressed, and the chances of winning are very low. Garnett won the jump ball and the Hawks took the lead in attacking. Paul took the ball to the 3-point line and played a pick and roll with Dio in the middle, and the breakthrough on the right attracted Yi Jianlian to switch defense. Yi Jianlian's position was good, blocking Paul's breakthrough route, but this did not mean that he could limit the Hawks' offense. Paul found a little gap and passed the ball to Garnett, who was in the right low post and looking for the ball. Garnett leaned forward and turned to the baseline. Without completely getting rid of him, he squeezed Bodig and made a strong shot with his right hand. Bodig did not jump up, and raising his hands to interfere was ineffective. 2-0. The Bucks attacked, and the Hawks defended man-to-man. Battier followed Reed and entangled him closely, making it difficult for him to catch the ball and jump shot comfortably. Joe Johnson faced Bobby Simmons, and he was not at a disadvantage in height and confrontation. This is also the advantage of the Hawks' defense. Battier can switch to defend most of the second positions, and Joe Johnson can also face most of the third positions. The wing players who can confidently break through this perimeter blockade are Wade, James, and Ginobili, but the Hawks also have Garnett, who has a strong defense ability following behind. Mo Butchuan and Yi Jianlian set a pick and roll in the middle, getting rid of Paul and rushing to the left. Garnett kept his distance and retreated to the penalty area to defend. Mo Butchuan dribbled to the corner and made a quick stop jump shot, jumping very high, but Garnett was tall and had long arms, so he jumped out to interfere. The ball bounced out of the basket, and the rebound was grabbed by Bodig, who tipped the ball in. 2:2. Paul dribbled to the front court and played a 2-on-2 pass and cut with Dio to get rid of Mo Butchuan, dribbled sideways and passed the ball to the right low post. Garnett took the ball with his back to Yi Jianlian, turned to the baseline as before, took the ball with both hands, and jumped to the basket. His center of gravity was very low, and his shoulders pushed against Yi Jianlian's feet and jumped. Garnett's shot was very fierce, using his shoulder to push Yi Jianlian away by half a body, and after jumping up, his hands were far above the basket, and dunked the ball in 4-2. Zhang Heli side, Garnett is too strong for Yi Jianlian. It's not Yi Jianlian's fault, but he seems to be inferior to Garnett in every aspect. Is there still a need for seams? The Bucks attacked. Reed came out to receive the ball, faced Battier's defense with a tentative step to create some space, and then raised his hand to shoot a three-pointer. Reed's shot was a bit hasty, and the ball bounced out of the basket. Garnett stuck in position, protecting Dio to grab the rebound and counterattack, but the Hawks did not have enough front court receiving points, and Paul stayed in the backcourt to receive the ball. FUXK. Killian cursed on the sidelines, and then shook his head. After continuously assisting Garnett, Paul seemed to start his personal offensive mode and tried a jump shot after the pick and roll. Just when everyone thought Paul was going to shoot a mid-range shot, he pushed the ball into the restricted area after taking off, and Dio easily scored a layup without anyone defending. Beautiful. Paul's pass is very deceptive. He completely fooled the Bucks defenders. This kind of handling of the ball is indeed great, but this kind of offense is not what Killian wants to see. Since this season, Paul has become more and more powerful in controlling the ball and passing the ball. The handling of the ball just now completely treated Dio as an ordinary inside player. In order to build the Hawks' dual-core driven offensive system and use Dio's unpredictable passing to make up for Paul's lack of aggressiveness in passing, Killian spent 2 years to run in the Ladoop. What does it mean now? Is it a reversal of history? If it is just to eat cakes under the basket, why use Dio as a starter? Wouldn't Anderson be able to dunk more beautifully? Perhaps some people will think that Killian is very stubborn. After all, Paul is more dominant in the ball, and the Hawks are also in a winning streak. And Paul's greater responsibility will also help Garnett to save more strength. Little do people know that once some habits are formed, it is very difficult to step out of the comfort zone again, especially for players like Paul, who have won the championship at a young age and easily set their career goals on more personal honors. Once such a player gets used to holding the ball in his hands, it is not easy to let him let go and run tactics honestly in a crucial game. Killian allowed Paul to brush up his stats and compete for the MVP, but not in this way. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Deer Slaughter Operation. The Bucks attacked. Mo Williams did not look for a screen, but challenged Paul directly. He changed direction on the wing and moved half a body away, then made a quick stop and jump shot 6:4. Because he did not have much thought of passing the ball, Mo's attack was more determined, and his shooting accuracy was guaranteed. The Hawks attacked. Paul and Garnett played a pick and roll to get rid of Mo Williams' defense, took the ball to the baseline on the left, and dribbled the ball to his right hand with a quick stop. He took a step to 45 degrees, attracting Mo Williams' pursuit. He gently sent the ball to the middle and passed it to Garnett, who was following. Garnett received the ball and turned around and immediately passed Yi Jianlian, jumped up in one step, and scored on the rebound. 8:4. Although it is a bit selfish, it is also a fact that Paul, who has more ball rights, can maintain the Hawks' offensive efficiency. If you just look at the data, then Paul's statistics are very good, whether it is basic data or advanced data. But basketball is sometimes more than just the numbers on the stat sheet, especially for a coach like Kalyan, who pays great attention to the chemistry between the players and the operation of his tactical system. Let Paul and Garnett imitate the Utah duo to play pick and roll. Plus there is Joe Johnson on the weak side. This team is of course very strong, and it can compete with the Bulls in the finals instead of the Utah Jazz. But if they play like this for a season, these routines will be fully understood by other teams, and they will know how to defend with their eyes closed, and the other two players will be completely functional. The Bucks continued with a simple offensive tactic and passed the ball across half court. After passing it several times, Reed faced Battier and singled out Battier with a fake shot, then broke into the restricted area and made a layup. Garnett interfered and the shot went wide. Bodig fouled for rebounding, and Yi Jianlian raised his hand to take the blame for Bodig. This is also an unspoken rule on the basketball court. Role players must claim fouls for core players. In fact, Dio plays a big role in the Hawks' offense as a center. He can pass the ball and shoot. If the opponent underestimates him, he can play too. But he is really bad at protecting rebounds. Even with Garnett covering the restricted area, the Hawks often lose rebounds. Zhang Heli did not fully understand Dio's role in this regard. He could only say that he had a half understanding and did not understand why Kellyanne did not use Anderson, who was more obviously effective. Paul took the ball to the front court to find a pick and roll. After the mismatch, he moved sideways and passed the ball to Garnett. Yi Jianlian quickly came up to fill the position and cooperated with Emmabu to double team Garnett. The Wolf King stepped forward to the basket and took a big step with his left foot to change direction to the baseline. Yi Jianlian barely kept up with his pace. Garnett bumped him with his back and quickly turned to the middle and rushed into the restricted area. Bodig retreated to make up for the defense, and Garnett passed the ball to the outside line. Paul received the pass one step inside the left 3-point line, attracted Reed to make up for the defense, and then passed the ball to Joe Johnson, who scored an open mid-range shot 10-4. In the next round, Yi Jianlian received the ball in the low post, leaned against Dio's defense, and suddenly turned around quickly, wiping Dio's defense forcefully, and slammed the ball into the basket before Garnett came to make up for the defense. 10:6. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yi Jianlian. A beautiful back-turning dunk. This is the most beautiful goal he has scored in 3 games, and this is how it should be played. Let's take a look at the replay. Oh, it's amazing. Yi Jianlian's explosive power in this shot was really fast, and Garnett couldn't catch up with him when he made up for the defense. Zhang Heli and Yoga were very excited, considering that Wang's is his style of play is soft and Yao Ming is more of a high-profile player. Yi Jianlian's style of play may really be the most impactful among domestic players. However, compared with the stable output of the Hawks on the offensive end, the Bucks lack a stable scoring point and cannot penetrate the Hawks' defense. The main problem is the quality of the players. Michael Reed, as the team leader, lacks explosiveness, has a high risk of injury, and lacks the ability to force a breakthrough, so he relies more on his touch on the offensive end. Among the 2 secondary attackers, Mo Butchon also has mediocre physical fitness and relies more on his touch. Bodig has more comprehensive skills, knows a little bit of everything, but is not proficient in anything. Such a team will be very lethal if there is a coach with strong tactical ability to design tactics. On the contrary, Coach K's level is not enough. Mo Butchuan and Reed could not find easy opportunities to shoot in front of the Hawks defense. The Bucks' main attack on Dio was generally inefficient. On the defensive end, the Bucks could not limit the Hawks' pick and roll, and Joe Johnson's outside singles also made it difficult for the Bucks' outside defense to cope. At the end of the first quarter, the Hawks led 31-20. In the second quarter, the Hawks sent out a bench lineup, and Kenyan did not even arrange Joe Johnson to lead the bench, while the Bucks arranged Mo Butchuan and Eddie House to play double point guards, supplemented by Mason, Villanova and Gazurek. Compared with the Hawks, the Bucks bench lineup is pretty good. Eddie House once played the title of the league's first backup point guard in the Hawks, and only then did he receive a big contract from the Bucks. Villanova could contribute 13+8 last season, and it was more or less unfair that he lost to Yi Jianlian in the competition for the main position. Mason and Gazurek are also high quality substitutes in their respective positions. The problem of the Bucks is that the personnel configuration is too monotonous. House, like Mo Butchuan and Reed, is also a shooting guard, lacking the ability to break through, to expand the team's offensive depth. Maybe they should have Doug Berrier at the beginning. The Hawks quickly opened up the score with a wave of 9-3, and only Mo Butchuan made a three-pointer on the Bucks side. 40:23, slam dunk champion Mason is no longer as brave as he used to be. He can't score, even when he is left open. The Hawks defend 5 against 4 on the defensive end. PJ Tucker can unscrupulously help defend the inside and double team Villanova. In the Hawks offense, Berrier paid attention to his own sharing of the ball. After breaking through the Bucks defense, he kept feeding base. Coach K was forced to request a timeout and replaced Yi Jianlian as a guest center, letting the slow-moving Gazurek go down to rest. At the same time, Yi Jianlian, who has both shooting and mobility, can also slightly improve the Bucks offense. That can't open the situation. He has a very slow shooting speed when defending closely, and he is very bad at dribbling with his left hand. Kenyan told Anderson about Yi Jianlian's weaknesses without hesitation. This is also a way for him to force Yi Jianlian to improve. In the 2011 Western Conference Finals, Durant's poor dribbling skills were exposed very clearly in front of the Mavericks. It was precisely because Durant could not hurt the Mavericks that the Thunder lost 4 games in a row in the Western Conference Finals and were sent out of the playoffs by the Mavericks. But after a summer, Durant's ball handling ability has improved to the top level of players of the same height or even the same position. He can easily complete the front body change of direction and break into the basket to score. Some things are not just about talent, but also depend on hard work. This is also the reason why Kenyan once hoped that Yi Jianlian could be taken by the Supersonics at the 5th pick and become one of the Thunder X Shao. He felt that this might be the best outcome for Yi Jianlian. In April, when Yi Jianlian came to Atlanta for a tryout, Kenyan arranged Anderson as his sparring partner. At that time, Yi Jianlian performed well against Anderson. But the tryout 1v1 and the official game 5v5 are completely different confrontations, and Yi Jianlian's appearance did not play a big role. Both sides replaced their main players one after another, and the Bucks still couldn't beat the Hawks. At halftime, the score was 64-41, and the difference had slowly widened. Zhang Heli commented, "The Hawks are a team that combines inside and outside offense. Paul constantly helps his teammates score through his passes. The Bucks are not good. Their offense is almost entirely dependent on the outside. Yi Jianlian and Bodog get too few ball rights. If they continue to play like this, the suspense of the game will not be great." Yoga said, "As both are inside players of China, there is a big gap between Yi Jianlian and Yao Ming. I hope everyone will be more patient with Yi Jianlian." Objectively speaking, Yao Ming also had an adaptation period when he entered the NBA. Coach Kenyan also said that Yi Jianlian still has a lot of room for improvement. Previously, in the Chinese basketball circle, both the predecessors and the media had blindly praised Yi Jianlian and raised him to a very high level. Only Kenyan had been calling on everyone to be rational. The current situation proves that Kenyan's view is correct. This is not to say that Kenyan has a great vision, but that the domestic public opinion environment is really bad. Moreover, the requirements of flower growers for public figures are really very high, and they use a magnifying glass to find shortcomings in celebrities. Yao Ming has a lot of money, so people criticize him for being shrewd. Liu Xiang has withdrawn from 2 consecutive Olympic Games, so people criticize him for being an actor. Li Na has a bad temper, so people criticize her for being tough. Ding Junhu stutters, so people criticize him for being uneducated and not presentable. Kellyan has just won the championship and is at his peak. He has not been deeply exposed by netizens, but it is necessary to use a magnifying glass to find the black spots. If the magnifying glass doesn't work, then use a microscope. The trend in the first half of the third quarter was similar to that in the first quarter. The Hawks had a clear advantage and the score difference was widening. When the timeout came, the score difference had widened to 33 points, and the game was no longer suspenseful. Kellyan left Paul on the court to lead the substitutes and brush up the data, while the other main players left the court early to rest. At the beginning of the season, Paul showed his attitude of competing for the MVP. Garnett adjusted his mentality and was happy to harvest the victory with little effort. After all, in the 13th season of his career, he has let go of his obsession with some things. Garnett only has the championship and Duncan in his eyes. In the final quarter, Paul was replaced by Kellyan after his score reached 20+. His personal data was fixed at a large double-double of 20 points and 15 assists, locking in the best player of the game. Although the substitutes were replaced, the substitutes of the Hawks did not hold back. Berrier, Rush, Bass, and Anderson were more ruthless than the main players, helping the team to further widen the score difference. It also made Kellyan see signs of the 58 tragedy. The first Huaksha derby of the season was so tragic that the fans may not have a good impression. Yoga and Zhang He also found it difficult to understand. The final score was fixed at 92:133. The Hawks beat the Bucks by 41 points away from home, setting a record for the largest score difference this season. The loss was so tragic that Yi Jianlian did not dare to come to the interview with CCTV reporters after the game. Otherwise he did not know how the coach and teammates would see him. When commenting on this game, Kellyan focused on praising the players of the Hawks. In addition to Paul, Garnett played 27 minutes and scored 17+9, which was very efficient. Joe Johnson also scored 16 points. The Hawks' top scorer in this game was not one of the big 3, but Brandon Bass, who contributed a lot of energy on the bench. In the whole game, Bass scored 23+6, which was quite eye-catching. The team has won 3 consecutive games. Although it encountered some twists and turns in the opening game, the team has gradually gotten better. Will the Hawks' regular season results this season go further? To be honest, I don't think we are getting better. The team still has problems with tactical execution. Our tactical execution is not good. The players have their own opinions on the court. We are also looking for a balance point for everyone to accept. Kellyan denied that the Hawks are in a good situation. Of course, this is a bit versatile. After all, the team is now in a state of 3 consecutive wins. Although it is a 2-game away game in Illinois, after playing the Bucks game, the Hawks have a day to rest before welcoming the Bulls. During the rest day, Kellyan also talked to Paul and asked him to pay attention to the sharing of the ball in the game. Frequent use of pick and roll tactics will reduce the enthusiasm of your teammates on the offensive end and will also let the opponent know how to target us. This approach can't help us win the championship, Kellyan said very strongly. But we are winning now, aren't we? Paul argued somewhat feebly. You have followed me since entering the league. Don't tell me you have forgotten what I say the most. Play the game in the right way. Dio's presence has broadened our offensive width and brought a sense of hierarchy to our offense. Don't tell me you haven't felt it all the time. Now the ball is concentrated in your hands. Define him as a shooter. Is this the right way for him to open up? Kellyan said. Since the start of the game, Dio's poor performance is certainly due to his poor physical condition, but also because the team's tactics keep accommodating Paul, resulting in Dio not having the ball. Although he has good skills and a certain shooting ability, he is not a space-type inside player after all. He needs the ball to develop a passing feel. The way to win is the right way to play. Our offense was very efficient, and we scored 133 points. I don't think this offensive tactic needs to be adjusted. The Hawks have a stable offensive method, which will help us win some games more easily. Paul insisted on his opinion, and did not intend to adjust. Why not say it will help you win more honors? Kellyanne looked at Paul, a little bit unbelievable. The star he brought up himself is now questioning his tactics. Good guy. Chapter 258. Kellyanne is also growing. Since he came to the Hawks, Kellyanne has always used both kindness and force to manage the locker room. He made a round of clarification on the original Hawks. Except for Dio, this group of champion players were all brought to the Hawks by him personally, including members of the coaching staff. This gave him a lot of say in the Hawks, and there was almost no voice challenging him. And all this reached a peak after he led the team to win the championship. Even the owner Anthony Ressler, except for forcibly intervening in the deal to clear Hassel, because it involved a very expensive luxury tax, did not have any other voices about the operation of the team. It is precisely because of this that Kellyanne was a little surprised by Paul's rebellion. This is Paul who has been growing under him and constantly being optimized since entering the league, and he has helped him to obtain higher honors within a certain range, and even tolerated the adverse effects of the other party's unauthorized weight gain on the team. It's a pity that an aggressive Paul is not willing to be the sword forger of Kellyanne's achievements. He hopes to be the sword holder, which is also the source of Paul's motivation. The conversation between the master and the apprentice ended unpleasantly before the conflict escalated. Both sides left the court calmly, but they still had grudges in their hearts. On November 5th, the Hawks ushered in the 5th game of the season. Last season, the Eagles recruited a lot of players, but they were eliminated in the first round of the Eastern Conference. It should be said that this result was lower than the expectations of the Bulls management. The team gave up Tyson Chandler and chose to sign Ben Wallace at a high price. Now it seems to be a failed signing. The decline in athletic ability has gradually reduced the role of Ben in supporting the team's defensive system. He and Terrence Thomas, two inside players without independent offensive ability, have made the team's offense very ugly. When encountering defensive teams, they are always unable to grind the opponent, which has become the Achilles heel of the Bulls. However, they picked up the potential rookie Noah in the draft, and then renewed the contract with the Argentine inside blue-collar Oceany with a middle-class contract, which improved their inside depth. In the overall weak Eastern Conference, as long as you are willing to spend money and avoid the worst option among N options, you will always have the strength to compete for a playoff spot. The Bulls are currently at this stage. Since the start of the season, their record has been neither good nor bad, with 2 wins and 2 losses, ranking 6th in the Eastern Conference. Facing the Hawks, they used excellent team defense to suppress the Hawks' offensive efficiency, but in the face of the Hawks' extremely flexible defense, their offense was still too sluggish. Even if they can make some attacks, they need to spend a lot of energy, which is a kind of destruction for the players' investment in the game. Skiles, who is also a young coach, is ultimately a defensive player and is better at building the team's defensive system. When a team has an offensive black hole like Ben Wallace, it is difficult to break the situation. On the Hawks side, Kellyanne and Paul have reached a relatively delicate balance. In the opening stage, Paul gave up some ball rights and formed a dual-core drive game mode with Dio, and after the official timeout in the first quarter, Kellyanne adjusted the rotation time, took Dio off, and replaced him with Anderson, giving Paul more ball rights to lead the team's offense and facilitate him to handle the ball more. This is the first compromise since Kellyanne took over as coach, but the players themselves are complicated. There are people like Duncan and Nowitzki who can do anything for the team, and there are people like Kobe and Paul who want to win and want personal data. In the future, there will be people who brush data so shockingly that the team will basically not win in the playoffs. Not everyone is so lucky to coach Duncan, so Kellyanne also has to adapt to getting along with NBA stars. It's impossible to resign if there is a disagreement, right? He is not can't. The mutual compromise between Paul and Kellyanne helped the Hawks establish a 10-point lead in the first half, and after the start of the second half Joe Johnson suddenly took over the ball and opened fire. Under his leadership, the Hawks played a small climax of 15:4. Completely stunned the Bulls and widened the score difference to about 20 points, which established the winning trend in one fell swoop. Although the Bulls' resistance was relatively tenacious and recovered some points in the fourth quarter, the main players of the Hawks failed to clock in for the third quarter, but their efforts only extended the suspense of the game for another half quarter. After Kellyanne replaced the main players on the court, the Hawks quickly regained control of the situation and consolidated their 20+ lead. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Bulls 114-98, winning 4 consecutive games, and have not lost a game so far this season. In the whole game, Paul played 36 minutes, made 8 of 15 shots, 3 of 8 3-pointers, 4 of 5 free throws, and scored 25 points, 12 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals and 3 turnovers. This season, 20+10 has become Paul's standard. He is not only eyeing the MVP, but also determined to win the assists king that Nash has won for 3 consecutive years. With his wonderful performance in the first week, it is expected that the Eastern Conference Player of the Week will definitely be in his hands. After finishing the 2 consecutive away games, the Hawks got 2 days off. Kellyanne gave the players a holiday and then drove to the school to pick up Wong Liffen after school. Kellyanne is a celebrity in Atlanta. Wong Liffen is also the envy of others in school for having such a boyfriend. To be frank, Wong Liffen was able to successfully transfer back from a school in California to study for a doctorate in medicine. In addition to the face of his father Wong's an IAO, it may not be without Kellyanne's factors. Therefore, when Kellyanne drove to the door of the laboratory to pick him up, Wong Liffen was quite happy and kissed Kellyanne on the face happily. "Where are the flowers?" There were no flowers on the co-pilot seat today. Wong Liffen slightly doubted Kellyanne's sincerity. "Don't worry," Kellyanne smiled mysteriously, "there's a surprise today. The 2 people's date today is at Lake Lanier, the largest natural lake in Georgia, a good place for couples all year round. The lake shore is 700 miles long, and you can ride horses, ride bicycles, do water sports, fish, etc." Kellyanne booked the restaurant in advance and contracted the most popular location in the scenic area. In addition to the high quality food, the most important reason is that this is the best place to watch the stars. "I know you like to watch the stars, so I booked this place specifically. I hope you like it," Kellyanne said. "That will take a long time," Wong Liffen smiled. "Before the stars come out tonight, use this as a substitute." As he said, Kellyanne got up and walked to the back and took out a box of cakes. "Cake? Did you make it yourself?" Wong Liffen raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. When Kellyanne was in Germany, he rented a house outside. His second landlord's family opened a dessert shop. Kellyanne helped him to deduct the rent. Therefore, he learned how to make desserts. Yes, it's very hard. Kellyanne put the cake on the table and opened the lid. It turned out to be a starry sky pattern cake. "You won't hide the ring in the cake, will you?" Looking at the cake, Wong Liffen looked up at Kellyanne and observed his eyes. "Haha, I still have a little romantic cell." Kellyanne laughed at himself and denied this possibility. While talking, Wong Liffen cut the cake, tasted it lightly, and nodded slightly. "I haven't done it for a long time, so my hands are a little unfamiliar. How is it? Does it taste okay?" "I tasted the flavors of blueberry, lemon and grapefruit. It's very refreshing and not too greasy." Wong Liffen nodded. "If you are fired by the Eagles, you can open a dessert shop, even if you don't work as a coach." Don't talk about work, it's all over the head." Kellyanne shook his head and said with some complaints. Shrugging, Wong Liffen didn't say much. Inadvertently, the topic has moved away from the ring issue, and that's enough. Eating desserts, listening to music, and talking about love. Happy times always pass quickly, and night falls quickly, and stars also embellish the entire night sky. "Remember the first day we confirmed our relationship? You took me to see the stars in the wilderness of Atlanta," Kellyanne said. As a result, the two have experienced various interesting scenes on their dates in the past few years, but they have never seen the starry sky together again. "Do you remember where we went? We went to an old-fashioned dance hall, and you taught me how to dance socially," Kellyanne said. "To be honest, that whole night was a surprise to me. Today, it's my turn to give you some surprises." Kellyanne smiled, and in Wong Liffen's surprised eyes, he walked to the piano and said a few words to the pianist, who was playing the music. The other party immediately stood up and gave his seat to Kellyanne. Do you want to play the piano? Wang Lifan's face was a little surprised. As a girlfriend, she didn't know that Kalyan had this skill. I only know one song, Kalyan said. I also attended a wedding during the few days I returned to China. I saw a friend playing a song at the wedding. I liked it very much, so I secretly practiced it for a long time and wanted to find a time to perform for you. It is very difficult for people without any foundation to practice a song hard. Basically, they rely on rote memorization and forcefully remember all the keys. Wang Lifan walked over and watched Kalyan's performance with interest. Don't get too close, I'm still a little nervous, Kalyan said, then took a deep breath and began to play slowly. The lively notes poured out from Kalyan's fingers. Listening to this song, you can imagine many beautiful things. The song is divided into 4 sections: prelude, low tide, transition, and climax. Each section has a different feeling, sometimes warm like the wind, sometimes soft like a rainbow. Wang Lifan's mouth curled up, and he had heard the deep meaning in Kalyan's song. The most popular song of the famous pianist Richard Clayderman, Wedding in a Dream, is a song that is familiar to everyone who has a little understanding of art. Because the melody is beautiful and the difficulty is not very high, people play it in the streets and alleys. It sounds pretty good. Wang Lifan sat next to Kalyan and began to pluck the piano with his fingers. You should know it too, right? After all, he was born in a middle-class family. In addition to medical professional courses, he should have some other skills. Moreover, Wang Lifan had a close personal relationship with the female singer before. Under the influence of her, he should know some musical instruments. I can only play a short section with my right hand. Wang Lifan shook his head. Come on, show it. Kalyan gestured. Dang 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 dang. Dang 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 dang. Dang 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 dang. Beethoven's For Elise is also a song that most people are familiar with. I only know this section. Wang Lifan was a little embarrassed. It's okay, it's okay. I prepared carefully and memorized this song. Kalyan stretched out his arms and hugged Wang Lifan. Are you satisfied with today's date? 98 points. Wang Lifan put his finger on his lips and tapped it, giving his own evaluation. It's a pity that there are no flowers. Is that so? How about you check your bag? Wang Lifan broke free from Kalyan's arms, ran to his seat, opened his bag, and there was a jewelry box and an English dictionary inside. He couldn't wait to open the jewelry box. There should be a ring inside, but there was only the base, and the ring was gone. Where's the ring? Wang Lifan asked stupidly. Kalyan pointed at the dictionary, and Wang Lifan opened it. It was indeed a different world. The dictionary naturally fell on the M column, the page marry, and in the annotation of the word, there was a sentence, can you marry me? Kalyan highlighted this sentence with a highlighter. Is this a proposal? Wang Lifan's voice was a little trembling. Kalyan walked towards Wang Lifan, suddenly stretched out his hand, and circled behind Wang Lifan to gesture, and then a ring appeared in his hand. Then, he went through the process, and knelt on one knee. Can you marry me? Who said that scientists can't be romantic? This is a dinner under the stars, piano playing, and magic tricks, which meet all of Wang Lifan's needs. Wang Lifan looked at Kalyan quietly, without saying a word. Soon, Kalyan felt his knees numb. But for the long-prepared romance, he was still holding on. How does it feel to have waited for so long? Finally, Wang Lifan nodded with a smile and asked, not very good. If you agree later, I will have to kneel on my knees. Kalyan stood up. His expression was not joyful, but he rubbed his knees with a grin. He put a ring on Wang Lifan's finger, which also meant that this relationship, that was about to be 3 years old, finally came to fruition. The next step was to discuss the specific time of marriage. Kalyan hugged Wang Lifan in his arms and sighed. When I woke up that day, I thought of many possibilities, and felt that I could own the whole world, but until now I know that all of this is not as real and precious as Wang Lifan. After 2 days of rest, Kalyan led the Hawks to continue their journey and challenge the Memphis Grizzlies away. Last season, due to Gasol's injury, the Grizzlies were forced to play badly, and they also lost Battier on the way to play badly, helping the Hawks win the championship. Fortunately, the Grizzlies, who had been playing badly for a season, did not gain nothing. They got Millsap in the trade, and then strengthened the team's most lacking point guard player Mike Conley in the draft. In addition, the QJ offender Euban Patterson signed in the free agent market has improved the team's combat effectiveness to a certain extent, and it seems to have the strength to compete for the playoffs in the West. However, it's just an appearance. As the team's biggest support, Gasol has been in poor form since the start of the season, averaging only 18.5 points and 6.4 rebounds per game. Being pushed to the center position, which he is not good at, Gasol can't find his own game rhythm in the squeeze of various strong men. And his partner Millsap is too young, and it is difficult for Gasol to help too much. As an authentic pure point guard, Conley's speed of adapting to a team must be relatively slow. Moreover, this type of player's ability to change the game is really average. The Grizzlies also have the bomb Navarro. This Spanish two-way guard has the ability to control the ball and shoot. Compared with other European players who have problems adapting to the NBA, Navarro has an open personality and is taken care of by his Spanish fellow countryman Gasol. His performance is not bad, but his performance alone cannot support the Grizzlies. In the game against the Hawks, Gasol met his lifelong enemy Garnett. He had no way to deal with the Wolf King on both offense and defense. This is also Gasol's most taboo opponent. He can't open this point. The Grizzlies' offense can only rely on the individual singles of Mike Miller and Navarro on the outside. It is a very difficult task for the two, and the two people are also very reluctant. The balance reached between Kellyan and Paul has allowed the Hawks' offense to enter a relatively stable stage, and Dio has recovered slowly after a period of recovery since the start of the game. The Hawks have no worries about offensive firepower and finally defeated the Grizzlies 109-92, ushering in a 5-game winning streak at the start of the game. The score difference was not too big, mainly because the Hawks also held back. Except for Paul and Bus, the other players were in average condition. Chapter 259 Who said the Eagles are declining? After the game with the Grizzlies, the Hawks rested for a night in Memphis, got up early the next day, and set off for Philadelphia to challenge the 76ers, who had a poor record since the start of the season and only won 1 game and lost 4 games. The 76ers traded Iverson and got a lot of reconstruction resources from the Bobcats and gathered a group of young talents. Raymond Felton, Iguodala, Gerald Wallace, Thaddeus Young, and Braden Wright are all young people under the age of 26. They all have excellent physical fitness and athletic talent and can play impactful basketball. 76ers head coach Cheeks also took advantage of the situation and pushed the team to play a grand run and gun game, liberating the talents of this group of birds and beasts. Although the record was not good, it is undeniable that the players' enthusiasm for the game is getting higher and higher, and the fans can also see some hope from the game. It can also be said that the team won the future in that transaction. Since the game was in the evening, Kellyan did not arrange training, but only let the players adapt to the venue 3 hours before the game. If there was enough time, Kellyan would definitely not have been so hasty in his pre-match preparations, but it is understandable that Kellyan was reserved in a back-to-back match. After all, the strength advantage was so obvious. However, the result of the game was surprising. The Hawks lost to the 76ers 101-109, suffering their first loss of the season. The 76ers under Cheeks focused on rotation and oppression on the defensive end and were extremely aggressive. Facing the Hawks, who were at a disadvantage in physical fitness, they disrupted the Hawks' rhythm through constant physical confrontation. The excellent defense caused the Hawks to make quite a few mistakes and also brought corresponding opportunities for fast break counterattacks. It was precisely because of the large number of counterattack opportunities that the 76ers' own poor attack shortcomings were covered up. Paul failed to control the rhythm of the game, resulting in the two sides attacking each other most of the time, allowing the 76ers to play their own characteristics. Losing a game is not a happy thing, especially when the opponent is a weak team, which means that the Hawks were surprised. However, players are also human beings, and they also have bad times. Moreover, today is a back-to-back game, so Kellyan did not blame them too much. In the interview after the game, Kellyanne did not point out various problems after winning the game like in the previous games, but explained to the players in a very protective way, "Our players just played a game in Memphis less than 24 hours ago and have not recovered in time. The 76ers played a very high level of defense and limited our offense. We will take a good rest for a day and prepare for the next schedule." This big win over the Hawks greatly boosted the confidence of the 76ers. Cheeks said, "As everyone can see, the 76ers are not afraid of any opponent. Our boys have the ability to beat the Hawks. This game is just the beginning. We are confident that we can bring more surprises to Philadelphia fans." The team occasionally loses a game, which does not affect Kellyanne's change of his rest day to go to Wang's house to discuss marriage. After all, Kellyanne and Wang Lifan have been dating for almost 3 years, and it is natural for them to get married. In the United States, although there are many people who just live together and have children, but do not get married, most Chinese people still want to be more traditional and respect marriage. Kellyanne is successful in his career, with a net worth of over 100 million yuan, and is also an outstanding figure in a certain industry. The most important thing is that his private life is extremely simple, without too many gossips. There is no reason for Wang Ziniao and Zhao Yun to refuse such a son-in-law. On the contrary, the two elders are very excited that Kellyanne can fulfill his responsibility to Wang Lifan. "I didn't expect that you would give me such a surprise tonight." Wang Ziniao was overjoyed. "From now on, we will be a family." Zhao Yun smiled. She was obviously very happy. "The key is Kellyanne. This kid is really good." In fact, she was also anxious. Some time ago, a relative's child broke up with his girlfriend of 6 years, and this child, like his girlfriend, found a partner almost within a month and got married before and after. 6 years of relationship. It's gone. 6 years of living together day and night is not as good as knowing someone for a month. She was also worried that Kellyanne and Wang Lifan would delay for too long and this situation would occur. Now, this heart that had been hanging in the air has finally settled down. "Have you told your parents? The wedding has to be held in China, right?" Wang Ziniao immediately thought of the problem. Kellyanne's parents cannot go abroad. It's not easy to do it in China. Kellyanne smiled bitterly and said, "Huh?" Wang Ziniao hesitated. He didn't quite understand what Kellyanne meant. Uncle and aunt are public officials, and the control is quite strict. Wang Lifan explained aloud. In the flower-growing family, relatives of public officials are limited in scale when holding banquets, and they cannot accept gifts, and they are also supervised everywhere. For the two of them to hold a wedding and have a banquet, Kellyanne's parents must at least write a pile of materials and submit them to the Commission for Discipline Inspection, not to mention the various troubles that follow. That's right. The control in China is indeed stricter. So Never and I thought of traveling to get married and then hosting a banquet in China and the United States to entertain guests. We won't follow any ceremony process and we won't accept gifts. Uncles and aunts, you guys take a look." Kellyanne took the initiative to tell Wang Ziniao and Zhao Yun the result of his discussion with Wang Lifan and asked them for their opinions. Marriage is different from dating. It is the integration of two families. Therefore, it is necessary to seek the opinions of both parents and discuss a result that everyone likes. If you all agree with this arrangement, then we don't have too many opinions. After all, the wedding is just a formality. After a moment of silence, Wang Ziniao nodded and approved the decision of the two. The seemingly perfect Kellyanne also has some minus points. Maybe he owes his wife that he can't give Wang Lifan a perfect wedding. After informing both parents, the next step is to choose a suitable day to get the certificate and then go to the Chinese embassy for certification. From now on, Kellyanne will really be more than just one person in the United States. On November 10th, the Hawks played at home against the New Jersey Nets. In the first round of the playoffs last season, the Hawks swept the Nets 4-0. This offseason, the Nets have innovated their lineup. They sent Jason Kidd, the #1 player in team history, to the Mavericks to compete for the championship and got the young Devin Harris as a substitute to serve as the team's starting point guard. They also used some other resources to trade for Haitian Davenport from the 76ers, improving the team's inside toughness, making the team's lineup more balanced. These operations allowed the Nets to achieve a record of 3 wins and 3 losses at the beginning of the season, which was not a decline compared to last season. It was indeed a successful operation for the team. The trident changed from Kid Carter Jefferson to Harris Carter Jefferson, which was obviously younger. And Harris can score 17.8 points and 6.3 assists per game, and the statistics are more impressive than Kid. However, compared with the Hawks, the Nets are somewhat inferior in strength. And a small problem is that their outside trident is generally compatible. Harris, Carter, and Jefferson are essentially holding the ball in their hands, which is more threatening. The two sides started, and Kenyan sent Paul, Kareem Rush, Battier, Garnett, and Anderson. The Nets had 5 players: Devin Harris, Carter, Jefferson, Kostick, and D'Alembert. In the pre-match training, Joe Johnson had some muscle problems. In order to protect the star players, Kenyan did not arrange him to play. Dio was arranged to rest by the team because of the heavy burden in recent times. Garnett won the jump ball and the game began. Paul took the ball in the middle and faced Devin Harris, who was extremely fast and not easy to get rid of. Paul and Garnett cooperated in the pick and roll in the middle, and Kostick switched defense in time. Paul did not force the breakthrough, but passed the ball to the middle. Garnett was close to Harris and did not choose to force the ball, and then passed it to Kareem Rush on the side. Carter bypassed the screen and blocked in front in time, so Kareem Rush had to control the ball outside and look for Paul. The ball was passed back and forth for almost 24 seconds. The Hawks did not find a good opportunity. Paul challenged Harris and his jump shot missed. D'Alembert protected the backcourt rebound and passed the ball to Carter, who passed it directly to Harris. The Nets counterattacked. Harris advanced to the front court and passed the ball to Jefferson, who was running fast on the right. Jefferson used his body to lean against Battier to dribble into the 3-point line. He took the ball with both hands like playing rugby and rushed to the basket with his head down. His movements were not beautiful but practical, and he gave full play to his impact. Battier saw that he could not hold on and wanted to hold Jefferson before he dunked, but he failed to stop him. Jefferson made a layup and scored, causing Battier to foul, and scored 2 + 1. 0:3. In the next round of offense, the Hawks played pick and roll again. Garnett received the ball from Paul and then broke through Harris, and then he got into the basket. He attracted Jefferson to make up for the defense and then passed the ball. Battier missed the open 3-pointer in the bottom corner and his shot missed the basket. The attack failed. The Hawks players quickly returned to defense and blocked the restricted area. The Nets had no good way to fight in the positional battle. Carter took advantage of Kostick's off-ball pick and roll and made a long 2-point shot, which hit accurately. 0:5. Garnett's switch of defense was relatively timely, and Carter's shot was really accurate. Without Dio's lubricant effect on the offensive end and Joe Johnson's containment, the Hawks' offense immediately became sluggish. Paul and Garnett made a hand-to-hand cooperation, shook off Harris's defense, and entered the restricted area, attracted D'Alembert to make up for the defense, and passed the ball to Anderson, who wanted to stand up and dunk, but was locked by Jefferson. Jefferson's action was a bit too big, and the Hawks players were not very satisfied. On the contrary, the victim Anderson did not have too much overreaction after being hugged. Perhaps the 2-year suspension made Birdman understand the importance of abiding by the rules, and he did not retaliate against his opponent at this time. The victim Anderson was emotionally stable, so there was no fight. Jefferson was called for a flagrant foul, and Anderson got a chance to throw 2 free throws. He made good use of the 2 free throws and helped the team narrow the gap. 2:5. The Hawks continued to have the ball and attack. Garnett, who had just had an argument with Jefferson, went to the low post to single out Kostick, forced pressure from the outside and inside, causing the opponent to commit a shooting foul, and then made both free throws. 4:5. In the first round of offense, the Hawks stood on the free throw line 4 times and hit all of them, quickly narrowing the gap. Looking back, Carter also used his physical advantage to force Kareem Rush, pushed his opponent away, and broke into the basket, causing Anderson to foul. Compared with other star shooting guards, Carter's breakthrough ability is relatively weak, especially after his knee injury. However, after Joe Johnson was injured, the Hawks' perimeter defense did have some loopholes. Compared with Stevens last season, Kareem Rush seemed to be strong in offense, but weak in defense. Carter made both free throws and continued this free throw battle. After 4 minutes of the game, the Hawks were still trailing by 4 points at 9-13. Kellyan began to adjust his troops and replaced Battier, who was not in good form, with Brandon Bass to play the third position. The main purpose of this adjustment was to create a natural dislocation on the court. Bass also had a neither 3 nor 4 body shape, and his playing style was more inclined to the fourth position. While being good at attacking the basket, he also had a mid-range shot, and could play more off-ball cuts, and high-low cooperation with Garnett. On the defensive end, Bass's mobility was also good, and he could expand to the outside to kill Jefferson's shot. If the opponent chose to break through, Garnett and Anderson would fill in behind him, and Jefferson would not be able to get an advantage here. Kellyan's adjustment was a great success. The Hawks successfully reversed the situation on the court and surpassed the score. CCTV also broadcast this game and invited Sujunayang to be the commentator. After seeing Bass's performance, Sujunayang also praised him highly. The Hawks are very good at discovering young people who are hidden in the league. Last season it was Stevens, and this season it became Bass. Bass can shoot on the offensive end, break into the basket to complete the attack, and is very energetic on the defensive end. After this season, he may get a big contract in the future. This is Bass's luck, and it is also the sadness of the Hawks. After the main lineup was formed, they did not have so much money to sign these players they discovered. After the first quarter, the Hawks led the Nets by 6 points 30-24. In the second quarter, Berrier and Eddie Jones appeared on the court. PJ Tucker was the small forward, and Bass and PJ Brown played in the interior. PJ Brown, a veteran who is nearly 40 years old, did not play much after joining the Hawks, but he did not join the Hawks for playing time. There is hope to compete for a championship ring, which is much more important than playing time. However, as a very professional veteran, PJ Brown maintained a very good state. After he came on the court, he was a pillar in the interior, and his defensive effect was better than Anderson, which really made people feel a little bit of the depth of the Eagles lineup. Who said that the Eagles bench strength has declined this season? Chapter 260 The touchstone of the Big Three. The substitute lineup still couldn't beat the Hawks. Seeing that the situation was not good, Frank replaced the substitute lineup led by Devin Harris. After coming to the Nets, Devin Harris showed a stronger scoring ability than Kidd. He was good at using his speed to tear open the opponent's defense and had a mid-range jump shot. However, his ability to organize offense was significantly different from Kidd, which was particularly evident from the middle of the second quarter. In the case that his teammates were weak and could not provide strong containment, Devin Harris struggled. Not only was he unable to lead his teammates, his personal offense was also greatly affected, and he had no ability to prevent the score difference from widening further. At the end of the first half, the Hawks led the Nets by 14 points with 63-49, and it seemed that they were sure to win. Meteor shower aside, after withstanding the Nets' opening three-pronged attack, the Hawks quickly took control of the game. Before the start of the season, everyone was worried that their lineup would not be as strong as last season, but as things stand, the Hawks management and coach Kellyan have done a great job in the summer. Barrier's improvement in this regard is very obvious, and he is more than capable of playing the role of a number 2 point guard. The addition of Anderson and Bass also made up for the loss of Milicic. We can also think about it. In that season with the Lakers, and in the first 2 seasons with the Hawks, Coach Kellyan has always been able to build a very strong bench. I believe this is not a coincidence. Yang Yi followed up with praise. 90% of the players who can play in the NBA have considerable strength. If they are put in a slightly lower level of competition, they would be Jordan. But the NBA is the most demanding league in the world. If you miss an opportunity, you may not be able to wait for a second time. Some of them are forced to transform, some become substitutes, and some even have to leave the NBA. Coach K is good at digging out the characteristics of these players and enriching the team's lineup. Bass entered the league in 2005, and his performance in the 2 seasons with the Hornets was not worth mentioning. But after coming to the Hawks, he was able to find his position in time and play to his strengths. With the examples of Stevens and Buss, perhaps more frustrated young people will choose Kellyanne to guide them. Meteor Show's words are not without reason. Not to mention the current NBA players who plan to enter the league in the 2008 draft also hope to have the opportunity to be selected by the Hawks, not only to win the championship, but also to start their careers as quickly as possible. In the third quarter, the Nets tried to launch a counter-attack under the leadership of the Trident. Jefferson suppressed Rush in this way, and the effect was very obvious. When he broke through with the ball, Carter acted as a turret on the outside, and Harris's off-ball running was also very good, and for a while he actually dismantled the Hawks' defense. However, with a big score behind, it was useless for the Nets to just defend well. Battier, who was replaced by Kellyanne in the first half to adjust his touch, took the field in the second half and hit 2 consecutive three-pointers in the bottom corner, scoring 8 points in a single quarter, helping the Hawks maintain their lead. The continuous counterattacks were upheld by the Hawks, and the morale of the Nets gradually became low. The Hawks took advantage of the victory and widened the score difference to more than 20 points in one fell swoop, and the balance of victory completely fell to the Hawks. In the end, the Hawks scored 110-92, defeated the Nets, and avoided a losing streak. 6-1. The team's dual-course Paul and Garnett performed well, scoring 22 points and 9 assists and 26 points, 11 rebounds and 4 assists respectively. In addition to the two of them, Bass and Battier also scored double-digit scores, helping the team to steadily harvest a victory. After defeating the Nets, the Hawks rested for a day, and then on November 12th, they faced the Pacers at home. On November 11th, Wang Liffen posted a photo of Kellyanne and himself wearing rings on his Facebook account, and wrote to inform fans that the two were getting married. This also made the live broadcast of the game against the Pacers frequently focus on Kellyanne. As expected, everyone really saw the ring in Kellyanne's hand, which once again confirmed that the news of Kellyanne's marriage was true. For a time, the fans in Atlanta were even more excited. Everyone felt that Kellyanne would not leave the Hawks after starting a family in Atlanta. As long as Kellyanne is there, Hawks fans will never have to worry about the team's performance declining or the team's style becoming ugly. This season, the Pacers made a major change to the lineup. The team sent away O'Neal and exchanged for the young Al Jefferson, who has better potential. The team also completely revolved around Al Jefferson, Dunleavy, and Granger to promote reconstruction. The Pacers have not been doing well since the Palace of Auburn Hills incident. The Artest trade brought Stojakovic, who had a hard time getting along with the team, and he eventually left as a free agent. Dunleavy and Murphy, who were traded by Steven Jackson, were just average and used for the time being. The trade of O'Neal was also a bargain hunting deal. Although there were many chips in the trade, the only one that was truly valuable was Al Jefferson. The Pacers' hard power has declined significantly. They are no longer the hot team that fought the Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals a few years ago. Larry Bird is trying to rebuild the team's culture, and he may have to go through a painful period of adjustment. Such a Pacers team in the rebuilding period is naturally no match for the Hawks. In this game, the Hawks welcomed the return of Dio. The Frenchman returned to the starting position in his first game after his return, serving as the team's starting center, and also exposed his defensive weaknesses to Al Jefferson. Al Jefferson, a young inside player, can almost be said to have the best low post singles in the league. Even Garnett can only try his best to limit it, but it is difficult to strangle it. However, his inside hard digging requires a lot of physical strength after all, and the Hawks' defensive formation arrangement tries its best to interfere with his receiving the ball, accelerating his physical consumption. At the same time, on the offensive end, Kellyanne also arranged a lot of pick and roll tactics to target the big edge who is strong in offense and weak in defense. Paul can find Al Jefferson with a pick and roll with Garnett or Dio, and then the opponent will become the watching emperor, watching Paul attack again and again. Al Jefferson in his peak period had outstanding data, top singles ability, and was Yao Ming's nemesis, but he was the biggest pearl of the All-Stars because his defense was really too bad. In addition to the low post defense, other defensive forms are not very good, especially easy to be chased by the opponent's guard after the pick and roll. Paul happened to be the league's top small 2 big master. When he met Al Jefferson, He just pressed his head and output, easily helping the Hawks to establish a considerable advantage. 116:98. The Hawks defeated the Pacers at home 7-1. Paul, who made Al Jefferson collapse, played 34 minutes in the game, 10 of 16 shots, 2 of 3 3-pointers, 5 of 5 free throws, and scored 27 points, 9 assists, 3 rebounds and 1 steal. With extremely high efficiency, Garnett made 9 of 18 shots, 4 of 4 free throws, and scored 22 points, 3 assists, 8 rebounds and 1 steal. In the post-match interview, Pacers head coach Frank Vogel said helplessly to reporters, "The Hawks' offense is very targeted, and our defense was completely broken by the Hawks. They have the best coach and the best lineup resources, and are the strongest team in the league. Whether it is paper strength or real-time record, the Hawks are the first in the league." In addition, in the relatively less competitive Eastern Conference, there is no doubt that the Hawks have long dominated the top of the NBA strength list. What's more frightening is that in the 7 games so far, the Hawks don't seem to have gone all out. Garnett's average playing time this season is only 32.1 minutes, the lowest in his career since his rookie season. This does not mean that Garnett's condition has declined, but rather a kind of reserve. Garnett is allocating more of his energy to more important games. Winning and getting married, Kellyan can be said to have double happiness. He was in a good mood when he was interviewed after the game. The team's performance has improved in the 2 games after losing to the 76ers. Considering that we have a certain degree of blood transfusion during the off-season, such a running-in period is very necessary, and our tactics have also been adjusted to a certain extent this season. It is very important that the players can complete the rerunning in such a short time. I hope that this season can get on track. Kellyan's words are a bit versatile. With 7 wins and 1 loss, a winning rate of 87.5%, the first in the league, you are still talking about blood transfusion, running in period, and poor condition. If you are in good condition, you must lead the team to 73 wins, right? Sure enough, a reporter really asked Kellyan if he had the confidence to exceed last season's regular season results. This is really too difficult. We won 68 games last season, which is already an amazing result. To exceed that, we need at least 69 wins, which is the second in history. This is incredible. I can't enjoy such a distant thing now. What I want to ensure is the health of the players, and that the team enters the playoffs in a relatively advantageous position. The health of the players is the most important. Kellyan did not say it explicitly, but the words between the lines show an attitude that the results of the regular season are not that important, and the championship is a more ambitious goal. In the first 8 games of the season, the Hawks defeated 7 of their opponents, showing a stable ability to bully the weak. However, in the next 5 days, they will face 3 competitive opponents in a row, the Celtics, the Spurs and the Heat, which is a big test for the team. After completing the big gamble in the summer, the Celtics gathered a very strong big 3 lineup. The joining of Ray Allen and O'Neal helped the green shirts quickly build up their fighting power, and the team's head coach Rivers also shouted the slogan of fighting for the championship. In addition to the big 3, the Celtics also have a group of young talents such as Rondo, Perkins, Tony Allen, and a group of capable players such as James Posey and Troy Hudson. The team is indeed very strong. In the late last season, the Celtics directly let go of the face of the Giants and played badly. Although they did not get the ideal pick to win Durant, it was not worthless. At least Rondo, Tony Allen, Gerald Green, Al Jefferson and other young people have been fully trained and accumulated enough chips for the team's reconstruction. At present, Al Jefferson brought O'Neal to the team, and Rondo has also become the team's starting point guard, and the strength is quite good. The more critical point is that, after forming the big 3, the Celtics did not hesitate in the free agent market and stopped moving forward, but spent as much as they should. This is much more generous than the calculating Hawks. The Celtics, which have formed the big 3, are one of the most watched teams this season. The game against the defending champion Hawks has also been included in the plan for nationwide live broadcast. ESPN has arranged ace commentators Mike Breen and Mark Jackson to comment on the game. Welcome to watch the regular season match between the Hawks and the Celtics in the 2007 to 2008 NBA season, brought to you by ESPN. I'm the commentator of this game, Mike Breen, and sitting next to me is Mark Jackson. Okay, the players from both teams have come to the court. Joe Johnson is still absent from the Hawks. Paul, Kareem Rush, Sean Battier, Kevin Garnett, and Boris Diaw are leading the team. The Celtics have used the previous starting lineup, with Rajon Rondo, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, Jermaine O'Neal, and Kendrick Perkins. It should be said that the impact of Joe Johnson's absence from the game is still relatively large. It depends on how Kami responds. The referee blew the whistle. Jermaine O'Neal overpowered kilograms and passed the ball to Pierce, who then passed it to Rondo. The game officially began. In the quick and clear voice of Mike Breen, the game between the Hawks and the Celtics officially kicked off. The Celtics had the ball in their first attack. As the Hawks fans shouted defense, Rondo dribbled across half court and casually passed the ball to Ray Allen on the right side of the 3-point line, then ran to the left 3-point line at 45 degrees. Ray Allen didn't stick to the ball, but passed it to Pierce, who was back in the corner, then cut directly into the air. O'Neal pulled out and made a single screen for him, then continued to move up to screen for Pierce. At this moment, Pierce suddenly started in the opposite direction, catching Battier off guard. Rush, who was switching to defend O'Neal, switched to defend and chose to stop at the moment when Pierce attacked the basket to avoid a foul. 0:2. WTF? Kenyan shook his head, somewhat dissatisfied with Rush's defensive choice. He was so cowardly on the first ball of the game, which was really not good. The Hawks attacked. After Paul dribbled across half court, Garnett took the initiative to move up to the top of the arc to screen for him. Rondo's switching ability is very strong. After O'Neal made an initial delay on Paul, he immediately stuck to the opponent, and his pursuit line was very tight, not giving Paul the opportunity to pass the ball to Garnett. At this time, Dio's role was revealed. He pulled out to receive the ball, attracted O'Neal's switch defense, and then passed the ball to Garnett. The Wolf King faced Perkins, who was guarding the penalty area, and rose from the ground, causing the opponent to foul. If it were when he was young, Garnett would have made a dunk, but at this age, it is more or less healthy. He failed to get the assist data, but Dio's seemingly step-by-step response and passing the ball can lubricate the Hawks' offense. Garnett made one of 2 free throws, and his hands were more or less cold at the beginning. Rondo crossed half court with the ball, used Perkins' pick and roll to cut into the penalty area, and suddenly made a quick stop, diverting Dio's defensive focus and making a reverse layup. 1:4. The Celtics have achieved a record of 6 wins and 2 losses in the new season, ranking second in the Eastern Conference. In addition to the big 3, Rondo's performance has contributed greatly. Compared with Paul, Rondo is more like Kid's successor. He is tall and has long arms, excellent defense, first in passing, and sharp breakthroughs. Even the shortcomings can be matched. Both of them are not good at shooting, and their personalities also have some problems. In addition, Rondo is very competitive. Although he is far behind Paul in terms of resume and strength, he thinks he is not inferior to Paul at all, and he also wants to compete with Paul in this game. Therefore, Rondo defended Paul very hard on the defensive end, not allowing Paul to have easy scoring opportunities. Chapter 261. I opened the sky with my right fist and transformed into long vs cannon fist. Warning. The Celtics focused their defensive attention on the top defense and supplementary position of the 2 core players of the Hawks, and Rush took the opportunity to run out of the open space. Paul, who had been paying close attention to his teammates' running positions, immediately passed the ball to Rush, who took the ball and shot, and the 3-pointer went out of the frame. After missing the 3-pointer, Rush shook his head in annoyance, but Kenyan on the sidelines didn't care. Rush had worked with O'Neal for most of his previous career, and was used to living a life of luxury. He received O'Neal's pass and shot a fixed 3-pointer. Now he had to shoot by running around the opponent's defense, which was definitely more difficult. The Celtics attacked. Pierce held the ball and played pick and roll with O'Neal. Battier went around the screen, and Pierce directly pulled up for a mid-range shot, and the basketball bounced into the frame. 1:6. After Pierce made the shot, his expression was relatively calm, but he looked at the Hawks players with a cold look. As a veteran, he knew too well how powerful the Hawks were, and he dared not be careless. Even though the Hawks in front of him were in a state of residual blood, the Hawks attacked. Paul passed the ball to Garnett, who was in the corner. The latter played against O'Neal, but his breakthrough route was blocked. He forced 2 shots into the inside line, but missed. The rebound was grabbed by Perkins, and the Celtics immediately launched a counter-attack. Rondo took the lead and broke into the Hawks' restricted area. He shook off Rush with a European step and made a layup. 1:8. In the opening stage, the Celtics had a clear advantage. Rondo was in a particularly hot state. He then assisted O'Neal and Ray Allen to make shots, helping the Celtics to establish an 11-point lead before the first official timeout. 7:18. During the timeout, Killian made a substitution adjustment, replacing Rush with Anderson, and Dio moved to the small forward position. This adjustment had 2 purposes. One was to strengthen the team's rim defense in the restricted area, and the other was to free Garnett, so that the Wolf King could expand the defensive area in a timely manner. In particular, attention should be paid to protecting Dio from defending Pierce. Rondo's outside shooting has a big problem. As long as he stays outside, the defense can let him go a little. Killian advised. The Celtics' outside firepower is slightly higher than the league average, mainly because Ray Allen and Pierce are quite confident on the outside. Rondo's natural big hands give him stable ball control ability, but also affect his shooting feel. This is also a problem that Rondo has not solved until the end of his career. In the game, Killian's adjustment also worked quickly. Seeing that Anderson was defending him, O'Neal pulled to the corner to receive the ball, used a fake shot to ignite Anderson, and then broke into the basket for a layup. Anderson chased to the basket in time and restricted O'Neal's shot in the first place. There was no time to shoot. O'Neal chose to pass the ball at a very small angle. Paul appeared like a ghost on his passing line and steadily intercepted the ball and then launched a counter-attack. Although it was a 3-man lineup, Anderson replaced Rush, and the Hawks' counter-attack speed did not decline. The impact was even greater. Paul advanced to the free throw line and made a clever pass. Anderson followed up and scored a dunk. 9:18. The Celtics slowed down the rhythm, and the players spread out. Rondo and O'Neal screened again, attracting Garnett to make up for the defense, and then passed a little space to Pierce in the low post on the right. Pierce's offensive 3-threat skills ranked in the top 3 among outside players, but the Hawks had a lot of players in the penalty area, and Pierce's results in breaking into the basket were not good, and he failed to get a foul. After Dio grabbed the rebound, he quickly advanced to the front court to see Paul asking for the ball and faked a pass, easily scoring. 11:18. The Celtics attacked, almost using up 24 seconds. Ray Allen's jump shot missed due to Paul's interference. Garnett grabbed the rebound and launched another fast break. Paul faced Ray Allen's defense, and a flexible behind-the-back dribble disrupted Ray Allen's center of gravity. He made a clever layup and scored under the interference of O'Neal. 13-18. At %. Rivers on the sidelines was very dissatisfied with the Hawks' counterattacks. He stood up and started yelling at the players on the court like a famous coach. In his previous life, Rivers was complained by fans as a pighead. His deployment of troops was often confusing, and he was reversed 3 times in his coaching career when he was leading 3:1 in the series, which was the only one in history, but he was listed in the top 15 coaches officially announced by the NBA. The impressive resume of 1,000 wins and a championship in the regular season is the foundation, and what people talk about more is his emotional intelligence, especially the phone gate in 2014 when Clippers owner Sterling was suspected of racism, which once pushed Rivers' reputation to the peak. When the players led by Paul and Griffin decided to strike, Rivers used a speech that could be included in the textbook to appease the Clippers. "Kids, I want to let you know something. My name is Doug Rivers, from Chicago, and I'm a black man. I'm angry that our boss is a racist, and I don't want to do anything for him. But when I grew up, I dreamed of competing for the championship, and Sterling never thought about that. I won't allow him to get in the way of what I want, and he shouldn't be one of them. This is a textbook-like speech, which directly made Rivers the Martin Luther King in the hearts of contemporary black players in the NBA. But this does not prevent him from being a rookie in front of Kellyanne. The Hawks attacked. Facing the Celtics' pseudo-zone defense, Paul broke into the penalty area and plunged into the crowd and passed the ball to Battier, who was followed closely by Ray Allen and had no good chance, so he could only pass it to Dio again. Dio took 3 slow steps again to compress the Celtics' defense and pass the ball to Garnett in a covered first pass. The latter challenged the little owner, resisted twice with his back, turned around and shot but missed. The rebound was taken by Anderson on the other side, and the ball was passed to the perimeter, and Paul reorganized the attack. Paul forced a breakthrough layup, but was blocked by O'Neal. The ball was picked up by Pierce. He wanted to counterattack immediately, but couldn't find Rondo. Looking back, he saw Rondo and Paul were already head to head at the baseline, looking like they were about to fight. In most of the game today, Rondo's movements were not small, and he kept saying some disgusting things to Paul. In the process of the breakthrough just now, Paul also tricked Rondo. As a result, Paul's attack this time still failed to score, and then Rondo ran over to taunt Paul. The players on both sides immediately started to butt heads, and many players gathered together and started to spray trash talk, while the members of the referee team tried their best to control the situation on the scene. 2 minutes later, the players were slowly evacuated. Just when Kellyanne sat back in the coaching booth, the court was in turmoil again. Players from both sides were fighting again. Tony Allen had been persuaded to move to the midline before, and seeing Paul and Rondo fighting again in the crowd, he rushed into the crowd and punched Paul. The conflict escalated further, and the security personnel on the court stepped up to separate the players from both sides. Garnett continued his verbal attack, scolding Perkins on the opposite side, who was unable to return the curse, and applied for a technical foul. After the farce ended, the big screen on the scene began to restore the conflict process at that time. Rondo and Paul were arguing head to head, and Rondo's saliva splashed on Paul's face. Then Paul poked Rondo's face with his finger, angering the other party, and then opened the sky with his right fist and turned into Rondo. The previous dispute can be characterized as a verbal quarrel, but as long as fists are used, it is a violent incident. Paul's side could not suffer a loss, and then there were continuous cannon punches. Although he is not as tall as Rondo, Paul's combat effectiveness after gaining weight is obviously better than Rondo. To put it bluntly, in a fight, tonnage is very important. Then came Tony Allen's punch, which was very heavy and unexpected, and obviously caught Paul off guard. Then, the two sides were in a melee until they were separated by the referee team and staff. Playing at home, the staff were also very cunning. The part where Rondo spit was repeatedly played on the big screen to win more impression points for Paul. And Kellyanne also handed Paul a glass of water when the medical team examined him as an encouragement. However, in a game broadcast live across the United States, heavy penalties are inevitable for such things. And this violent incident will also have a very negative impact on Paul's competition for MVP. Sure enough, after watching the video back and forth, the referee made the decision to expel Paul, Rondo, and Tony Allen. At the same time, all three of them will face additional suspensions. After announcing the penalty, the referee called Kellyanne and Rivers and warned them, "Today is a nationally broadcast game. I don't want any more violent incidents to happen. What are you doing? It's not my player who is deliberately causing trouble. Why don't you ask him? We are the defending champions. You only won 17 games last season. How can you say that we are causing trouble? Is it necessary for you? You led the team to a 3-1 victory and were still reversed. I surrender to you." Kellyanne continued to mock. Kellyanne is not as good as Rivers in making chicken soup, but if it comes to venomous tongue, Kellyanne may still have the upper hand. Don't think that having the big three will make a difference. Without such means, you are nothing. Whether it is fighting on the court or the player exchange, the Hawks lost. Fortunately, Kellyanne won back some ground on behalf of the team, and the next step is to redeploy the troops. Berrier replaced Paul, and the original water dispenser manager Prigeny also had to be replaced. The Celtics' backup point guard is Tyronn Lue, the future coach base. After Tony Allen left the court, Ray Allen was forced to take on more playing time. At the end of the first quarter, there was no conflict between the players on the court. Both teams are championship teams and there is no need to fight each other in a regular season game. The lineup will be damaged and affect the team's regular season ranking, which is not good for anyone. Ray Allen, who returned to the court and took on more playing time, became the main attacking point at the end of the first quarter. He made 2 consecutive 3-pointers to help the Celtics widen the gap to 9 points and end the first quarter. 24-33, the score was behind, and the core player was sent off because of a violent incident. This situation not only made the fans at the scene feel a little difficult to bear, but also made the Chinese fans in front of the TV begin to doubt whether the team could win this game. Chapter 262, Science Boosts, Birdman Becomes Falcon. Joe Johnson was absent and Paul was sent off. The original Big Three confrontation became a battle between Ray Allen, Pierce, O'Neal and Garnett. In terms of face value, the Hawks are definitely at a disadvantage. But the adverse situation obviously tests Kalyan's coaching skills and on-the-spot command. According to Kalyan's analysis of Rivers, this guy has poor adaptability, and Rondo's being sent off also had a significant impact. In the second quarter, Kalyan sent out a combination of barrier, rush, Tucker, base and DO, and designed an offensive tactic of 5 outside positions. Barrier and DO are both players with strong counter-attack ability in their respective positions. With base, who has strong impact, the Hawks have a strong ability to switch offense and defense once they fall into a positional battle. The Celtics' 2 inside players Pollard and Glenn Davis are not good enough in lateral movement. All Hawks players pull to the outside or find an opportunity to shoot in an open position or involve space to break through and cut. Beep. As the referee blew the whistle, the second half of the game officially began. The Hawks got the ball in the first attack. Barrier and base played pick and roll. Tyronn Lue stood in position in advance and squeezed through the screen, not giving Barrier a chance to break in. Barrier waved his hand to let base sink to the bottom, singled out Tyronn Lue, pretended to break through on the left, and suddenly dribbled behind his back during the move, past Tyronn Lue on the right, attracted Pollard to make up for the defense, and then passed the ball. Base received the ball and made a mid-range jump shot. Because of the high price spent on the Big Three, the Celtics bench lineup is relatively ordinary. Rondo's departure forced Ray Allen to take on more tasks that he could not replace. Tyronn Lue dribbled the ball across half court and randomly handed the ball to Ray Allen. Ray Allen dribbled the ball and singled out Rush. Rush blocked his right side. Ray Allen could only break through on the left. He encountered Barrier's help defense and double teaming. He was forced to pass the ball to James Posey, but was successfully intercepted by Tucker, who came out from the side. The Hawks took advantage of the situation to counterattack. The Celtics retreated quickly, but the 2 inside players Glenn Davis and Pollard did not have time to get back. Barrier broke through to the free throw line, compressed the Celtics defense, jumped up and threw the ball back, passed it to Rush. Rush took the ball and shot. The basketball went into the net. 28:33. Whether in the Bucks or the Supersonics, Ray Allen is not a player who is absolutely good at holding the ball and playing one-on-one. Usually, his usual offensive style is either to use off-ball running to flash out of space and then catch the ball and jump shot, or to hold the ball and cooperate with teammates in pick and roll and shoot when he finds space. The first set of tactics requires a point guard with outstanding vision to deliver the shells, and the latter requires teammates to have certain offensive capabilities to contain the defense. Obviously, the Celtics lineup on the field can't provide anything. Rivers' idea is to let Ray Allen be Ginobili, but this is obviously not Ray Allen's comfortable way of playing. The Celtics missed the attack. Barrier and base played a pick and roll, broke through Glenn Davis, and made a layup despite Pollard's interference. 30:33. In the second quarter, the Hawks continued to narrow the gap and soon played a 12:4 attack wave, narrowing the gap to 1 point. Seeing that Ray Allen's substitutes were not effective, the hard-earned lead was gone. Pierce stood up and took off his clothes to prepare for the game, but Rivers grabbed him and signaled him to return to his seat. If I were in Rivers' position, I would replace the main players in advance, at least one of Pierce and O'Neal to echo Ray Allen. The Hawks are a stronger team. When facing such an opponent, you can't squander your lead, otherwise it will be difficult for you to have a chance to turn things around. Mark Jackson said. Killian came to the Hawks and first designed the team's offensive tactics, and then slowly introduced some defensive forces to instill the idea of offensive and defensive balance in the players. Mark Jackson is very supportive of this idea. Even if he has the opportunity to be the head coach of a team in the future, he will also use Killian's ideas to build the team. However, some things are really the person in charge is confused, and the bystander is clear. Rivers is now standing opposite Killian, and he has no ability to find the right way to deal with the Hawks. He only feels that Joe Johnson is absent and Paul is replaced by Rondo and Tony Allen, and the advantage is on me. In the round change, Paul and Dio made a hand-to-hand pass. Tyronn Lue stood in position in advance and did not give Berrier a chance to break through. Berrier waved to let Dio sink to the bottom and played Tyronn Lue alone, pretending to break through on the left. During the process, he suddenly dribbled behind his back, past Tyronn Lue on the right, and made a mid-range jump shot 44:41. The Hawks not only recovered the score difference, but also took the lead in the score. Seeing that the time was almost up, Rivers called a timeout to replace O'Neal and Pierce, and replaced Ray Allen to rest. As the strongest single player on the Celtics outside line, the Celtics offense improved greatly after Pierce came on the court. Killian replaced Battier and Garnett to target them, but he could not lock the connection between Pierce and O'Neal, and even inevitably there would be loopholes. Fortunately, Garnett's offensive feeling was also good, helping the Hawks to entangle with the opponent. At the end of the half, the Hawks led the Celtics by 1.52:51. During the halftime break, Killian began to have a headache. Although he didn't think much of Rivers, he had to say that the Celtics' big three was still very strong. Against 80% of the opponents, as long as the three of them were not dragging their feet, they would be able to kill like crazy. The key was that they had more people. After Rondo was traded for Paul, the situation of three heroes fighting Lubu had already formed on the court. Rivers gave the core players enough rest time in the first half, and he didn't mind dead grass main force in the second half. Boris, in the second half, you will play as a guest point guard. In an unfavorable situation, Killian decided to change the formation and deal with Rivers in his own way. Dio played as a guest point guard. Anderson started, and the Hawks' lineup was somewhat close to his 3-high formation against the Spurs. Dio played a role similar to Odom of the Lakers. The main purpose of using the 3-high to fight the Spurs was to deal with Duncan, hoping to consume the most of Duncan through the strongest penalty area power. This time, they used a similar layout to deal with the Celtics, taking advantage of the Celtics' weakness of not having an offensive guard. The players on the field were not strong enough to engage the Hawks' defense to the greatest extent. There is no doubt that the three inside players will block the Hawks' restricted area, which will also limit Pierce's breakthrough and O'Neal's inside singles. In addition, Killian dared to do this in such a game, partly because of Rivers. With this guy's tactical literacy and on-the-spot responsibility, it is difficult to break Killian's trick in a short time. After the timeout, the two teams returned to the field, and the change in the Hawks' lineup quickly excited Mike Breen and Mark Jackson in the commentary booth. At the beginning of the second half, Kobe took the initiative to adjust the lineup. We can see that he put three inside players on the court, including Battier. They have 4 players over 205 cm tall on the court, Mike Breen said. In the playoffs of the 2004-2005 season, Kobe used this tactic to drag down the Spurs. That was also a series in which Kobe became famous. The difference is that the Lakers had Kobe at the time. While ensuring his own offensive firepower, Kobe desperately bit Parker on the defensive end. That was the key for the Lakers to compete with the Spurs. Otherwise, such a lineup would easily be disrupted by a small guard like Parker. In this game, Kobe may have been bullying the Celtics for not having a small guard like Parker. The Hawks attacked. Dio and Garnett, who played as guest point guards, played pick and roll. Tyronn Lue went around the screen and was squeezed into the inside by Dio. He was completely unable to interfere with Dio's shot and watched his opponent score a layup. Looking back, Dio faced Tyronn Lue, who was only responsible for the defense outside the 3-point line, defending shots but not breakthroughs. After Tyrann broke through Dio's defense in one step, he was in a dilemma. If he continued to attack the basket, Garnett and Anderson were standing inside. If he shot a long two-pointer, he was not good at it. After a moment of hesitation, Tyrann made a decision and continued to attack the basket. After attracting Garnett's defense, he passed the ball to O'Neal, but he and O'Neal failed to form a tacit understanding. This wave of cooperation failed to create space. O'Neal received the ball and forced Garnett to face the basket and score. 54:53. This wave of offense was more of a reflection of O'Neal's personal ability rather than a tactic. On the court, the Hawks attacked. Garnett played a low post single, encountered help defense, and passed the ball to Dio on the outside. Dio didn't shoot an open three-pointer. He rushed to the basket with the ball. He encountered the Celtics' shrinking defense and passed the ball to Battier, who was in an open position. The latter took the ball and shot. Pierce helped in time. The basketball went out of the frame and was grabbed by Perkins. Tyrann crossed the half court with the ball. Ray Allen and O'Neal played a pick and roll. Garnett stepped on the three-point line to strangle Ray Allen. Ray Allen didn't try to get rid of Garnett. He hit the ground and passed the ball to O'Neal. O'Neal took the opportunity to start and rushed to the basket. Anderson came down and blocked the shot face to face. Beautiful. Unbelievable. Wow. A wonderful block. Mike Bryn and Mark Jackson were crazy about Anderson's block. This block was neat and domineering. All the members of the Hawks bench stood up to cheer for Anderson. This wave of attack and defense has not yet ended. O'Neal, who was knocked to the ground, did not return to defense in time. The Hawks formed a 5-on-4 situation in the front court. Dio and Garnett's cooperation easily dismantled the Celtics' 4-man defense, creating an opportunity for Anderson to explode the basket. Anderson took a step inside the free throw line and took off directly, facing Perkins to complete a dunk. 56:53. This attack and defense was extremely explosive. Kellyan on the sidelines also stood up and punched hard to express his excitement. Birdman assisted by Science, I think a Falcon. Mike Bryn did not expect that his comment would directly give Anderson a new nickname. Anderson's wonderful performance boosted the morale of the Hawks. In the next 3 minutes, the Hawks completed a 12:3 attack wave and expanded the score difference to 12 points in one breath. Rivers was forced to call a timeout and adjust the team's defense. After overcoming the Hawks' chicken blood period, the Celtics began to counter-attack around the big three. Facing Battier's defense, Pierce began to roll to the inside like a wolf. His running and jumping ability is not good enough among superstars, but his static strength is very strong, and his skills are full, which has the ability to provide a bottom line for the team on the offensive end. Pierce is responsible for the bottom line, and Ray Allen is responsible for chasing points. In today's game, Ray Allen actually had a good touch and hit 4 3-pointers in the first half, but Rivers didn't perform well during the period when he was asked to lead the bench, which affected the direct impression. In the second half of the third quarter, Ray Allen continued to fire from the outside and hit 3-pointers in succession, helping the Celtics narrow the gap to 7 points before the end of the third quarter. 87:80. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, the Hawks replaced the substitute Lanoop to give the main players more rest time, while the Celtics continued to play with the big three, and the other two players were Tyrann and Pollard. Seeing that the Hawks faced the game with a substitute Lanoop, Rivers was secretly happy and planned to take advantage of this period to quickly close the gap and even surpass the score. But Kellyan is not a pushover. After failing to defeat the opponent in close combat, Kellyan directed the players to use the hack-a-shack tactic and fouled Pollard to slow down the Celtics' momentum to catch up. In a game broadcast live across the United States, using such a tactic that is not very entertaining to watch is more or less offensive. But since the fight has already taken place today, it doesn't matter if there is a little bit of trouble. Let's drink today and worry about tomorrow. Pollard stood on the free throw line 8 times and made 4 goals. His free throw performance was considered to be average. 91:88. Although the score difference was narrowed, the frequent sending of Pollard to the free throw line also gave the main players of the Hawks sufficient rest time. With 8 minutes left in the game, Kellyan replaced the main players of the second half and started an early decisive battle with the Celtics. The other Celtics players opened up space. Pierce and O'Neal played pick and roll, but encountered the tight defense of the Hawks. Dio retreated boldly and double-teamed Pierce with Garnett. Battier switched to defend in front of O'Neal to prevent him from receiving the ball. Rush on the weak side also kept close to Ray Allen. Pierce's breakthrough was blocked, so he could only pass the ball to Tyronn Lue, who was left open by Dio. After Tyronn Lue received the ball, he had no strength to break through again. He adjusted himself and shot a three-pointer, but the basketball went out of the frame and was grabbed by Anderson. The Hawks launched a counter-attack. Battier went straight to the Celtics' right side and made a layup after receiving a pass from Dio, 93:88. In the round change, Pierce called for a screen. Battier was a little careless and wanted to go around the screen in advance. Pierce suddenly started, broke through to the inside in the opposite direction, and made a layup, 93:90. The Hawks were on offense, with Pierce facing Dio and letting Tyronn Lue defend Battier. Unexpectedly, Battier, who was known for his 3D skills, was not soft-handed in the face of his absolute size advantage. He chased Tyronn Lue to the restricted area and made a floater before the help defense arrived, 95:90. Looking back, Pierce and O'Neal set a pick and roll. O'Neal set an outside pass. Pierce passed the ball in time. O'Neal missed a mid-range shot, and the rebound was grabbed by Pierce, who rushed to the basket. He scored the ball with Garnett's help defense, 95:92. The Hawks were on offense. Garnett pulled to the corner to receive the ball. Faced with O'Neal's defense, resolutely walked outside, forced through the opponent's defense, attracted Ray Allen's help defense, and passed the ball to Rush, who shot the ball as soon as he received it, and the basketball went into the net, 98:92. Facing the second-ranked Celtics in the East, the Hawks still had a certain advantage despite losing two core players on the outside, which was somewhat surprising, and also confirmed the one super and many strong league structure in many people's mouths. Facts have proved that the current Hawks are the only T0 level team in the league. But one thing must be said, this game is precisely the best game played by Dio this season. Paul's absence made the ball run more smoothly for this Hawks team, which has to be said to be a bit ironic. Just like the Grizzlies in later generations, Morant is obviously very strong, but the winning rate of no Morant is higher. It may be precisely because of this conflict that the game changed. Killian digested the impact of Paul's departure and came up with a response plan, while Rivers actually let Tyronn Lue play on the court all the time. This is the gap between the two coaches. The two sides went back and forth, and in the last 2 minutes, the Hawks still enjoyed a 5-point lead. The Celtics attacked. Pierce continued to single out Battier and passed Battier directly with a crossover dribble. Garnett had already prepared and shrank to help defend. Pierce faked a pass and deceived Garnett, making a layup, 108:105. Beep. Killian called a timeout without saying anything, gathered the players together, and readjusted the tactics. The timeout ended, the two sides returned to the court, and the game came to the final moment. The Hawks attacked. Dio controlled the time until the last 10 seconds, broke through Pierce's defense with the help of Garnett's pick and roll, accelerated to the baseline, and forced through O'Neal's defense, but was tightly entangled by the opponent. Mike Breen suddenly shouted. Anderson received the ball. My god, how did Dio pass it? With O'Neal completely blocking his position at the baseline and the possibility of a mistake. If he took one more step, Dio passed the ball from outside the baseline with his left hand to Anderson, who was inserted in front of Perkins. Birdman transformed into a falcon again, jumped directly with his back to the basket, and scored a back dunk. Yeah. Chris, you are the best. Oh. The audience was boiling again, and Mike Breen exclaimed, after today's game, I believe no one will question Dio's role. He has regained his form, and the Hawks are the big four. While sending the ball into the basket, Anderson caused Perkins to foul. After hitting the free throw, the score difference came to 6 points again. 111:105. This ball has a sense of hitting the morale of the Celtics. In the next round of offense, the Celtics were eager to catch up. Perkins made an off-ball screen for Ray Allen and was whistled by the referee for a screen foul, and the Hawks had the ball. Back and forth, The suspense of the game was basically ended. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Celtics 114-109 and won the battle for the top spot. The Hawks gave up a Joe Johnson and were traded for a Poole, but still won the game, which made Rivers look very unhappy. However, as a head coach who has not been unemployed for 20 years, since he started coaching the Magic, Rivers also has his own way. Facing the reporters' questioning, he immediately began to blur the focus and criticized Poole for poking Rondo's face with his hand, which caused a conflict. The Hawks are not that strong. If we can keep the lineup intact, the Celtics are not afraid of the Hawks. Come on, the Hawks gave up 2 main players today. The reporter asked Kellyan about Rivers' words, but Kellyan smiled knowingly. Okay. I agree that this game was not a dialogue in which the main players of both teams were present in the absolute sense, but it doesn't matter. There are still many opportunities for us to communicate with each other, and we will slowly see whether the facts are more convincing or Rivers is more stubborn. In history, Rivers has also made similar remarks. After the Warriors won their first championship, Rivers made a famous statement. The Warriors won the championship because they didn't meet the Clippers. In the following seasons, the Warriors played against the Clippers almost every time they met, and they fought blood without any mobilization. The Clippers' so-called Paul Griffin dual core, Jordan Jr. double first team center, and Riddick sharpshooter configuration was vulnerable to the Warriors with full anger. Kellyan took over Rivers' words and hoped that the same effect could be achieved in the next few seasons. Although the game is over, the investigation into the conflict between Poole and Rondo during the game has just begun. After all, it is a game broadcast live across the United States. If there is a fight in such a game, the league will definitely impose heavy penalties. As for the cause of the conflict between the 2 people in the game, it has gradually come to light through continuous investigation. Before the game, the 2 people were in constant conflict. Poole's offense was blocked, and Rondo came over to talk trash, and his saliva sprayed on Poole's face intentionally or unintentionally. Poole then poked Rondo's face with his hand, and Rondo punched Poole. Rondo was the first to provoke, Poole was the first to make a move, Rondo was the first to hit, and Poole was the one who had the upper hand and hit harder. It depends on the angle from which the league views this conflict. Celtics fans and Hawks fans sprayed each other online, and the 2 sides fought to a 50-50 draw. This result was a bit surprising. It was not surprising that Celtics fans took the Hawks, but that Hawks fans could actually tie with Celtics fans. After all, the Celtics are the top team in the NBA and have a huge influence, and the Hawks have been rotten for so many years and have only just started to get up in the past 2 years. The fans brought by Garnett are considered a force, and Kellyan has influenced the choice of the Chinese. There are even fans of the Hua family who climbed over the wall to help, and several coalition forces joined forces to fight the Celtics. The punishment result has not yet been announced, and Kellyan unexpectedly got a reward. After review by the judges, CCTV awarded Kellyan the Best Coach award at the 2007 China Sports Figures Awards ceremony. An insider of CCTV informed Kellyan of the news and notified him to connect with the scene on December 3rd, the day of the awards ceremony. Compared with the top 10 outstanding young people in Suzhou, CCTV Sports Figures is still of some value, especially for some other domestic sports. It is a very important honor. Kellyan can't say that he has no feelings about receiving this award, but he is quite surprised. His achievements in the NBA are certainly dazzling, but in the final analysis, he is not playing for the country, and it is always a bit empty, which is also his only wish besides his years. Besides being more popular among young girls, his popularity among the public is obviously not as high as Yao Ming's. Of course, we should make the best of it. Kellyan's solid knowledge is there, and there is no problem in winning the award. In the summer, he also sacrificed some of his personal rest time to attend a seminar organized by the Basketball Association and taught domestic coaches. His presence itself also played a big role in the promotion of basketball in China. These are his contributions to Chinese sports. So, there is no need to belittle himself. A day later, the NBA officially announced the punishment results. Tony Allen was suspended for 4 games because he returned to the conflict aggressively and escalated it, punched Poole back, and acted unfavorably to the referee. Rondo was suspended for 3 games because he spit at Paul, caused a physical conflict, and threw several punches. Paul was suspended for 2 games because he poked Rondo in the face with his hand and punched him. The punishment for Paul and Rondo, who punched each other, was not as severe as that for Tony Allen, who assisted and made a finishing move. The league also tried its best to preserve Paul's image. After all, Paul's performance so far this season has been at the MVP level, and he is also a benchmark figure in the league in the future. Chapter 263 All encounters in the world are reunions after a long separation. After the game with the Celtics, the Hawks continued their recent Devils schedule and traveled to San Antonio to face their old rival, the Spurs. In the playoffs last season, Killian was ready to go head-to-head with the Spurs in the finals, but the Spurs were eliminated by the Suns in the Western Conference semifinals. The 2 teams failed to meet in the finals, which was a pity for Killian after his time travel. In this game, both teams played with a residual lead. Joe Johnson of the Hawks was injured, and Paul was suspended, leaving only Garnett to support the team. The Spurs were not doing well either, with Ginobili also absent due to injury. It seems that the Hawks suffered more serious losses, but in the last game, they still played a wonderful performance after Paul's absence, and defeated the Celtics, where the Big Three were in charge. No one dared to underestimate this Hawks team, even if their lineup was not complete. Looking at the entire league, the player Killian fears most is Duncan, no one else. In order to limit Duncan, Killian continued to send out a 3-high lineup to deal with the Spurs. The lineup of Berrier, Battier, Dio, Garnett, and Anderson had an absolute advantage in height. However, from the beginning of the game, the Spurs had the upper hand. Killian was too afraid of Duncan's threat and increased the team's height, but somewhat ignored the threat posed by Parker, who was gradually approaching his peak. The French sports car made a sudden shot from inside and outside, killing 7 in and 7 out of the Hawks' penalty area, and Berrier had no way to deal with him. Since last season, Parker's mid-range threat has been significantly improved. Coupled with his own top breakthrough threat in the league, the lethality is huge. Even if Paul is there, he may not be able to hold him down, let alone Berrier. Parker's explosion here made the Hawks breathless, and Battier's hand in the second quarter made the Hawks' already damaged lineup even worse. He got his knee in a defensive defense, and after holding on for a round, he finally lay on the ground and stretched out his hand to indicate that he could not hold on. The knee injury is very serious. Killian immediately replaced Battier with PJ Tucker and arranged for him to go to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. Battier's departure can be said to be a house leaking in the rain overnight for the Hawks, and the balance of victory has completely tilted to the Spurs 109-95. The Spurs won at home, giving the Hawks their second loss of the season. Compared with the loss, Killian was more nervous about Battier's injury. After the game, Killian contacted the accompanying team doctor immediately to learn about Battier's latest situation. SYN took an X-ray in the hospital, and the doctor's opinion was that it was a mild sprain, not too serious, but it would take about half a month for physical therapy. After getting this answer, Killian breathed a sigh of relief. Other positions are not so bad. For athletes, the knee is the lifeline. Especially Battier fell to the ground without confrontation, which is even more heartbreaking. After returning to Atlanta, I will arrange for SYN to do another MRI. I want to make sure that SYN's injury is correct. Killian emphasized. Paul's suspension and Battier's injury have greatly affected the depth of the Hawks' perimeter lineup. Therefore, Joe Johnson, who had previously suffered muscle problems and recovered from minor injuries, asked Killian to play. Joe Johnson's muscle problems were not serious, and the team was facing a personnel crisis at the moment. Considering that the team's normal rotation would have more serious problems if the 3 starters did not play, and it would also increase the burden on other players, Killian still agreed to Joe Johnson's request to play. Joe Johnson's timely return is a good thing for the Hawks, who are currently experiencing some setbacks, while their opponent in the next game, the Miami Heat, does not have such a savior. After checking for leaks and filling gaps in the lineup in the summer, Pat really believes that the team still has the strength to be in the top 4 in the East, at least in the playoffs. However, as Kellyanne told Larry Sander, even with the addition of Daniel Gibson, the Heat still have many hidden dangers this season. O'Neal has steadily declined since joining the Heat. He ranked second in the MVP selection in the 2004-2005 season and is a well-deserved superstar. In the 2005-2006 season finals, he averaged 13 plus 10 under the confrontation between Dampier and Diop, and no longer has the invincible destructive power. In the 2006-2007 season, O'Neal averaged 21 points and 9 rebounds per game, which looks good in terms of statistics, but he only played 59 games. This season, O'Neal continued to decline, playing in 8 games, averaging 14 points and 7.8 rebounds per game. When he couldn't digest the ball, he still averaged 3 turnovers per game. Obviously, he is no longer the sharp-toothed shark. And Dwyane Wade's injury is much more serious than Pat really expected. Although Wade insisted in the interview that he has recovered 100% of his health, his performance in the game will not lie. In the game, Wade was a frequent visitor to the top 5 shots in the past seasons. After completing the confrontation in the air, he could still send the ball into the basket with his supercore strength and excellent touch. This season, such shots are basically not seen, and his originally weak mid-range and long-range jump shots have fallen to a very inefficient level, which is obviously the impact of the shoulder injury. After 10 games this season, the Heat have 3 wins and 7 losses, and their performance is not good. Although there are still fans who think that the team is just slow to start and save strength in the regular season, and will definitely be able to show their status when there is a crisis, practitioners have more or less seen the current situation of the Heat's building. If Pat really does not have any eye-catching operations, the Heat will be in great danger this season. After the game started, the Hawks quickly gained the upper hand. In the last game, Kellyanne made a special trip to arrange defensive tactics for Duncan. In this game, facing the declining O'Neal, there is no need for this. Dio and Garnett should go around the front when they should, double team when they should, and cut the shark when they can't stand it. In fact, they didn't cut it a few times in total. Although O'Neal's statistics are good, the Heat's overall offense is completely unplayable. The Heat's only outside player, Gibson, is good at catching and shooting. Wade and Ricky Davis both need to control the ball, to develop a feel for the game, and are better at attacking. On the defensive end, O'Neal had a hard time defending pick and rolls in his peak period. Now that his athletic ability has declined significantly at the end of his career, it is even more difficult for him to create any trouble for the Hawks' flexible and ever-changing pick and roll offense. The Hawks established a 23-point lead in the first half, basically laying the foundation for victory. Considering the team's recent difficult schedule, Kellyanne replaced Garnett with Anderson in the second half of the game to give the Wolf King more rest time. Compared with Paul, Garnett no longer cares so much about the regular season data, or in other words, although Garnett has some tough guy personality and some money hungry, he has never been a player who pays too much attention to data. Pat really thought Kellyanne's move of hiding Garnett was a bit overconfident. The Divine Calculator also intended to attack the Hawks inside line to narrow the gap, but the effect was average. Anderson was more humble than Garnett to interfere with the ball, and he didn't care how many fouls he had on his body. His slashing shark was much more ruthless than Garnett. In the first half of the game, O'Neal stood on the free throw line 8 times and hit 3 of them. The gap between the two sides not only did not narrow, but expanded to 25 points, and the suspense disappeared completely. In the last quarter, Pat really also gave up resistance and replaced most of the main players, leaving only Ricky Davis on the court to brush up the data. 98-115. The Hawks defeated the Heat away, and the team's record came to 9-2-2, just one step away from becoming the first team in the league to win double digits. In the whole game, 10 Hawks scored, 5 scored in double digits. Joe Johnson made 9 of 16 shots, 5 of 6 free throws, and scored 25 points and 5 assists, the highest scorer of the Hawks. The Heat's statistics were mainly contributed by O'Neal and Ricky Davis. The former was deliberately allowed to attack by the Hawks, and they frequently fouled him to affect the Heat's overall offense. The latter was mainly because he scored 12 points in the fourth quarter. Perhaps Pat really was also regretting bringing this lone wolf who did not match the team's tactics and play. Now he is letting him score to increase his trading value and trying to get rid of him in the middle of the season. After a relatively uncomfortable schedule, the Hawks got 2 days of rest. With the end of Paul's suspension, the team's main lineup is only missing Battier, and Kellyan's deployment will be slightly looser. On November 22nd, the Hawks will play against the Los Angeles Lakers at the Phillips Center. After 2 consecutive first-round exits, the Lakers are still unable to change the team's lineup due to the team's salary structure. The operation they did in the past season was just signing the old player Fisher, but this signing has significantly improved the Lakers' strength. In the first 11 games of the season, the Lakers achieved a good record of 7 wins and 4 losses, ranking 4th in the West. As Phil Jackson's favorite player, Fisher's strength is not very strong, but he is the point guard who is most familiar with the Zen Masters triangle offense system and knows the role he plays in the system. As a player who joined the Lakers in 1996 and won 3 championships with the Lakers, Fisher's relationship with Kobe may be average, but at least he is much more familiar with others than others. And most of the time he can play a bridge between Kobe and other teammates. The Lakers team atmosphere is much better this season. This involves a question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Is it the Lakers' good results, so the team atmosphere is good, or the Lakers' good team atmosphere, so the team performs better? No one can give an answer. Before the game started, Kellyan had zero communication with Phil Jackson as usual. The contradiction between the two had long been dug up by media reporters, but both of them were relatively decent and never mentioned the grievances of the year. Therefore, the media and fans only thought that Kellyan was dissatisfied with the Lakers finding Phil Jackson to replace him, but they didn't know the inside story. On the contrary, Kobe, who failed to join Kellyan last season, was a little resentful and unfriendly to Kellyan. This season, he took the initiative to shake hands with Kellyan and even made Kellyan a little flattered. I don't know why, but it feels like Kobe has really opened himself up a lot this season. The Lakers sent out a starting lineup of Fisher, Kobe, Radmanovic, Odom, and Kobe Brown, and put Ariza on the bench, which was exactly what Kellyan wanted. Compared with the high-altitude turret Radmanovic, Ariza, who is more mobile, looks more threatening. The Hawks sent Paul, Joe Johnson, PJ Tucker, Garnett, and Dio as starters. Without Batty as escort, Joe Johnson directly faced Kobe, which was also a duel between the league's 2 top shooting guards. Beep, the referee blew the whistle to start the game and threw the ball into the air. This action seemed to press a switch, attracting everyone's attention in the stadium to the orange basketball flying into the air. The game officially began. Garnett and Odom flew up. Garnett took advantage of his fast bounce speed and was the first to touch the ball in the air. He flicked the ball to the Hawks' backcourt. Tucker bent down to pick up the ball and passed it to Paul. The Hawks got the ball for the first attack. The Lakers retreated very quickly. After Odom failed to jump the ball, he immediately retreated to the penalty area. The others also followed their opponents. Fisher immediately stepped forward to press Paul to interfere with his passing vision. In the playoffs last season, the Jazz played against the Rockets. Fisher faced McGrady after many defensive rotations. He interfered with McGrady's shot with his own strong strength, showing his tough defense. However, Fisher is good at defending tall and strong players, but he has no way to deal with fast players. He usually stands in a horse stance, pulls up his trouser legs, shouts, "Let me see how good you are," and then is passed by the opponent. He watched the opponent attack the basket and thought, wow, he is really good at it. Paul did the same against Fisher. He didn't even need to call a pick and roll. He dribbled and changed direction to create a breakthrough angle, easily broke into the basket, attracted Kobe Brown to make up for the defense, and then sent a pass. Dio rarely got into the basket to eat the cake and dunked the ball into the basket. 2:0. The Lakers served the ball. Fisher crossed the half court with the ball, and after passing the ball to Kobe, he immediately made a pick and roll for Kobe, just like hanging Joe Johnson. Kobe immediately launched an attack, facing Paul and scoring a layup. 2:2. In the first round, both sides scored in the way they were best at. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. Early conversation between MVP contenders. The Hawks were on offense. Paul passed the ball across half court and immediately passed it to Dio, who was on the wing. Then he ran over to complete a hand-to-hand pick and roll with Dio. Dio helped Paul block Fisher. Paul deceived Kwame Brown with a fake move and even had time to stabilize the rhythm before shooting from mid-range. Swish. Paul accurately hit a mid-range jumper. At the beginning, he and Dio exchanged passes. The Lakers were on offense. The players still pulled away and gave it to Kobe to play one-on-one. Battier, the most reliable defender of the Hawks, was not there. Joe Johnson was not good at defense, and Tucker was even a little-known little guy. Phil Jackson's tactic was that Kobe led the team's offense through singles and destroyed the Hawks' defensive system as much as possible. Kobe walked to the right and brought it to the 45-degree face-to-face frame. At this time, Fisher ran from the baseline to the top line, and Odom went to the left. A simple running tactic made room for Kobe. If the Hawks' defense is not close to Kobe, or if they double-team Kobe, he will have the chance to pass the ball to Fisher. The two have fixed running routes, and Kobe can easily find the opponent. However, Killian did not choose to double-team him on the outside. Kobe dribbled the ball from the right side of his crotch to the bottom line, attracting Joe Johnson to follow him to the basket. He jumped from the right side of the frame, glided to the left side with a pull-up in the air, and made a layup with his right hand. He hit the backboard lightly. 4:4. Joe Johnson can match Kobe in strength and confrontation, but his disadvantage is that he is slow, and his defensive awareness and defensive skills are not very good. He did not completely get stuck in position. These flaws are fatal to Kobe. The Hawks attacked. Paul and Garnett played pick and roll, forcing the Lakers to switch defense, and then the ball was passed to the middle. Garnett missed the mid-range shot against Kobe's help defense, and the rebound was grabbed by Odom, who passed it to Kobe on the ground. Kobe took the ball and went on a fast break alone, and there was a mismatch on the court. Kobe changed direction before the free throw line and rushed to the right, taking a small step. Garnett followed and retreated. With the center of gravity shifted, Kobe dribbled the ball behind his right hand and gave it to his left hand, changing direction to the left, holding the ball with both hands. Garnett was experienced in defense and did not jump. He took a step forward and raised his hands to interfere. If he did not jump, Kobe could not commit a foul. But Kobe also had a follow-up action. He did not move his left foot, took a step forward with his right foot, jumped sideways past Garnett, and scored with a left-handed layup 4:6. In the CCTV broadcast hall, when Bryant began to shout, Kobe scored another goal and succeeded in singles against Garnett. Look at Kobe, this is amazing. No matter how he plays, he wins. Garnett was suppressed on both offense and defense. Paul chose to do the next ball himself. He forced through Fisher's defense through his change of direction and faced Odom's defense and made a layup in advance, avoiding Odom's block but not scoring. Odom grabbed the rebound and looked for Kobe. Kobe was in a mismatch and was fast forward. Seeing that the Hawks were retreating relatively far, he suddenly pulled up for a three-pointer. This time, the shot was a bit irrational, and the retreating Garnett easily grabbed the rebound. Kobe didn't make this shot. Although it didn't go in, it had to be played this way. Another scene. The Hawks were attacking. Garnett went to the side to provide an off-ball screen for Joe Johnson, and then received the pass and singled out Kobe. There was an obvious mismatch on the court. Garnett singled out Kobe and directly chased him inside with his strength advantage. Kobe's strength is not bad among wing players, but there is still a clear gap compared to players who make a living in the interior. It was easy for Garnett to go to the baseline and enter the restricted area, causing Kwame Brown to foul. I don't know whether it's because he's matured or just pretending, but Kobe has become much friendlier to most of his teammates this season. He also goes fishing with his teammates during his free time, which is something Kobe would never have done in his early years. But Kobe still dislikes Kwame Brown. When Kwame Brown makes a mistake, Kobe's face looks very bad. Garnett seized the free throw opportunity and tied the score. The Lakers attacked. Kobe received the ball with an off-ball screen and started a one-on-one duel with Joe Johnson. Kobe turned his back to Joe Johnson on the right side and turned to the baseline for a fadeaway jumper. His posture was beautiful and the shot went into the net. In the past 3 seasons, Kobe's personal performance was impeccable and he gradually became a star with a benchmark status in the league. Despite such an outstanding performance, Kobe was never in the MVP discussion due to the Lakers' average overall strength. This season, this situation has changed. The Lakers' record has improved, and the current ranking is reasonable. If they can go one step further and get more than 55 wins, Kobe can at least become a real MVP competitor. Kobe's full output also stimulated Paul. The league's handling of Paul's fight was considered lenient, which made Paul feel that this incident would not affect his competition for MVP. The desire to compete with Kobe became stronger and stronger in his heart. Looking back, he successfully broke through from the side and scored a layup 8:8. The Lakers attacked. Kobe received the ball and walked to the right. Garnett came up to help Joe Johnson double team. Kobe passed the ball to Odom, who was running up the line at 45 degrees. The latter received the ball at 70 degrees and made a three-pointer, which went into the net 8-11. Odom, the occasional superstar, also looked good today. The Hawks attacked. Paul and Garnett played pick and roll. Facing Odom's defense, he decisively broke through with the ball and was pulled by Fisher, who came around the screen. Phil Jackson took the opportunity to replace Radmanovic with Ariza. Phil Jackson insisted on choosing Radmanovic as the team starter, on the one hand, of course, because of his shooting ability, on the other hand, because Radmanovic is tall enough and should have better defensive ability. However, in this game, his effect was not very obvious. Instead, Kobe had to defend Joe Johnson and fill in for Fisher, who had poor mobility from time to time, which put a lot of defensive pressure on Kobe. After weighing the pros and cons, Phil Jackson decided to replace Ariza to relieve Kobe's pressure. After Ariza came on the court, he replaced Kobe to defend Joe Johnson, constantly confronting him closely, making it difficult for him to catch the ball. Phil Jackson's idea of helping Kobe relieve pressure was correct, but he underestimated Joe Johnson to some extent. Joe Johnson has first-class shooting ability and is good at creating an excellent shooting environment and scoring through his own control and dribbling connection and physical confrontation. Relatively speaking, he is more afraid of given defenders such as Marion and Prince, who can still interfere with his shooting, even if they are pushed away from a certain distance. Ariza, a light small forward, is just the type he likes when facing Joe Johnson. Joe Johnson hit Ariza 3 times in a row, all of which hit the target, helping the Hawks to take a 4-point lead before the official timeout. After the timeout, Phil Jackson adjusted the Lakers' defensive arrangement, turning Kobe to limit Joe Johnson and Ariza to help Fisher limit Paul and Garnett's pick and roll. At this time, Kellyan arranged the team to continue to create a singles environment for Joe Johnson. It was still Kellyan's war of attrition idea, making Kobe bear huge pressure on both offense and defense, which helped to consume Kobe's physical energy, thereby helping the Hawks gain a strategic advantage. The Lakers' strength has improved this season, only because Kobe is slightly more reasonable than in previous seasons. In addition, some personnel changes have been done well, but if you say that the strength of other Lakers players has improved, or if there is any change that can help Kobe from the root, it seems that there is no such person, unless Gasol was given to the Lakers for free as in history. Kellyan thought about it, and it seemed unlikely. After all, Gasol's contract rights now belong to the Hawks. Even if Jerry West wanted to subsidize his old club and was determined to give Gasol away for free, Kellyan was not afraid of the Lakers. He clearly remembered that in the finals that year, Garnett beat Gasol into a housewife. Chapter 265 Kobe at his peak. Kobe got the ball on the right side, and this time Garnett stepped forward to double team, leaving Kwame Brown open. Kobe didn't pass the ball, not because of his own fault, but because he didn't want to make things difficult for Kwame Brown. After 3 seasons of cooperation, Kobe knew how much weight a fake number 1 pick has. He turned to the baseline, and Paul also retreated to the vicinity of the penalty area. The 3 of them surrounded Kobe and passed the ball. Fisher's open 3-pointer in the left corner missed, and the rebound was protected by Garnett. To be honest, the Lakers spent a lot of money, but the lineup equipped for Kobe was really only at the level of a first round tour in the Western Conference. To be able to reach this position now, it is really Kobe's ability to lead the team has improved compared with the previous 2 seasons. Even the fans are laughing at the Lakers for their own faults. Kellyanne, the team building maniac, was originally the most suitable head coach for the Lakers, but was forcibly driven away by the Lakers. Otherwise, with Kellyanne's drafting ability, let alone helping the Lakers to complete the feat of 17 championships, at least the team would not be in this situation now. Paul crossed the half court with the ball and stretched out his hand to direct his teammates to run. Garnett in the middle made an off-ball pick and roll for Joe Johnson, helping him get rid of Kobe and run to the right. At this time, Paul passed the ball close to Fisher. This kind of cut is a simple routine for the Hawks offense. Paul's excellent passing vision, Garnett's excellent pick and roll awareness, and Joe Johnson's indiscriminate offense with and without the ball make the Hawks' offensive routine simple. Joe Johnson took a step after receiving the ball and opened up a space for one person with Kwame Brown, who was half a beat slower in switching defense. He made a quick stop jump shot, a perfect shot, and the ball went into the net. 2014. Kobe broke through and was double teamed and passed the ball to Odom, who made an open 3-pointer. The ball bounced out of the basket and Garnett grabbed the rebound again. Odom was on the perimeter and it was much easier for the Hawks to protect the backcourt rebounds. The Hawks played against the Lakers' offense and defense transition. Joe Johnson received the ball and rushed to the basket, causing errors at a foul, and made both free throws. 22-14. The Hawks gradually pulled away from the score difference. Kobe started to play hard. He went to the right side and back up Joe Johnson. He turned and made a fadeaway jump shot. The shot bounced out of the basket under the interference of Joe Johnson. Kobe's handling of this shot was not wise. The main reason why Joe Johnson was a first-class scorer but could not reach the level of a superstar was that he was slow. However, his height and confrontation were more than enough to deal with ordinary small forwards. At least he was not at a disadvantage in terms of strength when defending Kobe's back-to-back singles. Odom failed to grab the rebound. Garnett took the rebound and passed it to Dio. Dio hit the ground from a long distance and passed it to Paul. It was a one-on-one fast break in the front court. Paul pulled the ball and changed direction, got rid of Fisher half a body, and forced a layup. 24-14. The score difference quickly reached double digits. Phil Jackson called a timeout in time to readjust the team's offense, and the effect was immediate. After the timeout, Odom used Maxiel's pick and roll to single-handedly play Dio. He pulled the ball and changed direction to get rid of Dio half a body and forced a layup. 24-16. Although he often meditates on the sidelines, Phil Jackson, as a coach with 9 championship rings, must have his own way of dispatching on the spot. In the following time, Odom began to take more control of the ball on the offensive end, becoming a link between Kobe and his teammates, and the Lakers' offense began to be a little different. Of course, the killer move of the triangle offense is still the destruction of the opponent's defense by the superstar. The Hawks' defense changes in essence, which is consciously targeting Kobe. Kobe's back-to-back attack on Joe Johnson was generally inefficient, and Garnett was also covering the restricted area when he forced into the restricted area, so his efficiency was not high. In the first quarter, he made 5 of 11 shots and scored 13 points. After the first quarter, the Hawks led the Lakers by 7 points, 34-27, and the advantage was still relatively obvious. In the second quarter, the substitutes competed, and the Hawks still had an obvious advantage. Phil Jackson is a team-building master. The reason why his team often has a stronger lineup than the opponent is not only because the boss is rich and willing to spend money, but also because he knows people well and assigns them to the right positions. Players including Farmer, Vujasic and Walton have found their own positions in the team. But unfortunately, in terms of team building, Kellyanne is a bug. No one is better than him at finding good quality and cheap players. In recent years, the sample is relatively small, and everyone only thinks he is good. When talking about Teo Bayo, the Spurs are still the first team to think of. After a few seasons, the sample is expanded, and maybe he will be called Wenger in basketball. Barriers' frequent impact compressed the Lakers' defense. Puerto Rico's Mountain became the backup point guard of the Hawks this season, and his progress is very obvious. Compared with the shooting type Eddie House and Daniel Gibson, Berrier has higher tactical value and can change the rhythm on the court. The Hawks once opened the gap to 16 points. At the critical moment, Phil Jackson replaced Kobe in advance and launched a counter-attack. Traveling at off-peak times, Kobe Bryant frantically helped the team stop the bleeding. First, he broke through Eddie Jones' defense and rushed into the basket to dunk, then made a long-distance jump shot and hit a three-pointer, and finally stole Berrier's pass and assisted Max Eel to dunk. In a blink of an eye, Kobe led the team to score 7 points in a row, and the score difference was reduced to single digits. Facing the Lakers' powerful attack, Killian had to call a timeout. Such caution is not Killian's style, but everyone knows his hostility towards Phil Jackson, and he doesn't want to lose to the Lakers. After thinking for a moment, Killian turned his head and looked at Garnett. "Kevin, you go on the court and replace PJ Tucker." Turning his head to look at Buss, Killian said again, "Brandon, I need you to swing to the third position to match Luke Walton. This guy's average in offense and defense, but his passing and running are very unique. He is more likely to create opportunities for his teammates. When necessary, you can let him go to defend others." Although Phil Jackson has also changed the blood of the Lakers to a certain extent in recent years, there are still many subjects left by Killian in the Lakers. Luke Walton has more opportunities under Phil Jackson than under Killian. Buss was slightly stunned and then nodded. "Okay, coach." In the first 2 seasons, Killian was keen on using a small lineup, but this season, he changed his previous style and frequently let Dio and Buss swing to the third position and play a big lineup, which just made up for the weakness of the Hawks' lack of people on the wing. Especially after Battier was injured, the team needs Dio and Buss to take on more responsibilities. After Garnett came on the court, the Hawks changed their formation to 3 highs, and the defense in the restricted area was greatly enhanced. The next step was to test Kobe's mid-range and long-range shooting. If he could hurt the Hawks from mid-range and long-range, the Lakers would be able to keep the score close. Otherwise, the Lakers would be in a very dangerous situation. Phil Jackson also placed his hopes on Kobe in response to the Hawks' strange formation. Under pressure, Kobe showed his characteristic of getting stronger when facing a strong opponent. He continued to play in the second half of the second quarter, making 7 of 11 shots, 2 of 3 3-pointers, and 3 of 4 free throws in a single quarter, scoring 19 points and leading the Lakers to close the gap to 5 points. 60:55, scoring 32 points in the first half, which can definitely be called an explosive offensive performance for others, but for Kobe, it doesn't seem so exciting. It's not that this performance is not outstanding, but in the past 2 seasons, Kobe has contributed so many such wonderful performances that everyone is accustomed to it. Even so, during the halftime break, Killian still did not adjust the team's defensive strategy. If Radmanovic or Ariza is on the court, don't double team Kobe outside the restricted area, only double team him when he enters the restricted area with the ball. Historically, in the finals of that year, the Celtics used this defensive strategy to deal with Kobe, instead of the historical double team frequency and intensity mentioned by Kobe fans. Kobe's performance in that finals was average, mainly due to the rotation of Ray Allen, Pierce, and Posey, and Garnett's super strong help defense, but there was no so-called mindless double team. The Hawks' defensive resources are not as good as those of the Celtics, especially when Battier is absent, but the Lakers in front of them are not yet complete, and they are still behind, even when Kobe scored 32 points in the first half. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the game officially began. The Lakers attacked, and Kobe faced Joe Johnson, who was defending him closely. After a horizontal pull, he accelerated directly, carrying Joe Johnson, and broke into the Hawks' inside line. Garnett on the strong side immediately let go of Odom and came up to help defend, blocking Kobe's breakthrough route. Kobe was not panicked at all in the face of help defense. The moment Green rushed over, he passed the ball to Odom in the middle distance. But after Odom received the ball, he did not get an open opportunity. At the moment Garnett helped defend, Tucker let go of Radmanovic and filled in front of Odom. Odom passed the ball to Radmanovic, who was left open in the bottom corner, and the latter shot as soon as he received the ball. but Garnett under the basket rushed to the bottom corner with all his strength when Joe Johnson filled in. And because the Lakers' offensive space was not opened up in this wave, Garnett rotated to the position in time when Radmanovic shot, interfering with the opponent's shot. Bang, bang. It was Kobe again, using his agility to grab the rebound in front of Dyer and Joe Johnson, and completed the tip-in. Garnett moved around to make up for the position. Dio was at a disadvantage among centers in terms of height and positioning awareness. In a sense, the Hawks' rebounding was inevitable. It can only be said that this was the price Kellyan had to pay for pursuing offensive fluency. Poole dribbled to the front court. Joe Johnson and Tucker were in the two bottom corners. Garnett was at 45 degrees on the left. Dio ran slowly to Garnett and helped Garnett hang on Odom. The latter followed. Poole came to the ball and created an opportunity for Garnett to face Brown. Kobe came around from the bottom corner to make up for the defense and missed Joe Johnson completely. The Lakers did not have a complete defensive rotation system like the Hawks and directly let go of the Hawks' most accurate point on the outside. Joe Johnson dribbled one step inside, found the rhythm, and made a long 2-point shot. 62-57. Finally, Kobe showed his dissatisfaction on the court. He shook his hands in anger, then quickly cheered up and launched an attack. This time, he did not break through directly, but waved Odom to set a screen, hoping to use his offensive influence to contain Garnett and create an opportunity for Odom to play against a smaller player. After Odom finished the pick and roll, he squeezed Joe Johnson to cut into the inside, but his strength advantage was not very obvious. Although he caused Joe Johnson to foul, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was struggling to beat Joe Johnson with his height and strength. Odom made one of 2 free throws, and the score difference came to 4 points. Chapter 266 Mr. Key. The Hawks attacked, and all players opened up the offensive space. Poole and Dio played pick and roll at the top of the arc. Fisher and Brown chose to double team Poole, leaving Dio to Odom to fill in. In the narrow space, Poole was still able to pass the ball and pass it to Dio, forming a 2-on-1 situation under the basket. After Odom's defense was in place, Dio threw the ball into the sky. Garnett jumped high and dunked the ball into the basket with both hands. The action was easy and free. 64-58. Good shot. Kellyan shouted on the sidelines and applauded vigorously. This is the cooperation he wanted to see. The cooperation between the two top pass masters is pleasing to the eye. The Hawks' dual cores drove the team's offense, and Kobe used his ultimate singles to deal with the Hawks. After halftime, Kobe went directly to the low post to receive the ball, turned around, and then shook his body violently to the left and right, and then turned his whole body around with his left foot as the center axis, stood up, leaned back, and shot. The basketball was almost flying over the baseline, brushing the edge of the backboard, and falling into the basket. 64-60. During the off-season last season, Kellyan stopped the team from trading for Kobe Bryant and eventually helped the team win the championship. Judging from the results, this was undoubtedly a wise choice, and Kellyan himself never questioned his decision. But sometimes, seeing Kobe's crazy personal performance, Kellyan would also have a little yai. If he didn't stop the deal and let Kobe and Garnett successfully pair up, which direction would the Hawks go? On the court, the Hawks attacked. Joe Johnson got rid of Kobe with the help of Garnett's pick and roll, and after breaking through, he encountered Odom's help defense, which blocked him in a most uncomfortable position. When the ball was about to stop, Joe Johnson passed the ball to Tucker passively, but was intercepted by Radmanovic, who rushed out from the side. The Lakers pushed for a quick counter-attack, but were stuck by the Hawks players, who quickly returned to defense. Kobe forced his way to the basket against Garnett's defense, but failed to score the ball. Looking back, Joe Johnson and Dio made a hand-to-hand pass, and the Lakers passively switched defense. Joe Johnson shook off Kwame Brown's defense and made a mid-range shot. 66-60. He didn't play a big role on the offensive end, and on the defensive end, he only had to protect the rebound. Kwame Brown's poor performance finally made Phil Jackson a little unbearable, and he immediately replaced him with Pachulia. The Georgian's physical fitness was poor and his running and jumping ability was not good, but he was better in both tactical discipline and offensive skills. For the Lakers, who already have insufficient salary space, signing Pachulia with a 3-year, $15 million middle-class exception is a luxury operation, which caused the Lakers to miss some opportunities to strengthen the lineup, and the burden of the team fell more on Kobe. However, facing the attrition war designed by Kellyan, Kobe was not afraid and used his personal ability to send the ball into the basket of the Hawks again and again. In the entire third quarter, Kobe made 6 of 13 shots and scored 15 points. With his own strength, he did not let the Hawks end the suspense of the game in advance and kept the score difference in single digits. 89:80. At the end of the third quarter, Kobe had scored 47 points, and the score in this game was heading for 60 points. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, both sides replaced the substitutes. The Hawks were still led by Barrier. Kellyan gave full trust to the Puerto Rican and arranged for Buss and Anderson to play pick and roll for him to create opportunities for mismatched singles. Unlike in the past, Kellyan did not arrange Joe Johnson to play to stabilize the situation. In this game, Joe Johnson had to take on considerable offensive tasks and also had to face Kobe on the defensive end, which put him under great pressure. Kellyan was not sure that he could solve the game in the transition period, so he was a little conservative. Joe Johnson is the most reliable attacker of the Hawks at critical moments, and Kellyan needs to ensure that he can appear in a relatively good state in the final battle. The Lakers led a group of substitutes led by Odom. The second in command of the Lakers performed regularly today, but considering that the opponent is Garnett, there is no way to ask more of him. Phil Jackson can only hope that he can make more contributions when he travels off-peak. At the critical moment, Odom did not live up to Phil Jackson's expectations. He was omnipotent in the field, shooting from inside and outside, and neither Buss nor Anderson could limit his scoring. Fortunately, on the Hawks side, Barrier and Buss's pick and roll played a miraculous effect, and they output together, preventing the Lakers from overtaking the score. 4 minutes into the fourth quarter, the Lakers narrowed the gap to 3 points. Kellyan did not allow the situation to deteriorate further. He took advantage of the dead ball opportunity when Pachulia fouled Anderson and replaced the main players. Seeing this, Phil Jackson also adjusted back to the starting lineup. The game entered the final decisive moment. On the court, the Hawks attacked. Paul and Dio played pick and roll. He habitually raised his head to pay attention to Dio's running position and prepared to pass the ball to him, but the Lakers chose to chase and defend. Pachulia came up to delay Paul for a while and then went back to defend Dio. This change in defensive thinking surprised Paul a little. He quickly passed the ball to Dio, who stopped at the corner. Paul ran to the opponent and completed a hand-to-hand pass. He caught the gap before Fisher squeezed through Dio's screen and shot directly from mid-range. The basketball bounced into the basket. 105:100. The Lakers were on offense. Kobe faced Joe Johnson and broke into the paint, avoiding Garnett's interference. However, Joe Johnson, who was following behind him, violated his cylinder. The referee blew the whistle and Kobe went to the free throw line. Odom's performance in the fourth quarter was outstanding, which bought Kobe enough rest time. The last half of the game was not easy for the Hawks. Kobe made 2 free throws, and the Lakers continued to chase. Looking back, the Hawks were on offense, and Kobe pushed Fisher away and led the defense of Paul himself. Paul wanted to play by himself, but Kellyan shouted frantically on the sidelines, asking him to pass the ball to Joe Johnson. Paul might have ignored the shouts, but Kellyan's reaction was very strong. Although Paul was a little dissatisfied, he still gave the ball to Joe Johnson. In the first round of the playoffs last season, the Jazz played against the Rockets. Fisher, as the starting number 2, did not directly face McGrady, but faced McGrady many times in the rotation, and did not suffer any loss in defense. Fisher's lower body is very stable, and it is a bit difficult to beat him with physical strength. Joe Johnson faced Fisher and changed his direction in front of him, shifting the opponent's center of gravity. Then, he made a fake move of worshipping Buddha, almost igniting Fisher. Taking advantage of the opponent's center of gravity moving up, Joe Johnson rushed into the restricted area from Fisher. Odom retreated to the basket, but Joe Johnson took a step inside the free throw line and shot a jump shot. The basketball went into the net. 107:102. In the round change, Kobe, who was in hot form, continued to attack. He received a pass from Odom on the right, adjusted his rhythm, and confidently shot a three-pointer one step away from the three-point line. Bang! The basketball went out of the frame and was collected by Tucker, who was back under the basket. Kobe was still following up. When he saw that his three-pointer missed, a look of surprise flashed across his face, and he hurried to retreat. As a former disciple, Kobe knew too well how terrifying Kenyan's team was when they pushed for a fast break counter-attack. There was a good opportunity to expand the score, but Garnett did not seize it. In the low post singles against Odom, Garnett pressed the basket and could not score, and Pachulia protected the rebound. Garnett is good in other aspects, but his weakness is the attack in the stalemate stage. The same is true for Paul. Due to his height, it is difficult for him to help the team score in the stalemate stage of a tough battle. This is also the reason why Kenyan arranged for Joe Johnson to rest in advance in this game. The Lakers attacked, and Kobe's strong attack pressured the Hawks' defense. This time Kobe did not force himself, but passed the ball to Odom in time, and the latter transferred the ball to Fisher. At this time, Fisher got a small open opportunity, but he failed to seize the opportunity and missed the three-pointer. The failure to seize this open shot opportunity is a blow to the team's morale. The body language of the Lakers players on the defensive end can show some frustration. Dio received the ball in the front court, but immediately passed it to Joe Johnson, who was running away from the defense. Joe Johnson swung his body and dribbled to the left. His body, which was moving quickly to the left, suddenly stopped at the moment of receiving the ball and stretched his body. Without any hesitation, he opened his hand and shot. Sure. Joe Johnson hit again, helping the Hawks to expand the score difference to 7 points. 109-102. On the way back to defense, Paul and Joe Johnson briefly clapped their hands and immediately threw themselves into defense. The Lakers attacked, and the two wings repeatedly ran and pulled the formation. After spending 22 seconds of attack time, Kobe ducked and broke through Joe Johnson, stood up and shot. Ding. The ball hit the inner edge of the basket and bounced into the basket. The score difference returned to 6 points. Kobe raised his right arm and clenched his fist tightly. 109-104. Every spectator in the Phillips Center had an excited expression on their face. Both teams used their own basketball philosophy to show the different sides of basketball. The offensive and defensive rhythms of both sides were extremely fast and smooth. Everyone was immersed in the wonderful game, and their breathing seemed to start with every bounce of the orange basketball. On the court, the Hawks attacked. Paul singled out Fisher, used his speed advantage to break into the inside, changed direction with a European step to shake off Odom, and made a reverse layup. 111-104. Looking back, Kobe was much more stable. He slowed down the rhythm, played pick and roll with Odom, and successfully broke through. Although the ball did not go in, it caused Garnett to foul. He took free throws and made both free throws. 111-106. In today's game, Kobe scored high points. In addition to his strong personal ability, the referee's face was also an important reason. The Hawks' home treatment was really bad. The Lakers approached the score again and again, and the Hawks fell into a tough battle. Paul and Garnett played pick and roll, but they couldn't get rid of Kobe's entanglement, so they passed the ball to Garnett, who faced Odom and used his footwork to break into the restricted area. He turned and made a layup, but failed to score. The Lakers played a fast break, but Fisher, who was not fast, received the pass from Odom, rushed to the front court with the ball, and hit a key three-pointer against Paul's defense. 111-109. There is a saying that the Lakers have two key players, Fisher and Kobe, who are really reliable at the critical moment, but if Fisher's previous games were not so bad, and Kobe was a little more rational in the first 3 quarters, and missed fewer shots, the game would not have entered the critical moment at all. This statement actually makes sense. Chapter 267. The competition is for 5 people. The Hawks were on offense. Kobe was leading the defense against Paul throughout the game, frequently using his physical advantage to put pressure on Paul. Some of his defensive moves were between callable and non-callable, but when the game entered the final moments, the referee usually would not interfere with the game and let the players decide the outcome of the game. Paul's ball control was as steady as ever. In addition to his height, Paul had all the element needed for a historical point guard. When the ball passed half court, Paul steadily passed the ball to Joe Johnson, and Ariza immediately came up to defend, not giving Joe Johnson a chance to play alone. Odom came up to double team him at the first time, and the ball was helplessly returned to Paul, who ran out to receive the ball. Kobe's pressing made Paul stop the ball, and Joe Johnson ran over, with Ariza chasing closely behind him. Paul made a smart sideways position, handed the ball to Joe Johnson, and hung Ariza slightly. Joe Johnson held the ball without thinking at all. The 24-second offensive time was running out, and he stood up and shot. Bang! The ball hit the basket, and was immediately caught by Pachulia, who was already prepared. The Lakers attacked. Kobe singled out Joe Johnson, and his body suddenly changed direction. His right hand holding the ball suddenly pulled from the right to the left, and his body also moved horizontally a few points, shaking Joe Johnson in front of him away, gently holding the ball with his left hand, and then closing his right hand, stood up and shot. Swish. The ball went through the net without hesitation. 111:111, trailing for the whole game. The Lakers closed the score with more than 2 minutes left in the game. Kellyan immediately called a timeout and instructed the players to defend more strongly and use the characteristics of the referee's whistle to defend more loosely. The Hawks attacked, facing Kobe's defense. Paul was very uncomfortable, but this time, Paul did not throw the pressure to his teammates, but chose to solve the problem himself. Seeing Paul making a gesture, indicating his teammates to pull away, the others immediately took their positions, as if they were letting Paul play alone. Paul lowered his body, and was about to break through from the right side with the ball. Kobe immediately adjusted his feet, and turned his body sideways, preparing to stick to Paul for defense. But in the next moment, Paul pulled the basketball back in his hand, and took a step back to instantly distance himself from Kobe. Step back jump shot. Kobe's eyes flashed with cold light, and he exerted force with his feet to stop his retreat abruptly, then raised his hands high, and pounced on Paul like a tiger. Kobe watched from the sidelines, and had to sigh that Kobe was really at the peak of his technical and physical condition this season. Both his physical strength and experience were at their best. Paul did a very good job of stepping back, which had opened up space in front of ordinary defenders, but the latter could still use his super-personal ability to make up for the time difference. When Paul raised his hand to aim and was about to shoot, Kobe's big hands had already covered the entire line of sight between Paul and the basket, like covering the sky and the sun. Even so, Paul resolutely completed the shot without any doubt. The ball flew out of Paul's hand, drawing a beautiful arc to where it was going. Sure. The crisp sound of the net sounded. Kobe turned his head and saw that the basketball had passed through the net. 113:111. All the players on the bench of the Hawks jumped up and cheered loudly for this key shot. They all saw how oppressive Kobe's defense was just now. When Paul shot with his vision completely blocked, many people thought that this shot might be missed. No one expected that Paul actually put the ball into the basket without completely getting rid of the defense. This is definitely a very exciting shot. The Hawks scored a key goal, and Phil Jackson did not give them time to celebrate. He immediately called a timeout to arrange tactics. It is said to be arranging tactics, but in fact it is more about adjusting the psychological state of the players. The essence is still give the ball to Kobe. Kellyan predicted Phil Jackson's arrangement, and made targeted arrangements for defense. As expected, Odom passed the ball directly to Kobe. Facing Joe Johnson's defense, Kobe's dribbling suddenly became faster. The ball moved quickly between his feet. Following the movement of his hands, Kobe's whole body swayed, making it impossible to predict where he would go next. Joe Johnson was the same. He could only try to lower his center of gravity and stare at the slight flicker of Kobe's shoulders. Kobe moved. Just as the ball bounced from his crotch to his right hand, his left foot suddenly lifted up and stepped out diagonally. Then, with a strong force on his right foot, he pushed his speed to full gear in a short time. Joe Johnson stepped out with his left foot horizontally, and his right foot immediately moved horizontally. His left hand stretched out as much as possible to block Kobe's strong attack. However, in the confrontation, Joe Johnson still couldn't stand firm, and took a step back. Kobe took another step, forced his way past Joe Johnson, held the basketball tightly in his arms, and took 3 steps to the basket. Garnett and Dio rushed over frantically, pressing from both sides, ready to close the door. Facing the defensive Garnett and Dio, Kobe took the last step, lifted the ball high against the defense of 2 people, and pushed it towards the basket. The ball rubbed against the backboard, then fell into the basket, spun around on the basket, and once again miraculously turned the basketball, that had been half of the body inside out again. It finally leaned against the gap between the basket and the backboard, trembling slowly. Kobe fell under the basket, looked up and watched the basketball slide out of the basket. Garnett took off the defensive rebound and directly launched an attack. The Hawks offense showed a galloping posture. Although Kobe jumped up almost immediately and returned to defense quickly, he still failed to organize the Hawks to switch offense and defense. Dio, who was usually responsible for making cakes, became the cake eater this time. He used the slow-paced European step to shake off Adams' defense and send the ball to the basket, helping the Hawks to open the score difference to 4 points with 87 seconds left in the game. Compared with Kobe's more heroic charge, the Hawks' offense can be summed up in 2 words: efficient, plus a 4-word footnote, hit the key point. After losing to the Spurs, Kellyan said that compared to becoming David, he was more looking forward to becoming Goliath. Today's game is a perfect portrayal. No matter how powerful Kobe is, he can't fly out of the Hawks' 5 fingers mountain. In the next round of offense, the Hawks unceremoniously deployed heavy troops to defend Kobe. Kellyan knew too well how conceited Kobe was with his explosive touch, and it was impossible for him to pass the ball. This is also true. Facing the double team of Joe Johnson and Garnett in the low post, Kobe chose to pull to the limit and make a fadeaway jumper, but unfortunately he failed to score the ball. In this way, the Lakers' chances of winning were greatly weakened. Then, Paul controlled the offensive time and was not in a hurry to attack. There was only 1 minute left in the game. The Lakers either gambled on the quality of defense and the success rate of offense, or used foul tactics in advance and started a penalty shootout. At this time, the Lakers had a situation of inconsistent thinking among the players. Some people wanted to oppress Paul by rushing up, and if they didn't work, they would foul. Some people wanted to defend first and try to defend away first. At the critical moment, communication problems between teammates were the most fatal. The Lakers' defense had loopholes. Tucker received the ball on the wing and no one cared. He made a fake shot to induce the inside line to come out to make up for the defense, and then completed a low hand pass. After breaking into the basket, Tucker dunked and scored the first highlight score in his career. 117-111. The score difference was 6 points. There were less than 50 seconds left in the game. The suspense of the outcome was not great. The Hawks changed their defensive strategy, giving up 2 points and blocking 3-pointers. The game became a show between Kobe and Paul. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Lakers 123-116 at home. In the whole game, Kobe made 24 of 47 shots, scored 58 points, 7 rebounds and 4 assists. This performance was explosive, but the statistics after the loss did not make much sense, and Kobe's face was not very good. Despite this, Kobe still found Kellyan and hugged him. Some people really only realize their preciousness after losing. Seeing the Hawks' strong attack without dead ends, Kobe was even more angry that the team was superstitious about Phil Jackson's fame and past and made a serious mistake. Kellyan also said a lot of comforting words to Kobe. This game is a sure win. Kobe really scared Kellyan. His unstoppable singles are really too oppressive. If it were an ordinary opponent, this game would basically be a loss. 5 players on the Hawks scored in double digits. In addition to Paul, Joe Johnson, and Garnett, Barrier and Bass also scored in double digits. Even Dio contributed 9 points, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists. The power of a team is always stronger than an individual. Chapter 268, 3-team 11-player trade. At the press conference, the reporter invited Kellyan to comment on Kobe's performance. If I were to present the award for the season so far, I would not present it to Kobe, because according to the MVP standard, the results achieved by Kobe leading the Lakers can only be said to be good, but compared with some of his competitors, he is at a disadvantage. But if you ask me to sincerely select who is the strongest player in the league, I will only choose Kobe. He is the only player who gives me such a strong sense of pressure with his personal ability. It also reminds me of the days when we fought side by side. Kobe did his best, but the Hawks still won. Does this result indicate that the basketball you insist on is the basketball that is more likely to be close to victory? The reporter continued to ask. Phil Jackson has 9 championship rings and more than 1,000 victories. Compared with him, my only advantage may be the winning rate and head-to-head record, but this is difficult to be used as a convincing proof that I'm a more successful coach. I need to accumulate more honors, experience more difficulties and overcome them. To be honest, after winning the championship last season, I have encountered some troubles this season that I have never experienced before. Although I have digested them very well, I know that there are still many areas for me to improve. Kellyanne has always been disdainful of Phil Jackson. Everyone thought that he was still upset about the Lakers' change of coach. Unexpectedly, Kellyanne changed his attitude towards Phil Jackson after such a game, and everyone was a little puzzled. In fact, the reason is very simple, because the various problems that occurred in the team's locker room this season made Kellyanne more intuitively understand the various problems faced by the championship team. In the past, I only had a one-sided understanding of the sayings it is easy to conquer a country, but it is difficult to defend it. It is difficult to start a business, but it is even more difficult to maintain a business. This year, I have a real experience. To a certain extent, I have a deeper understanding of the difficulty of Phil Jackson's 3 consecutive championships, which may not be accurate, but must be deeper than others. Of course, with Kellyanne around, it won't be that easy for Phil Jackson to win 2 more championships and surpass the Cardinal in the future. The next day, all major media reported on this game, praising the invincible Hawks. After suffering some injuries, suspensions, and playing against some strong teams, the Hawks became the first team in the league to win 10 games, ranking first in the official strength list. The Celtics ranked second with 9 wins and 3 losses, second only to the Hawks, which means that they only lost 1 more direct game compared to the Hawks. No wonder Rivers has been stubborn recently and has repeatedly shouted at the post-match press conference. The 3 strong teams in the West, including the Bulls, Horses and Japan, plus the Lakers, ranked 3rd to 6th. The Suns did not make the Marion for O'Neal deal, which in a sense avoided a bomb, but the team's problems have gradually emerged. At the end of this season, Marion is about to enter the player option. He hopes to get a big contract and continue to play for the Suns. However, the Suns, whose total salary has long exceeded the cap, are not willing to give Marion a satisfactory contract. Instead, they hope that the other party will reduce the team's salary. There are big differences between the 2 sides. In this case, Marion took the initiative to reduce the amount of dirty work on himself and was more keen on running fast breaks to score. Players' careers are generally only about 10 years, and the big contracts they can get are generally the 2 in their peak period. It is really not easy for them to reduce their salaries. The Suns have experienced fluctuations due to player contract issues, and the Mavericks and Spurs have experienced ups and downs in their performances. The reasons are basically the same. Transformation. On the Spurs side, plantar fasciitis has begun to bother the Stone Buddha. Popovich consciously reduced Duncan's playing time and relieved Duncan's burden on the court. Even the main attacking burden was transferred to Parker. However, this change of authority requires players to slowly adapt. The background of the poorest owner in the NBA and the operating culture of 3 years of new, 3 years of old, and 3 years of patching up have made it impossible for the Spurs to strengthen the lineup while reducing the burden on Duncan, so that the Spurs have only achieved 8 wins and 4 losses since the start of the season. The main reason for the Spurs' current struggle is that they have no money. The Mavericks, the richest of the 3 teams, suffered a big loss in the Kidd trade. In the old Nelson era, the Mavericks needed Kidd for running and gunning, but they didn't have Kidd. Now, the Mavericks play pick and roll and mismatch singles, and they don't need Kidd, but they got Kidd. The consequence is that the players play on the same court, but they are not on the same channel. Now Nowitzki, who is versatile, can barely keep up with Kidd. The performance of players including Terry and Josh Howard has visibly declined. Considering that Harris is playing well in the Nets, some media have been eager to label this deal a failure. From Kenyan's perspective, the Mavericks have really been the strongest team in the league in the past 2 seasons. Luck played a big role in their failure to win the championship. The 2006 finals can be called the most biased finals. In the first round of 2007 against the Warriors, the Mavericks also lost their rhythm. If Kenyan really changes to coach, he is confident that he can help the Mavericks win at least one championship. Each strong team has its own problems, which also makes the Hawks' current position as stable as a dead dog. The media and fans are unanimously optimistic that the Hawks have the greatest chance of defending the title. On November 13th, the Hawks started their away trip and went to Seattle to challenge the Seattle Supersonics. Hurricane Katrina in 2005 caused the Hornets to temporarily lose their home. The team played in Oklahoma City for half a season. The market was very good, which also attracted the attention of local businessman Bennett, who wanted to bring an NBA team back to Oklahoma City. Coincidentally, the Supersonics and the Seattle city government were in a big fight over the issue of the new arena, which gave Bennett an opportunity. Bennett seized the opportunity to complete the acquisition of the Seattle Supersonics, and against all odds, brought the Supersonics back to Oklahoma City. Unless the NBA expands in the future and a businessman is able to rebuild the Supersonics in Seattle. Otherwise, after this season, the Seattle Supersonics will come to an end. In this season's draft, the Supersonics selected Kevin Durant and then began to rebuild around Durant. The team first sent Ray Allen away and traded for number 5 pick Jeff Green, who formed a forward twin star with Durant. Don't doubt it, Durant played as a shooting guard at the beginning of his rookie season and then gave up Lewis and completely embarked on the road of rebuilding, saving, and rebuilding money. Since this is the team's last season in Seattle, it will be reborn with a new team name next season, and it does not even intend to inherit the history of the Supersonics. Therefore, the Supersonics this season basically does not care about the record. The team plays completely around Durant, and the offense is allowed to be led by Durant. He can swing as he wants, which can be regarded as giving Durant enough nutrients. This training method is destined to not guarantee the team's record, but it is very suitable for Durant, who has no dead angles in shooting on the offensive end, to hone his offensive ability. Against the Hawks, who were without Battier, and whose wing defense ability had greatly declined, Durant's offense was very brutal. He frequently scored points with his extremely high shooting point and soft touch. No one on the Hawks could defend him. Delon West and Zerbiak also contributed some output to help the team score points. However, there was only so much that was worth mentioning about the Supersonics. Since the next game was to be played against the Denver Nuggets back-to-back the next day, the Hawks held back and did not go all out on the defensive end. However, even so, the team still controlled the game with its sharp offense. In fact, Kenyan knew many of Durant's weaknesses on the offensive end, such as poor ball holding ability, fear of double teaming, fear of small players, etc. But he was too lazy to even do targeted defense, and he could easily control this Supersonics team. The final score was 113-101, and the Hawks won at home with a 12-point advantage. In the whole game, Durant made 12 of 29 shots, 4 of 9 3-pointers, and 10 of 10 free throws, scoring 38 points. His data is excellent, and his efficiency is also qualified according to the new standards. In the press conference after the game, Kenyan used the word human weapon to describe Durant. I'm optimistic that Durant will become a scorer comparable to Kobe in the future. His physical condition is so outstanding. Scoring is very easy for him. His future is limitless. Although Kenyan had his own home team in his previous life, as a professional basketball player, he would also have an appreciative attitude towards some distinctive basketballs. The Thunder's passionate and thunderous offense once amazed him, and Durant was once a star with whom he had a very high favorability. But all this disappeared with Durant's defection to the enemy. Sometimes, liking or even worshipping a star does not mean that you can accept all his decisions. People still have to have their own 3 views. Later, Kenyan singled him out for praise and even compared him to Kobe. Durant was flattered by the praise. Kobe is a great coach. He has the most advanced basketball philosophy and his team plays the most gorgeous offense. These are what I aspired to. I hope that under my leadership, the Supersonics can also become such a team. History has been inadvertently affected by the butterfly effect brought by Kellyanne, and has become different, but the Supersonics/Thunder have a huge advantage. Because the Hawks under Kellyanne have reached a very high position, and are not easy to intervene in the top 5 draft picks, the Thunder have selected MVP level players for 3 consecutive years, and have assembled a lineup Durant plus Westbrook plus Harden. This process is not easy to be disturbed by Kellyanne. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, the Thunder will become a great rival of Kellyanne. On November 25th, the Hawks suffered their 3rd loss of the new season at the Pepsi Center. The team lost to the Denver Nuggets 112-124, 11-3. Back-to-back games are never easy to play, especially when the opponent is the Denver Nuggets, who have the biggest home advantage in the league. The high altitude of the Pepsi Center and the fatigue of playing back-to-back games made the Hawks in poor condition in this game. Paul, who had the most ball possession, made 7 of 24 shots in the game, and scored 21 points inefficiently. This performance was really not very good. In addition to Paul, Garnett and Joe Johnson only scored 17 and 18 points respectively. The big three did not play to their normal level on the offensive end. Instead, Berrier, who was on the bench, scored 15 points from inside and outside shots, which was a supplement to the lack of firepower of the big three. The Hawks themselves performed poorly and encountered the league's top scorers for the 3rd consecutive game. In this game, Carmelo Anthony continued the hot hand of Kobe Bryant in the first 2 games, and he pressed his head against PJ Tucker and Joe Johnson, scoring 42 points and blasting the Hawks. Battier happened to be absent for 2 weeks and happened to face Kobe, Durant, and Anthony in a row. The Hawks' luck was really bad. Although Battier may not be able to limit these stars, he is at least a very reliable defensive force and can influence their scores through more means. The Hawks lost the game, but they still sit firmly in the first place in the Eastern Conference because the Celtics also lost. The Green Shirts lost to the Orlando Magic 101-104 at home. Stojakovic hit a 3-pointer with 2.9 seconds left in the game and killed the Celtics. Compared with the Celtics, Kellyanne is more afraid of the threat of the Magic. Howard has been improving year after year. This season, he can steadily average 18 plus 11 per game. Although his offensive skills under the basket are criticized, his physical fitness is really a bug. Howard and Josh Smith's inside line can also well cover up the loopholes of the 2 white wingers Stojakovic and Turkoglu on the defensive end, allowing the 2 to fully display their offensive talents. The hidden danger of the Magic team is Nelson at the point guard position. This point guard with a height of only 178 is not only short, but also not fast. He can only be said to be above average in confrontation and plays quite independently. However, since the start of the game, Nelson's shooting touch on the offensive end has exploded, almost touching the edge of the 180 club. As long as he can make the shot, any bad shot choice is not a problem. From a universal perspective, many of Curry's shooting choices are all XJB throws. Who dares to say that his shooting choices are wrong? On November 27th, the Hawks returned to their home court to face the Wizards, who regarded the Hawks as their mortal enemy. At the end of last season, at the critical moment of the playoffs, the Hawks first won a game against the Wizards, but then they were not aggressive enough in the following stage, and were defeated by the Nets, with a difference of just 1 win. The Nets relied on this win to narrowly beat the Wizards, and advance to the playoffs as the 8th in the Eastern Conference. Did Kellyanne feel that the Wizards were a little difficult to deal with, so he let the Nets go? He himself didn't know. But in itself, at the end of the season, leaving the fate in the hands of other teams is problematic. Kellyanne has nothing to feel guilty about. After this game, he had no good feelings towards the Wizards. In this game, Kellyanne arranged for Garnett to rest due to tight hip muscles and Anderson to start the lineup. Before the game, the team also awarded the championship ring to Stevens, the hero of last season's championship, and the fans at the scene also gave Stevens a warm applause to thank him for his contribution. After all, it was the first championship of the Hawks after moving to Atlanta, and the fans were grateful for every hero. However, this was the only tender moment left in the game. At the beginning of the game, the Wizards began to increase the intensity of the Hawks, using various iron elbows, wrestling and flying kicks, treating each Hawks player like James, including Stevens, who had just received his first championship ring, and enjoyed the cheers of the fans. He was also ruthless to his former teammate, without holding back at all, which also made the home fans who had just applauded him very embarrassed. The Wizards are not here to play basketball, but to play UFC, and bring a ball by the way. After the players were knocked down by the Wizards after continuously attacking the basket, Kellyan finally couldn't help but complain to the referee. Kellyan's complaint played a certain role, and the referee's subsequent whistle standards were stricter, but it happened to catch up with the Hawks players' conscious counterattack. Some of the Hawks' small moves were also caught by the referee and used as typical. Back to the game itself, the hatred attack Wizards also showed a stronger desire to win than the Hawks in this game. The team's star player Arenas used his strong body to chase Paul, which not only had an obvious advantage in confrontation, but also consumed Paul and affected his performance on the offensive end. Butler, Jamison and others were also upset about being eliminated last season, and they also performed very tough throughout the game. The Three Musketeers of the Wizards scored more than 20 points, helping the team beat the Hawks 111-101 away, giving the Hawks 2 consecutive losses. Why didn't the Wizards players bring a wrench to the game? After the game, when talking about the reason for the loss, Kellyan never mentioned Garnett's absence, but focused on criticizing the Wizards for playing too much, which easily caused injuries to players. Of course, it was indeed Kellyan's mistake not to play Garnett in this game. If the Wolf King was there, he would definitely make things bigger and just within the referee's tolerance limit, disgusting the opponent to the greatest extent. On the contrary, as for the other players in the team, Paul only played dirty tricks and did not have the reputation of the future chairman. Anderson was ruthless, but a bit foolish, and did not know how to take things lightly. Most of the others were honest people, lacking some ruthless characters. The Hawks suffered 2 consecutive losses, which should have been a big news in the league, but on this day, a big deal involving 3 teams and 11 players broke out in the league, which immediately attracted the attention of all fans. The Cavaliers sent power forward Gooden, point guard Hughes, Shannon Brown, small forward Newbell, Cedric Simmons and veteran Marshall, and got Ben Wallace, Delonte West, Joe Smith from the Bulls, Zerbiak from the Supersonics and a second-round pick from the Bulls. The Bulls sent Ben Wallace, Adrian Griffin, Joe Smith, a second-round pick, and got Larry Hughes, Drew Gooden, Cedric Simmons and Shannon Brown. The Supersonics sent Zerbiak and Delonte West, and got Adrian Griffin, Marshall and Newbell from the Cavaliers. In itself, this deal is more like a replacement of some unwanted assets by the 3 teams. The rebuilding Supersonics converted Zerbiak's big contract into 3 small contracts. To facilitate the subsequent cleanup, the Bulls freed up more playing time for Noah and Terrence Thomas, and Gooden is a positive asset, whether he is retained or traded later. The Cavaliers traded depth for strength, with 6 role players replaced by 4. Ben Wallace and Zerbiak both have premium contracts, especially Ben Wallace's contract has less than 3 seasons left, which will be very difficult to deal with in the future. However, the Cavaliers' strength has definitely improved in the short term. There is no need to elaborate on Ben's defensive skills. Even at his age, he is much better than Virgilio, and Big Z. Zerbiak is a very stable shooter. Compared with Pavlovic and the team, Zerbiak's ability to hold the ball and play singles is obviously stronger, and his appearance, that looks like Tom Cruise, can also bring higher popularity. Delonte West has shown good potential both in the Celtics and the Thunder. As for the later, I call you brother, you call me dad, it is still quite ruining. To be honest, I may have heard of taking over a friend's widow, but having an affair with a colleague's mother. Even in Kellyan's previous life, the first time he heard about this was when West and James' mothers. What do you think of this deal? After the training session, Kellyan and Hornacek chatted in the locker room, and the 2 also talked about this. I think it's a win-win for all 3 parties, right? Hornacek said, the Bulls have enough players in the interior, and they bet on Larry Hughes. The Supersonics are just saving money, there's nothing to say about that. The Cavaliers are really much stronger now, and I think Zerbiak is quite suitable for James. Maybe. Gilbert is really willing to spend money on James. Killian sighed. The effect of this deal is hard to say for the time being, but the amount of luxury tax on the Cavaliers' salary bill is getting bigger and bigger. Notify Larry to pay attention to Shannon Brown's situation. If the Bulls don't use him well, we can bring him over. Killian immediately added. This two-way guard has extremely excellent physical conditions, outstanding explosive power, amazing jumping ability, and strong upper limb confrontation ability. The disadvantage is that he is not good at organization and his shooting is unstable. In any case, it is always good to be a substitute. The Bulls already have Hinrich, Sefolosha, Ben Gordon and Larry who's in the backcourt, so it is highly likely that he will not be used. Chapter 269, Planning for the Draft in Advance. November 29th, the Hawks went to Indiana to challenge the Pacers. Killian continued his rest plan and arranged for Frenchman Dio to rest for this game because of stomach cramps. In the first month of the season, the Hawks' starting five were absent for various reasons. This approach was also criticized by the outside world. After all, it was only the first month of the season. However, the Hawks' current excellent record is the best response to these doubts. No matter what, the Hawks' performance is still the first in the Eastern Conference. What does it matter if they save their strength? In this game, even if Battier was absent due to injury and Dio was absent due to illness, the Hawks still firmly controlled the game under the leadership of Paul. As a well-known little strong team in the East, the Pacers never give up and will strive to impact the playoffs whenever they have the chance. However, the Pacers are really in an extremely awkward position at the moment. The two core players, Al Jefferson and Danny Granger, both have outstanding advantages and more obvious disadvantages, and are easily targeted by opponents. The other positions are also full of loopholes due to the suffocating operations of the management. The overall strength of the team is poor and weak, and it is indeed difficult to restore competitiveness in the short term, let alone attack the top team like the Hawks. 86:101. The Hawks defeated the Pacers away and ended their two-game losing streak. In the whole game, Paul made 11 of 17 shots, 3 of 6 3-pointers, and scored 30 points and 9 assists. Garnett, who had been rested for one game, returned in this game, making 7 of 14 shots, 3 of 4 free throws, and scoring 17 points and 8 rebounds. The Wolf King statistics this season have declined significantly compared with the past, and the record of 20+10+5 that has continued for many years is likely to end, but his performance per unit playing time is still efficient, and he feels more relaxed in the game. For a veteran over 31 years old, this is actually a good thing, as he can devote more energy to some games that require him to stand out. After the game with the Pacers, the Hawks had no time to rest and immediately embarked on a journey to Chicago, challenging the Chicago Bulls who had just completed a big deal. Last season, the Bulls sent Chandler away, freed up salary space to sign Ben Wallace, and entered the playoffs with an extremely balanced lineup. However, after entering the playoffs, the Bulls' own poor offense weaknesses were exposed more clearly in front of the Cavaliers. James killed their own steal defense 7 in and 7 out. In the seemingly good starting lineup, no one can match James. Floor-flowing point guard Hinrich is not good. Nervous scorer Ben Gordon is not good. Luol Deng, who has mediocre ball handling ability, is not good. At the beginning of this season, the Bulls had a poor record, and now they have only achieved 3 wins and 10 losses, ranking second from the bottom in the Eastern Conference. The state of many players, including Hinrich and Ben Wallace, has obviously declined, which also led to the big deal not long ago. The team has high hopes for Larry Hughes, hoping that he can return to the level of the 2004-2005 season in the Wizards and relieve Ben Gordon's scoring pressure. To be fair, there is no big problem with the Bulls' idea of making this deal. Saving money plus making room for youngsters, Noah, plus betting on a rebound of Larry Hughes, it would be the best to reverse the decline since the beginning of the season. If there is no way to turn the tables, it will not be a big loss. However, at the moment, facing the Eagles, who rarely play with all their main players, the Bulls still seem a little immature. Facing the Eagles' oppressive and flexible defense, the Bulls have neither a stable ball-holding attack point nor space for outside shooting. They can only hope that Noah and Terrence Thomas can grab more front court rebounds and make a second offense Killian did not arrange any special tactics, but the Eagles relied on their deep lineup, strong tactical execution and superior strength of the players to suppress the Bulls throughout the game, and finally defeated their opponent 106-91, winning 2 consecutive victories. 13-4. The difference in points is not big, but the Eagles firmly grasped the situation and did not give the Bulls any chance to turn the tables. This was a comfortable victory. Throughout the game, Paul easily scored 26 points, 11 assists and 5 rebounds, with high efficiency. Like Parker, Paul is also in the stage of seizing power from the team's all-star power forward. The difference is that Paul's performance at this stage is aimed at the MVP. In addition to Paul's continued stable performance, the old hard victory is inseparable from multiple blossoming. Joe Johnson made 9 of 18 shots and scored 25 points. Garnett scored 17 points, 11 rebounds and 3 assists. Dio scored 8 points and 6 rebounds, and Rush played well in the substitute lineup, making 3 of 5 shots from beyond the 3-point line and scoring 9 points. On December 1st, the NBA officially announced the best players in the East and West in November. Kobe Bryant of the Lakers and LeBron James of the Cavaliers were elected respectively. In the November games, Kobe averaged 31.4 points, 6.2 rebounds, and 5.4 assists per game, leading the Lakers to a 10-5 record, ranking 3rd in the Western Conference. Considering that the Lakers lineup this season has not changed much compared to last season, the team's improvement is quite obvious, and Kobe deserves the award. James's data in the November games was even more exaggerated. He averaged 32.5 points, 8.9 rebounds, and 7.9 assists per game, which was simply impeccable. The Cavaliers currently rank 4th in the Eastern Conference with a record of 9 wins and 6 losses, which is not a bad record, and James's award is not a big problem. As he enters the 5th year of his career, James also shoulders the burden of leading the Cavaliers to a further step, and the Hawks is a hurdle he must overcome. On the Hawks side, Paul averaged 23.5 points, 5.6 rebounds, and 11.2 assists per game. Considering the Hawks' record, he should have had a chance to compete with James for the Player of the Month award. However, the fighting incident in the middle of the month affected Paul's impression points, and the Hawks' overall strength was not favorable for Paul's pursuit of personal honors. Paul could only accept this result with regret. In the first game of December, the Hawks defeated the Golden State Warriors 121-114 at home, winning 3 consecutive games. 14-4. Before the game, the Hawks awarded Chris Webber, who currently plays for the Warriors, a championship ring. Compared with Stevens, Chris Webber is basically in a retirement state in the Warriors, and fans are not worried about his rebellion. In fact, after getting a championship ring as he wished, Chris Webber's career has been fulfilled, and he has no fighting spirit at all. Facing the Golden State gang, which mainly played a run and gun game, the Hawks mainly focused on control, using Garnett's lethality in the interior to suppress the Warriors' Al Harrington and Biedrins on both offense and defense. The Hawks had a luxurious data of 31 points, 11 rebounds and 7 assists in the whole game, overwhelming Harrington's 14 points, 7 rebounds and Biedrin's 7 points and 11 rebounds. Paul, who gained weight in the summer, was also not inferior to Baron Davis, who exploded in the playoffs last season and blew up the Mavericks. Backcourt. Not only did he stably deliver shells to his teammates on the offensive end, but he also contributed a career-high 6 steals on the defensive end, frequently disrupting the Warriors' offense, making it impossible for the Warriors to counterattack many times, but instead being stolen by the Hawks. In the whole game, Paul contributed comprehensive data of 16 points, 12 assists and 6 steals, making a great contribution to the Hawks' victory. In the post-match interview, Killian specifically praised Paul's performance in this game. In my opinion, this is Paul's best game this season. The 6 steals brought great pressure to the opponent, and many of the Warriors' attacks came to an abrupt end. I enjoyed this performance very much. Paul currently ranks 3rd in the MVP list, second only to James and Kobe. Although the season has just started 1/5, judging from the current situation, it is difficult for the MVP to escape the hands of these 3 people. On the morning of December 3rd, the CCTV Sports Figures Awards ceremony was officially held. Kellyan defeated other candidates and was elected the best coach of China sports in 2007. He also connected to the party live from his home in Atlanta and gave a speech. I feel very lucky to win the best coach of 2007. Because next year is the Olympics, there are coaches who have won championships participating in the competition. I don't think the probability of winning is very high. So, I'm very grateful to the organizing committee for giving me the award this year. Although it was connected, Kellyan still heard a burst of laughter at the scene. Indeed, in China, there are still very few sports people who dare to speak like Kellyan. Everyone is used to speaking an official language and saying some meaningless words. Thank you to my parents for believing in my dream and sending me to study in Germany. Thank you to my wife, who made me coach the Eagles. I always think that a person's choice in life is more important than hard work. It is my greatest luck that she chose me. Thank you to my boss wrestler and my colleagues in the Eagles for their support. I also thank all my colleagues and fans for voting for me, which gave me this special recognition. Pa pa pa. At the end, he got to the point, and the audience finally applauded. Finally, I wish our Olympic athletes can achieve ideal results in the Olympics. I'm looking forward to everyone's wonderful performances in the Beijing Olympics next year. The last sentence sublimates the theme. After the applause, the host Zhang Suji asked Kellyan, "Then I would like to ask Kellyan on behalf of the majority of domestic fans, which events will you pay the most attention to or watch in the next year's Olympics?" Everyone knows that I'm a football fan. I will definitely watch football. Then the 100-meter sprint is the brightest pearl in the crown of the Olympics, and I will not miss it. The women's volleyball team is the pride of China. I will definitely watch it. Of course, men's basketball and table tennis are also indispensable. As a spectator, there are too many events in the Olympics that attract me. If time permits, I will try to watch more. Kellyan expressed his expectations for the Olympics and also stated his attitude that he would only participate in the Olympics as a spectator. Kellyan did not plan to take jobs such as assistant coach, basketball consultant, or even basketball commentator. Kellyan's acceptance speech was generally more real, but it seemed more arrogant in the context of China, and it was also prone to some criticism. For example, if there was no thank you Jaya first, a leader would come out and say, "It's okay to thank your father, your mother, and your wife, but you should thank you Jaya first. You should put Geo Jaya first. Don't just thank your parents and then leave it at that." For another example, he used his award speech to confirm the fact that he and Wang Lifan were married, which was also resisted by some people who thought that he got married to obtain American citizenship and live in the United States in the future. There are even some other verbal details. If you look at them in detail, you can always find the problem. Who made Kellyan unable to find any black spots in other aspects? You can only dig deep from these details. After accepting Jordan's invitation to take charge of the Bobcats, Snyder led the biggest deal in the Bobcats history, exchanging Raymond Felton plus Gerald Wallace plus Brezett plus draft picks for Iverson. Although this deal did not help the Bobcats make the playoffs, the changes that Snyder plus Iverson brought to the Bobcats still satisfied Jordan, and Jordan also believed that, if he continued to believe in them, the Bobcats would not be far from making the playoffs for the first time in team history. In the past season, Jordan also followed Snyder's proposal to repair the team's loop. The team reached a deal with the Knicks, who were determined to clean up contracts and reduce the total salary. A special transaction was used to eat Quentin Richardson's 3-year $21 million contract, and Milicic opened a 5-year $30 million contract to strengthen the team's inside line. The overall strength of the Bobcats has improved. So far, the record is 8 wins and 10 losses, ranking 9th in the East. Judging from the current strength, it is possible to impact the playoffs. At the beginning of the game, the Bobcats took the advantage. On the Hawks side, Paul's touch at the beginning was not particularly good, and the Bobcats took the opportunity to seize the opportunity. Iverson hit consecutive singles and opened the score. although the Hawks later adjusted the direction of the offense and shifted the focus of the offense to the inside line, and Garnett suppressed Milicic to score points. The score gap between the two teams has never narrowed because they could not defend Iverson. After the first quarter, the Hawks were 7 points behind the Bobcats at 24-31. Compared with the starting lineup, the Bobcats bench lineup is even weaker. There is no way. The team has only been established for 3 seasons and is not at the same starting point as other teams. The poor draft vision of the boss Joe also makes their team building no more efficient than other teams. To put it bluntly, the Bobcats were able to get the superstar Iverson because Iverson and the 76ers management had internal strife. Otherwise, they wanted a superstar of this level, and I don't know when they would get it. The Bobcats bench lineup couldn't beat the Hawks. Iverson took a 3-minute break and then returned to the game. In the following games, the score difference between the two sides was very close. Snyder created a relatively balanced offensive and defensive system for the Bobcats. Several teammates created a more comfortable offensive environment for Iverson. At the same time, Iverson also changed some of his bad habits on the defensive end and integrated into the team's defensive system. This Bobcats team is very similar to the Philadelphia 76ers in 2001. Killian gave a very high evaluation. The difference is that compared with the MVP of that year, Iverson's physical fitness is not as good as it was in the past after many years of fighting. His decline is difficult to reverse. The game situation was deadlocked until the second half of the third quarter. Killian suddenly changed the lineup and played a 13:2 attack wave in a short period of time. He opened up the score gap in one go and kept the lead until the end of the game. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Bobcats 119:106, extending their winning streak to 4 games. 15-4. On the Bobcats side, Iverson scored 39 points alone, Milicic scored 17 points, and Quentin Richardson made 3 of 7 3-pointers and scored 9 points. The players basically played to their level, but it was still slightly inferior to the Hawks, where 3 players scored more than 20 points and 5 scored in double digits. Garnett scored 27 points and 12 rebounds, making him the best player on the Hawks. Joe Johnson and Paul both scored 21 points, and Berrier and Dia also scored in double digits. Relying on the recent 4-game winning streak, plus his personal performance of averaging 22 points, 11 assists and 4 steals per game, Paul won his second Player of the Week award this season and consolidated his third place in the MVP list. However, if he wants to continue to move up, Paul needs more outstanding performances to dilute the impact of the fighting incident on himself. After the game with the Bobcats, the Hawks didn't have time to catch their breath, and they rushed to Detroit without stopping to prepare for the game with the Pistons. The confrontation with the Pistons is never easy. In the second round of the playoffs last season, the Hawks swept the Pistons 4-1. It seems easy to look at the big score, but if you look at every matchup in depth, the Pistons have more or less caused trouble for the Hawks. This team composed of blue-collar workers has always been a tough nut to crack, with a tough defensive style. On the offensive end, they can also score steadily with the tacit cooperation of the 4-man team. Whoever plays them will lose a tooth. The Hawks, who played 3 games in 4 days, were somewhat dragged down by the high-intensity schedule. In addition, due to the travel fatigue, the players' condition was generally not very good, which also made it impossible for the Hawks to play an ideal offense. The two sides fought until the fourth quarter, and in the end, the Hawks failed to hold on and Billups scored 8 points in a row to end the game. 102-95. After losing this game, the Hawks' record came to 15 wins and 5 losses, and the winning rate of 75% has declined to a certain extent compared with last season. On the forum, some Hawks fans also expressed their concerns about this, believing that the major changes in the bench lineup have really affected the team's competitiveness. Killian sacrificed the team's record for the running in of the bench lineup. However, this is the norm in the NBA, except for the Lakers and the Knicks, who can pay a lot of luxury taxes for old players. Other teams will live within their means and fully consider costs and benefits. At present, the Hawks' salary has exceeded the luxury tax threshold and needs to pay a considerable part of the luxury tax. In 2 years, when Paul's rookie contract expires and needs to be renewed with a maximum salary, let alone strengthening the bench lineup, the Hawks' highly combative starting five will not be able to keep it. This is also the reason why very few dynasty teams are born in the NBA. Not every boss is willing to spend a lot of money to keep players. After the intense schedule of 3 games in 4 days, the Hawks got 2 days off for rest. Kellyan gave the players a day off, but he himself could not rest. He received a rookie report from the scout team and needed to set goals for the team's draft this season. In the trade for Battier, the Hawks and the Raptors reached a first-round swap. Although the Hawks' performance was far better than the Raptors, this swap was impossible to achieve, but because of this clause, the Hawks could not use this draft pick for trading before the draft began. This draft pick, which is likely to be at the end of the first round, can only be used by themselves. Generally speaking, the quality of rookies will not be very high 1 year after a big draft year. However, considering the water of the players in 2007, there are quite a number of outstanding and practical players in the 2008 class. They are not optimistic, but very useful. Ryan Anderson, Courtney Lee, Batum, Ibaka, George Hill, Daryl Arthur, Chalmers, Pekovic, Jordan, Asik, Dragic, etc. These players have left their own marks in the league. In addition, among these players, except for Ryan Anderson, Jordan, Asik who grew a little slower, and Pekovic who entered the NBA late due to contract issues, the others can grow into the team's combat power in a short period of time. For the Hawks who are determined to compete for the championship, it does not cost too much to train them. French Pippen Batum became the first pick on Kellyan's list of concerns. This is not only because it is difficult to find a substitute for the wing position, but also a move for long-term consideration in the future. After Paul's contract takes effect, the boss must reduce the total salary, and Kellyan must give up one of the starting 5, which may be Battier. By then, Batum may be able to fill this vacancy, and even do better than Battier in some aspects. Ibaka, who is 28 centimeters tall, is also the focus of Kellyan's attention. Although the renewal amount is somewhat different, the Thunder can choose between Harden, who has already won the best 6th man, and medical insurance card, which has already shown how important Ibaka's defensive ability is to the team's defensive system. What is more valuable is Ibaka's learning ability. When he first entered the league, he used athletic ability and defensive assistance as selling points. On the offensive end, he was a rough guy who couldn't eat cakes well. Later, his attack range became wider and wider. First, he was able to make stable mid-range shots, and even made 9 of 9 shots in the playoffs. Later, he directly developed an accurate three-pointer, which fully adapted to the development trend of the league. With Ibaka, the Hawks don't need to worry about the team's inside line problems for many years to come. Finally, Kellyan is also more concerned about Chalmers. Chalmers and Dragic cannot be compared in terms of personal ability and career achievements, but considering their playing styles, Chalmers, who is more of a 3D player, is more suitable for Paul. Dragic is also a point guard who likes to dominate the ball, and Kellyan can't imagine how awkward it would be for him to play with Paul. Oh my god, I'm crazy. A late first round pick is actually entangled in who is better. After giving a list of key focus, Kellyan couldn't help but laugh at himself. The boss must be very lucky to have him as a coach. Chapter 270 James Jordan Script. December 7th, the Phillips Center welcomed the visit of the King of the North. Bosh, the Dragon King, came with his Raptors to challenge. Before the game, there was another ring presentation ceremony. Anthony Parker, who played for the Hawks for half a season last season, got his own championship ring. A role player like him would not say he didn't want it. After all, no one dares to say that he can win the championship in the future. The Raptors lineup has been upgraded this season. The team signed Rashard Lewis with a 6-year, $108 million contract, forming a Lewis Bosh Bariani team that may be the most outfield forward in the league. Well, to put it bluntly, it is the softest in the league. The team's offensive firepower is needless to say, but the defense is also completely collapsed. So that the Raptors' performance since the start of the season has not been improved as expected, but has declined compared to last season. In the 05-06 season, the Hawks also had several players who played outside to form the inside line, and the results were pretty good, but even so, the Hawks' defense was also at the bottom of the league that season. Moreover, Kellyan designed tactics tailored for the players. Through such tactics, Dio was activated, and Josh Smith averaged 17+9, becoming an important bargaining chip in the Garnett trade. The Raptors are different. Among Lewis, Bosh and Bariani, Bosh is the toughest one. He has to take on the heaviest defensive tasks and grab the most rebounds. It is obviously putting the cart before the horse to let his star player do the dirty work. In this game, the Hawks welcomed the return of Sine Battier, who was put on the bench by Kellyan to slowly find the feeling of the game. In order to target Lewis, who is tall and has long arms, Kellyan made adjustments to the starting lineup, replacing PJ Tucker with Brandon Bass as the starting small forward. Since joining the Hawks, Bass has averaged 21 minutes per game, scoring 6.9 points and 4.4 rebounds, which is a very reliable force on the Hawks bench. His advantage of being able to play both the 3 and 4 positions was also magnified by Kellyan's tactics. At the end of this season, he may follow in Stevens' footsteps and get an ideal contract. Garnett won the jump ball and the game officially began. Paul held the ball to the front court, came to the right side at 45 degrees, and passed the ball to Garnett in the low post, then returned to the top of the arc. Dio came out to cover him. The three of them made a strong side off ball running tactic, and cooperated with the running of Bass and Joe Johnson on the weak side, to form 2 sets of mismatches. Except for Garnett, who was holding the ball in the low post, the other 4 players of the Hawks were moving, which involved the Raptors' defense to the greatest extent. After receiving the pass from Garnett, Paul singled out Bariani, swung to the left, stepped out with his right foot, and wanted to use his speed to rush into the inside from Bariani's right side. Bariani's style of play is relatively soft, but his footwork is pretty good, and he got into position immediately, but Paul was faster, and he got half a body position. Then Paul suddenly stopped, leaned on Bariani, and forced Bariani to retract his body, and then Paul started again, using the force to accelerate, and rushed past Bariani completely. No one from the Raptors came up to defend, and Paul was not polite. He jumped into the air, and completed a rare dunk. The skills were amazing. Facing Garnett's defense, Bosh chose to avoid fighting, and went directly to the free throw line, to play a pick and roll with Ford. Ford, as the first speed dog in the league, showed his excellent explosive power, kicked out, cut into the Hawks' restricted area, faced Garnett's return defense, and forced to attack the basket, and made Garnett foul at the same time. In the first attack of the opening, the point guards of both sides completed a beautiful attack. But compared with TJ Ford, who was a flash in the pan, fans believe that Paul can continue to output steadily. The Hawks were on offense. Garnett received the ball at the corner, and broke through to the inside, suppressing Bosh's defense. Bariani came up to help defend, but missed Dio at the baseline. The latter received the ball, dribbled one step inside, and easily shot off the rebound. 4:3. As a technically outstanding European inside player, Bariani has a stronger scoring ability. As soon as the Raptors got into position to attack, Bariani used Bosh's pick and roll to pull outside the 3-point line, shot decisively, and hit accurately. 4:6. Thanks to Nowitzki's MVP level performance in the past 2 years, rookies with the template of Nowitzki have been more popular in recent years, including Bariani and Yijianlian. However, even if these two were tied together, they couldn't touch Nowitzki's heels. Bariani's statistics were okay, but his style of play was really a soft plus version of Nowitzki, obsessed with shooting and dribbling, and basically not attacking the frame or defending. Even a coach like Kellyan, who is very fond of technical inside players, can't stand that the team's inside players don't go inside. The good touch on the offensive end of the Raptors did not affect the offense of the Hawks. Garnett still went to the low post to suppress Bosh. The Dragon King tried his best to block Garnett's low post singles, but the rebound was grabbed by Bass. Bass succeeded in the second attack, and caused Lewis to foul. Bass, who fell to the ground, pounded the ground and roared, and Garnett in front of him also pulled him up with a wolf howl. Bass made the free throw and the Hawks overtook the score. 7:6. The Raptors attacked, and Lewis, who had not been able to hold his position on the defensive end and was stolen by base, took the initiative to pull to the wing to receive the ball and faced base alone, crossed his long legs and elbowed to open the way and rushed to the inside, causing Dio to foul. Killian was speechless about Lewis's offense. In the regular season, who would use muscles to elbow you for no reason? However, in the next round, when Lewis wanted to repeat the same trick, the referee decisively whistled Lewis for an offensive foul. In the first half of the first quarter, the Raptors' offense was pretty good, and they kept the score close, preventing the Hawks from widening the score. However, in this half of the game, Bosh was very quiet under Garnett's restriction, only taking 2 shots and hitting 1 goal, and the Dragon King himself didn't look very good. After the timeout, Killian replaced Garnett and Dio, and arranged Battier and Anderson to play. The main attack direction of the Hawks shifted to the outside line, and the rhythm of the offense also accelerated suddenly. In this case, the overall athletic ability of the Raptors players began to be exposed. On the Raptors side, Bryant and Lewis are both flexible in positional warfare, but their running and jumping abilities are relatively average, and Anthony Parker's athletic ability is slow even when playing the third position, not to mention that when he is in the second position, even Joe Johnson has a speed advantage over him. In the fast-paced offense and defense transition, the Raptors were clearly no match for the Hawks. Sam Mitchell had Calderon, a Spanish point guard who could control the tempo, but he was worried about his defensive problems and kept him on the bench. This defeat made the team gradually fall behind in the second half of the first quarter. After the first quarter, the Hawks led by 8 points with 33-25. At the beginning of the second quarter, both sides sent out their substitutes. This season, the Hawks bench has not declined significantly after a major change in the substitute lineup, and Berrier's improvement in this regard is particularly critical. The Puerto Rican has gradually grown into a reliable ball handler on the Hawks bench, and even relieved Joe Johnson's pressure to a great extent. However, in this game, the second-year substitute point guard did not perform well. The main manifestation was that he held the ball too much when his shooting touch was not good, which also affected the offense of other teammates. The Raptors took the opportunity to play a 13:4 climax and overtook the score. Killian called a timeout in time and substituted Joe Johnson to help organize the offense, which allowed the team to regain the initiative in the game. Raptors backup point guard Calderon is a typical European point guard, with clear ideas for passing the ball, accurate open shots, and a steady rhythm, but he pays more attention to positioning on the defensive end. Facing Berrier's strong attack, he has few ways to deal with it, and the Raptors' inside defensibility is not very good, so there are many loopholes on the defensive end. Subsequently, the Raptors replaced Bosh to strengthen the offense. The Hawks also immediately replaced other main players and continued to control the Raptors. At the end of the half, the Hawks led the Raptors by 12 points, 60-48. In the third quarter, the Hawks, led by Paul, still controlled the rhythm of the game. Bosh also tried to adjust his style of play, holding the ball and facing Garnett more often, leading the team to launch a counterattack, but the effect was average. After scoring 9 points in the first quarter, Garnett focused on the defensive end for most of the time, telling the Dragon King that your uncle is always your uncle. The Raptors, including Lewis and Bryant, also have the attribute of human head dog when the wind is favorable, and dog head man when the wind is unfavorable, and they are not too strong. The score difference was further widened in the third quarter, and the suspense of the game also disappeared with the passage of time. The final score was fixed at 124-102, and the Hawks won the home court with a 22-point advantage. 16-5, Paul won the best player of the game. In the whole game, he scored 22 points and 13 assists. He currently ranks first in the assists list with an average of 11.4 assists per game, which is very likely to end Nash's monopoly on the assist king for 4 consecutive seasons. Garnett scored 16 points and 9 rebounds. The double 21 hasn't intentionally taken care of their health this season. Their personal data has declined this season, but once the team needs them, both of them can play the role of stabilizing the sea. After the press conference, Killian stretched and left the Phillips Center. Tomorrow morning, the team has no training tasks, so he can also rest at home for half a day. After the afternoon training session, the team will have dinner together and then take a special plane to Cleveland to challenge the Cavaliers. The game tasks are very tight and hard, but professional sports are like this. It's not so easy to get a high salary of several $1,000,000. Kellyanne drove home. Just after driving a short distance, his cell phone rang. It was Huo Kingshu, who hadn't contacted him for a while. "Hello, Kingshu. Is it convenient to talk?" Huo Kingshu confirmed. After all, Kellyanne is now a married person and always has some taboos. "Sure, so serious, what's wrong?" Kellyanne asked curiously. "There is a job that a domestic sports website contacted me about. They want to invite me to be a special correspondent and do some work." Huo Kingshu organized his words and told Kellyanne the whole story. Previously, 90% of NBA broadcasts in China were broadcast by CCTV. However, in recent years, with the popularization of the internet, the prototype of online live broadcasts has also been established in China. For example, the Premier League, which CCTV cannot afford, is broadcast by ESPN and New England Sports. The online broadcast rights of NBA were bought out by Xinglang Sports. There is definitely a big difference in the viewing experience between online, live broadcasts and TV platforms. As a Xinglang side, if they want to get a share from CCTV, they have to make their own characteristics and make more topics. They noticed Huo Kingshu, who is very popular in HP, and knew that she had a close relationship with Kellyanne, so they planned to invite her to be a special correspondent, to do some pre-match visits, game highlights, and post-match summaries. Of course, she was only responsible for the Eagles. There is no doubt that this is to take advantage of Kellyanne's popularity, and also because of the convenience Kellyanne provides to Huo Kingshu. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to find a professional to stay in Atlanta? Huo Kingshu is worried that such blatant sucking blood will damage the relationship between himself and Kellyanne, and he is also worried that, if Kellyanne leaves Atlanta in the future, he will be unemployed. "I think that you often write post-match summaries, and you have already summed up a routine, but you just need my advice on professional aspects. If these jobs can make you money, why not do it?" Kellyanne stopped the car and gave his opinion. "And before you officially enter the workplace, I think it's always good to have such an internship experience." As for bringing trouble to himself, Kellyanne doesn't think so. In a sense, Huo Kingshu took this job, and Kellyanne also had another channel to communicate with domestic fans. She can directly feedback her views and opinions to domestic fans more than some people in CCTV. "You really don't mind?" After hesitating for a while, Huo Kingshu confirmed again. "If you mind, how about giving me 15% of your salary? I heard that headhunters usually get 15% of their praise salary. I brought you this job. How about you give me a profit according to international standards?" Kellyanne made a joke, which also dispelled Huo Kingshu's concerns. "With our relationship, talking about money hurts feelings." Huo Kingshu said righteously. "One more question. Please don't mind. Will you leave the Hawks in the future?" Ahem. Kellyanne coughed twice and organized his words. "I invested in YouTube and made $160 million. You know that, right? I know, who doesn't know that you are the richest head coach in the NBA. For this matter, Huo Kingshu even asked Kellyanne for a meal and a gift. "I'm still looking for other investment opportunities to increase my personal assets. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely become the owner of an NBA team. This is one of my goals, and I hope to achieve it within 5 years." Kellyanne said, "On the other hand, whether I can stay in the Hawks is not up to me alone. If the boss wants to fire me, or the players under me warn me, then I have to leave, even if I don't want to, right?" Huo Kingshu disagrees with Kellyanne's statement. "I have read the Hawks' financial report last year. The team's revenue was $225 million, ranking 7th in the NBA, and its profit was $48.5 million, ranking 3rd in the NBA. The market value growth was the 1st in the NBA. All of these are brought by you. So, if your boss has no problem with his brain, he will definitely not fire you." There is still controversy about who is the most commercially valuable player in the league, but there is 100% no doubt that Kalyan is the coach with the most commercial value. Anyone who questions it is an idiot. On December 9th, the Hawks visited the Quicken Loans Center to challenge the Cleveland Cavaliers, who had just completed a big deal. Through a big trade involving 11 players from 3 teams, the Cavaliers got Ben Wallace, Zerbiak, Delonte West and Joe Smith. While the total salary increased, the lineup was significantly improved. Big Z plus Big Ben plus James, the defensive ability of this front line is quite good. It will definitely not be the situation that the old O'Neal broke through in the Eastern Conference semifinals last season. Even the Hawks want to attack this front line. It is not easy. Zerbiak can play the role of an off-ball shooter with James in the start, or he can play as a substitute and play his characteristics of being able to attack with the ball. Delonte West has performed very well in the 3 games he joined the Cavaliers. Rationally speaking, James's demand for teammates is not as extreme as it was later. The lineup has been further upgraded. Whether it is head coach Mike Brown or other players, they must prove to James that they can fight hard and help James compete for the championship. At present, the defending champion Hawks is a great grindstone. Dear viewers, good morning. I'm very happy to see you all on Tuesday morning. Today is an NBA game day. We are bringing you a focus game, with the Cleveland Cavaliers playing against the Atlanta Hawks at home. Today we are honored to have invited the very familiar Coach Zhang Heli to comment on the game. In the studio, Yoga skillfully recited the opening remarks he had used countless times. Finally, he looked at Zhang Heli, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "Coach Zhang, what do you think of this game?" The Hawks have performed quite well this season, with a record of 16 wins and 5 losses, just like the Boston Celtics. Compared with the expectations everyone had for them before the season, including myself last season, actually did not meet expectations. This is actually related to the decline of their bench lineup. In addition, this season Kalyan also consciously reduced the playing time of the main players, which is equivalent to giving more opportunities for the substitute players to run in. This is what a strong team with a relatively stable lineup structure will do. The Cavaliers have just completed a trade to upgrade their lineup. They traded Gooden for Big Ben, which should improve defense and increase experience. When Big Ben was on the Pistons, he was the nemesis of the Hawks and won many games in a row against the Hawks. His offense is not very good, but the Cavaliers have James, so it will be easier to score. I think the Cavaliers are stronger after this deal. Okay, the starting players of both teams have come to the court. We can see that among the new players of the Cavaliers, only Ben Wallace has entered the starting lineup. Coach Mike Brown still trusts Damon Jones and Pavlovic more. The last center position is Big Z. The Hawks still have Paul, Joe Johnson, Battier, Garnett, and Dio as the starting 5. Garnett won the jump ball, and the Hawks attack first. On the court, Paul did not advance immediately after receiving the ball, but stopped for a while and waited for all his teammates to cross half court before slowly dribbling the ball across half court, which was very steady. Paul came to the top of the arc, and Damon Jones pressed up to him, stopping one step away from him. His dribbling became cautious. The Cavaliers had one more Big Ben, and the defensive system was more complete. Seeing Paul stop the ball, Dio immediately set a screen for him. Big Ben immediately followed, blocked in front of Paul, stretched out his long arms to cover Paul, and Damon Jones also struggled to squeeze through the screen, flanking Paul from front and back. Paul passed the ball to Dio in time. Dio took the ball and dribbled one step. He deceived Big Z with a no-look pass and assisted Garnett to dunk. 0:2. In the defense of this ball, Big Ben's follow-up defense was in place. Although Dio was stuck in position, it was not easy to attack the basket. The problem was still with Big Z. The Cavaliers attacked. Big Ben, who had no shooting ability, picked up James for a pick and roll. However, James started in advance and broke through Battier and Dio's defense in the opposite direction before Big Ben got into position. James's first step of explosiveness was not top-notch, but his continuous acceleration ability during the movement was unmatched in NBA history. With his tank-like body, Garnett gave up resistance and watched him complete a flat rim dunk. 2:2. After an explosive performance, the quick and lone center cheered, and James also beat his chest in celebration, showing his domineering power. Paul dribbled across half court and played a pick and roll with Dio. Big Ben continued to implement the line delay and recovered the defensive strategy of defending Dio in time. After continuous transmission, the basketball reached Battier in the right corner. He shot the ball as soon as he received it, but the three-pointer missed. The rebound was protected by the shrinking James. James accelerated to counterattack. The Hawks were methodical and fast and orderly in the layers of defense, but he broke through them directly and contributed another dunk. 4:2. How big a grudge is this? Zangheli joked. If you have to say it, the Hawks and the Cavaliers don't have so many grudges, right? Some emotions cannot be called grudges, but rather James's self-perception of fate. He felt that he was holding the Jordan script, and the Hawks in front of him were the Pistons that Jordan overcame that year. The offensive effect after 2 consecutive rounds of pick and rolls was not very good, and the Hawks changed their offensive thinking. Dyer went to the outside to receive the ball and passed it to Paul. Just when everyone thought the ball would go back to Paul, Dyer flicked his wrist and passed the ball to Joe Johnson, who was cutting in the air. The latter received the ball and rushed directly to the basket. After James made a layup, he passed the ball to the corner. Battier, who was unguarded, made a steady three-pointer. 4:5. This is why Kellyanne insisted on giving Dyer the ball. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, The Wampoa Military Academy of the Coaching World. After 2 rounds of testing at the beginning, the Hawks' defense began to increase in intensity. On the Cavaliers' side, Ben Wallace is a natural offensive black hole. As long as he is not in the 3-second zone, he can be left alone. When Garnett is mainly defending Big Z, he can also keep an eye on Big Ben, allowing Dio to boldly fill the vacancy of Battier in front of him. This is exactly Mike Brown's strategy. He arranged Big Ben, who has no offensive threat, to pick and roll for James, using the shooting ability of the other 3 people to contain the other 3 defenders, so that James can play 1 against 2. As long as James can penetrate the defense of Battier and Dio, the Cavaliers' offense will be achieved. If the Hawks send more people to assist in defense, then the defensive formation will be chaotic, and James can find teammates in open positions with his overall view and passing ability. On the contrary, if Kellyanne turns a blind eye, then he will be hammered to death by James. James launched a pick and roll, using the slight gap left by Battier when he went around the screen and quickly started and killed into the inside. Dio faced James head on, and although he was pushed away, he delayed his attack. Battier quickly completed the replacement and got stuck in James's attack line. Behind Battier, Garnett also moved to the penalty area, set up a dragnet, and waited for James to get in. Seeing that he was forced into a dead corner, James could only pass the ball to Ben, who was coming down. The latter wanted to attack the basket directly, but with Garnett sitting under the basket, Ben might not be able to grasp this offensive opportunity with his hands. In desperation, he stopped the ball on the spot, looked left and right, and then passed the ball to Damon Jones, who came to respond. After all this tossing, the Cavaliers' offensive time was running out. Jones had no time to hesitate. He dribbled and adjusted, and forced a shot under Paul's interference. The ball spun on the basket, but still fell into the basket. 6:5. The defense on this ball was already very good. It's just that Paul is shorter, otherwise he would have blocked it. Zangheli also complained for the Hawks' defense this time, and also felt that the Hawks' defense was still quite good against James. The Hawks attacked. Joe Johnson received the ball in the half court, asked Garnett to play pick and roll, played against Ilgauskas in a mismatch, used a fake shot to shake off his opponent, broke into the basket, and scored a layup against James's defense. 6:7. The round changed. The Cavaliers attacked. James did not call a pick and roll, broke through Battier, attracted Garnett to help defend, and then passed the ball. Big Z faced Dio's defense, shook a step, and made a mid-range shot. 8:7. The Cavaliers' offense in these two rounds was relatively difficult, which is also the disadvantage of this wave of Linoop adjustments. Although Gooden is nervous, he still has considerable scoring ability and is relatively stable in catching cakes. Big Ben, on the offensive end, is really not a threat. The Hawks attacked, and the other players still cleared the strong side. Joe Johnson and Garnett played pick and roll. After the mismatch, Garnett shot from mid-range and hit the front of the basket. After two consecutive difficult scores, the Cavaliers' offense was also blocked by the Hawks. James used the pick and roll to break into the basket and attacked the basket. He failed to hit the target under the double team of Garnett and Battier. James immediately asked the referee for a foul, which delayed his return to defense. Garnett followed up with a dunk and scored. 8:9. In this shot, James showed his immaturity. The opponent was already counter-attacking, but he was still complaining to the referee. He should have returned to defense immediately at this time. Zhang Heli commented on James, and his requirements were still very strict. In the next few rounds, the Cavaliers did well on the defensive end, but the offensive end was really monotonous. Apart from James rushing to the inside, they could not play any other tactics. In a blink of an eye, the score difference reached 7 points. 4 minutes into the first quarter, Mike Brown made a quick decision to replace Pavlovic and Damon Jones with Zerbiak and West. The effect of this adjustment was immediate. Compared with Pavlovic and Damon Jones, who were more dependent on James to feed the ball, West and Zerbiak were better at handling the ball, and Zerbiak's shooting was more accurate than Pavlovic. The appearance of the two made the Cavaliers' offense smoother, and James could also free up more energy on the defensive end to assist Ben in guarding a tougher defense. Compared with the 4.0 version of engineering James, the 1.0 version of James obviously still has the purity of a basketball player, willing to do anything on the court to help the team, and in terms of performance, James at this stage may represent the peak form of human physical fitness. It is not an exaggeration to say that he can fly into the sky and hide in the ground, and he also has a strong presence on the court. In other words, the Hawks can suppress this beast only if they have the big three to sweep the formation. After the first quarter, the Hawks led the Cavaliers by 1 point with 28:27. After the start of the second quarter, both teams changed to the transitional loop. The Cavaliers had James with Damon Jones, Zerbiak, Joe Smith, and Virgeo. The strength of this lineup was not much worse than the starting lineup. Kellyan boldly sent out a full substitute lineup of Berrier, Rush, Bass, Anderson, and PJ Brown, leaving none of the starters. Compared with the starting lineup, the Hawks' substitute lineup was obviously higher. Anderson and PJ Brown were two relatively pure inside players in order to limit James' attack to the greatest extent. After seeing the Hawks lineup, Mike Brown immediately instructed James to increase his personal attack and use breakthroughs to disrupt the Hawks' defensive system, thereby creating open shots for Zerbiak and Jones on the outside. This strategy itself is not wrong, but Kellyan dared to use this pure substitute lineup to deal with James, not to commit suicide, so he naturally made some targeted arrangements. The Cavaliers served the ball from the backcourt. Damon Jones just received the ball when he was fiercely double-teamed by Bass and Berrier. As a point guard who prefers to shoot, Damon Jones's ball control is not very stable. Fortunately, Berrier's height is a loophole. Damon Jones reluctantly passed the ball back to Joe Smith, who handed the ball to James, who retreated to receive the ball. Bass then quickly returned to defense. In the Cavaliers, only James and West could break the double team in the front court and steadily advance across half the court. If the latter is not on the court, only James will be left. The task of advancing in the backcourt is on James, which is also an additional layer of consumption for the Little Emperor. And they lack passers like Dio, Paul, and even Garnett, who can seize the loopholes of the empty backcourt caused by the Hawks' double team in the front court, which also further increases James's consumption. After completing the double teaming and harassment in the early stage, they fell into a positional battle. The Hawks adopted the strategy of preventing breakthroughs, but not shooting against James. Bass was one step away from James, and allowed James to shoot outside the restricted area. Once James rushed into the restricted area, he would be double teamed. Historically, in the 2007 finals, the Spurs were also more indulgent in James' mid-range and long-range shots, strictly controlling the restricted area, and thus sweeping the Cavaliers. In comparison, Kylian's actions were more extreme and more humiliating. During this period, James took 5 shots outside the restricted area, hit 3 balls, and scored 7 points. The efficiency was acceptable, and he led the Cavaliers to overtake the score as expected, but he did not achieve the effect that Mike Brown wanted. Halfway through the second quarter, the Cavaliers regained a 5-point lead, but this was a result of James' hard work, and with the return of the Hawks' main lineup, Mike Brown once again fell into a dilemma. Should he replace James to buy him some rest time, or encourage James to continue to persist? If it was Coach Tyronn Lue, he would have creatively called 3 timeouts in a row to let James recover his strength. With the younger James in the current 1.0 version, he would probably be able to last 48 minutes under the endurance strategy of Coach Lue, but Mike Brown is not as good as Coach Lue. Recalling the painful experience of being taken away by the Hawks in a short period of time many times in the past, Brown decided to let James persist. Seeing Mike Brown keep James on the court, Kylian stood on the sidelines and kept gesturing, indicating that the team would open up space and create more singles opportunities for Paul and Joe Johnson. Whether Paul is facing Durante West or Joe Johnson is singled out against Pavlovic, they are quite confident, and once the Cavaliers help defend, the Hawks' backcourt double guns also have great passing vision to send the ball to their teammates in the open space. Carrying a heavy offensive task, James could no longer support the team's defensive rotation. The Hawks' offense continued to score, slowly approaching the score and overtaking. The Cavaliers are strong in James, but weak in having only one James. Hamblin next to Kylian suddenly said he still admired James. 2 Jameses have to be compatible. However, objectively speaking, although the Cavaliers are willing to spend money on James, it is an indisputable fact that the team building ideas have always been chaotic. The high salary to Diggs can be defended as a wrong bet. The Big Ben plus Big Z double tower configuration for James, who needs space, is suffocating. Later, in order to fight Howard, O'Neal was brought in, fearing that the restricted area would not be blocked enough. To put it in a good way, this is called doing good things with bad intentions. To put it in a bad way, it is purely a donkey kicking the brain. At the end of the second quarter, the Hawks overtook the Cavaliers by 4 points with 59-55. It seems that the advantage is not big, but the Cavaliers' situation is completely fought back by James playing the full 24 minutes in the first half. From Kylian's perspective, apart from shouting James is awesome, there is nothing to say. You can't say little James. If you have the ability, you can continue to play the full second half. James now definitely has this physical fitness. At the beginning of the second half, Mike Brown changed the team's starting lineup in the first half, and Weston Szczerbiak directly entered the starting lineup. In fact, Mike Brown knew that the 2 new players were more suitable for starting, but sometimes, for the stability of the team's locker room, it is better to overdo a little when the new player's strength does not crush the original starters. Just like in this game, Szczerbiak and West actually played more time than Pavlovic and Damon Jones, but the face of starting was still given to the latter. At the beginning of the third quarter, on the Cavaliers side, Szczerbiak led the first attack, using the space brought by the pick and roll to quickly shoot and hit accurately. The former helper took the lead in attacking, and Garnett was not to be outdone. He took the initiative to play a high pick and roll with Paul, and Ben Wallace, who was defending with a fake move, made a mid-range shot. 57-61. The round changed, the Cavaliers attacked. West played a pick and roll with Big Z, facing Garnett's defense, accelerated to break through the inside line, went around the basket and turned around, and was caught by Garnett's waiting for the rabbit, and took the ball away. The Hawks launched a quick counter-attack. Paul and Joe Johnson's two-line fast break compressed the Cavaliers' defense. Battier received the ball at a 45-degree angle, shot in an open position, and hit the ball accurately. 57-64. The Cavaliers attacked. James held the ball, and Big Z wanted to come up to cover him, but James waved his hand to refuse. He wanted to play against Battier alone. After his teammates opened up space, James exhaled heavily from his nose, slapped the ball with his right hand, took a big step, and pushed his left hand to the side and front, carrying Battier and rushing into the Hawks inside line. Battier followed James sideways, gritted his teeth and pushed hard, but the weight difference between the two was there, and the center of gravity was still unbalanced by James' brute force. But Battier never expected that he could defend James by himself. He was just the team's first line of defense, preventing James from speeding up. The two entangled in the inside line. Garnett's help defense followed in time, and James was immediately surrounded, and his layup shot was barely off. At %. James yelled at the referee again, asking for a foul, but the referee did not call a foul. While James was complaining to the referee, the Hawks once again played an offense-defense transition. Joe Johnson used his skillful handover to break Zerbiak's defense and scored a dunk. 57:66 in a game. It is really not right for a star player to make the same mistake repeatedly. This time, not only Zangheli complained, but also his teammates were a little dissatisfied. Fortunately, at this time, Mike Brown called a timeout in time and said some polite words to dispel the players' emotions and comfort James. It must be said that with continuous experience, Mike Brown's coaching level has also improved. This timeout was called very timely. At least after the timeout, the two sides returned to a balance. Until the end of the third quarter, the Hawks were unable to further widen the gap. 81:91. 3 quarters, played for 36 minutes. Even if James was a steely man, he was more or less tired at this time. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, Mike Brown replaced James to give him 2 to 3 minutes of rest time. Unexpectedly, Kellyan just made an effort at this time, sending out Paul, Joe Johnson, Battier, Bates, and Garnett to play a vigorous run and gun game. Blitzkrieg plus online double attack. The two killer moves of the Hawks were used in a two-pronged approach, and in just 2 minutes, they launched an 11:2 attack wave, instantly widening the score difference to 19 points. All this came so suddenly that Mike Brown didn't react, and even the fans in the Quicken Loan Center didn't stop shouting FUXK. The suspense of the game was almost destroyed by the Hawks. After the timeout, James was ready to go into battle for the last fight. However, before the Cavaliers sent the ball, the Hawks called a timeout, which had no meaning, just to mess with the Cavaliers' mentality. Kellyan's move is really just playing psychological warfare. But sometimes, this is the art of command. Zangheli praised. There is a saying that goes, one effort is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. This is very appropriate for James at this time. At the most ambitious time, he was pressed on his seat by the timeout and thought about random things. When he came back on the court, it was his immature mentality that was exposed. The Hawks seized the opportunity and widened the score difference to more than 20 points, which basically ended the suspense of the game. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Cavaliers 121:104 with a wave of efforts in the third and fourth quarters. 17-5. In the whole game, James contributed 39 points, 7 rebounds and 8 assists. Putting aside the victory or defeat, it is definitely MVP level data. However, the continuous defeat to the Hawks made James very frustrated, so much so that in the post-match interview, James, who has always been high in emotional intelligence, did not say a few words and looked very tired. Instead, Kellyan, who won the game, praised the Cavaliers' deal at the post-match press conference. In my opinion, for most of the game, the Cavaliers and us were evenly matched. Whether it was James or other players on the team, they were all causing trouble for the Hawks. In fact, we won because we handled the details of the game, especially in the third and the beginning of the fourth quarter, when we performed better. Just because Kellyan said this, it doesn't mean that he also thought so in his heart. In fact, unless James can play for 48 minutes and keep the power on, otherwise, with the Cavaliers' lineup structure, it is easy to be defeated by an opponent with sufficient offensive ability. After the game with the Cavaliers, the Hawks took a special plane back to Atlanta that night to prepare for the back-to-back game with the Kings the next day. Kellyan was stopped by Kenny Atkins just after the meeting. "What's wrong, Kenny?" After commanding a big battle and holding a short meeting, even though Kellyanne was still a young man, he was a little exhausted at this moment and asked with a yawn, "I have something to tell you. I want to take a leave and go to Minnesota." Atkins said. Minnesota? Hearing the name of this city, Kellyanne wrinkled his nose slightly. The Timberwolves had a poor start, and there were rumors of a coaching change. Did Atkins go there for an interview? There was no need to add. Seeing Atkins' serious look, it was a sure thing. "If you decide, I don't think I have the right to stop you." Kellyanne's face was a little unhappy, but he still accepted the fact that his companion might leave. Unhappiness is inevitable. If it was before the start of the season, it would be much easier for Kellyanne to find an assistant. In the middle of the season, good coaches already have jobs, and it is still very troublesome to find someone to take over the job temporarily. When Snyder left, it was not easy for him to find Atkins to replace him. But there was actually nothing he could do about this kind of thing. Both Snyder and Atkins had very solid resumes before coming to the Hawks. After gilding around him, it was not surprising that they were chosen by other teams. Even Hornacek received an invitation from the Knicks to serve as the head coach of the Knicks during the off-season. However, as a good family man and a good father, Hornacek planned to stay with his daughter in Atlanta until she went to college. In addition, the chaotic situation of the Knicks was not something Hornacek could solve, so he rejected the other party's request. "Don't worry, I will do a good job of handing over the work and will not leave you any trouble," Atkins emphasized. The United States emphasizes human rights and people strive for higher positions, so Atkins will not feel guilty about this kind of thing. Just like when Kellyanne left D'Antoni did not think there was anything wrong. Continue to look for a new assistant coach. After arriving in Atlanta, Kellyanne gave Atkins a holiday and asked him to prepare for the interview for the head coach of the Timberwolves. "I can handle the Kings." This is what Kellyanne said to Atkins. The Princeton era of Adelman ended, but the fans of the Kings did not know that the longest dark period in the history of the team had already begun. At present, their lineup seems to be pretty good. It is not an exaggeration to say that the lineup of Mike Bibby, Kevin Martin, Artest, Rahim, and Brad Miller is 5-pointer. However, it is not the case at all when playing. Artest has never integrated into the Kings since joining the team. He is only thinking about proving that he is also a star in singles. Mike Bibby, as a point guard, has a much greater desire to attack than to organize. Kevin Martin can efficiently cut 20 plus data, but this is already his only contribution on the court. Rahim has never been a power forward who can lead the team to win. It was not easy for the Hawks to play against such a team that had been fighting alone. It may be that everyone will always share the same hatred against the enemy when facing a strong team. The Kings were unexpectedly united in the first half and played the best performance since the start of the season. However, illusions are only illusions after all, and they are easily punctured once they encounter pressure. In the middle and late stages of the second quarter, the Kings' brief slackness was seized by the Hawks, and a 12:3 attack wave helped the Hawks widen the gap to double digits. Since then, the Kings' brief unity has collapsed from within. Bibby began to stick to the ball again. Artest couldn't get the ball and started to slack off on defense, and Brad Miller and Martin were not players who could change the game. The Hawks slowly boiled the frog in warm water and defeated the opponent who had little desire to fight with a score of 123:104. 18-5. Chapter 272. December 13th. The Hawks played at home against the Los Angeles Clippers. On this day, there was a Chinese derby between Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, so CCTV focused all its attention on Houston. However, Xinglang Sports concentrated its resources on Kellyanne. This was also the first game that Huo Qingshu participated in since she took office as a special reporter for Xinglang Sports. She ran all over the court with a media pass, taking photos everywhere to show her presence, and no one stopped her. Although it was a bit busy and flustered for the first time, Huo Qingshu found it particularly interesting to participate in the game in such a new capacity. She connected with the commentator in the broadcast room. Although she stuttered a little, she still clearly conveyed her ideas to the studio. She can give herself 70 points. There is a big gap in strength between the Hawks and the Clippers. The Hawks are currently ranked first in the league with 18 wins and 5 losses, while the Clippers have only achieved a record of 6 wins and 17 losses, second to last in the West. There is not much suspense in this game. Because of the difference in strength between the two teams, Kellyan made another personnel rotation in this game. Joe Johnson missed the game due to tight hips, and Kareem Rush took over the starting lineup. Kellyan came on the court to give players a rest for all sorts of reasons, which has become a common joke for Chinese fans. In fact, the NBA is somewhat dissatisfied with this behavior, but you have to admit that the effect is that the Hawks' control of injury should be the best in the league. In terms of the strength comparison between the two teams, the Hawks have an obvious advantage, but the Clippers are not without their own strengths. The inside combination of Brand plus Kaman is a very powerful means of scoring for the Clippers in the low post. After the opening, the Clippers also obviously placed their main attack direction on the inside. Kaman singled out Dio, with obvious advantages in height and strength, and could easily squeeze into the inside to score. However, this inside combination, 1+1, 2 on the offensive end, drags each other down on the defensive end. Both of them are slow in footwork, poor in assisting defense, and poor in pick and roll defense. Facing a master like Paul who plays small against big, they are no different from ATMs. In the first quarter, Paul frequently used pick and roll to fire in the mid-range, killing Brandon Kaman, and if Livingston and Castle choose to double-team Paul, Garnett will also become a nightmare for the Clippers. In the first quarter alone, Paul contributed a high school performance of 8 out of 10 shots, scored 17 points and 3 assists in a single quarter, and helped the Hawks lead the Clippers by 17 points 44-27. 44 points also became the Hawks' highest score in a single quarter this season. Even when the main players were rested, they still played so hard that the suspense of the game was lost in the first quarter. The Hawks' overly brutal performance made even the referee unable to bear it. In the second quarter, the Clippers began to chase points under the leadership of Magette. This wing player with excellent physical fitness was the mayor JDZ before Harden. He was good at attacking the inside line and making fouls. The referee also gave him face and frequently sent him to the free throw line, helping the Clippers to catch up to the single digits. However, the additional drama of the referee ended there. During David Stern's tenure as the head of the league, the referee's control of the game was mostly within the tolerance range. At least the game was still a game. At most, the standards were strict and sometimes relaxed, not a show. When Adam Silver took office, it was really a display of the art of control on the stage of the finals. I want you to die at 3 o'clock. Who dares to keep you until 5 o'clock? In the first half of the third quarter, the Hawks made another wave of efforts to widen the score difference to 20+, and then they kept a firm control of the game situation until the Clippers withdrew their main players and threw in the towel and did not give the referee a chance to make trouble again. The final score was fixed at 111-89, and the Hawks won at home, 19-5. Before we knew it, the Hawks had another 4-game winning streak. Compared to last season, when they won 3 consecutive games with 12+ points, setting a league record since the new century, the team's winning rate this season has slightly declined. But it is undeniable that with frequent rotations and retention, the Hawks' performance has stabilized, and their control over the game has already shown some of the style of a veteran strong team. Which is also a sign of a team's maturity. On the second day of their 4-game winning streak, the Hawks lost an important member of their coaching staff. The Timberwolves officially announced Atkins' appointment, and the Hawks lost an assistant coach in the middle of the season for the second consecutive season. Like Kellyan, Atkins is a coach who is keen on developing the potential of young players. The Timberwolves have a group of young talents such as Bynum, Horford, Rudy Gay, and David Lee. At the same time, the Heat's first-round pick, which has been in poor form recently, is also in their hands, and the team has a lot of young people for Atkins to train. For both parties, the other is a suitable choice. However, fans of the Hawks vented their dissatisfaction online. MD, poaching assistant coaches is like cutting leeks, one crop after another. Who can bear this? Assistants are leaving one by one. I don't know whether to be happy or sad for Kellyan. Without Zhang Xingman, Lin Michael and others, Jay Chou is still Jay Chou. Similarly, the departure of 2 assistant coaches will definitely have an impact, but Kenyan will definitely be able to handle it. We have to know who is the thickest thigh. To be honest, it also depends on the subsequent supplements. After Sheena left, Atkins joined the team and basically integrated into the team seamlessly, but after Atkins left, it is not certain that a new person will be able to continue. Good assistant coaches are rare in the NBA, and even harder to find than good players. As Kenyan's spokesperson, Huo Kingshu also wrote an article on the forum, expressing his concerns about Kenyan's coaching team leaving every year. To be frank, the adjustment of the coaching team may have a greater impact on Kenyan than the replacement of the substitute Lindup. After all, in terms of players, even if the Hawks are poor and stingy, at least Kenyan can make up for it through the draft, right? In contrast, the good assistant coaches bring out one by one and run away in the middle of the season, which has a huge impact. On December 15th, the Hawks ushered in the challenge of the strong enemy Utah Jazz at home, and Paul also encountered Darren Williams, the enemy of his life in his previous life. The reason why it is emphasized in the previous life is that Paul is not so afraid of Darren at the moment. The direct dialogue between the two people is basically 50-50 in terms of data, and Paul has more wins than losses in terms of record. Therefore, there is no saying that Darren eats, sleeps and fights Paul. At most, it can be said that Darren is an opponent that makes Paul more uncomfortable, that's all. In recent years, a type of team has frequently appeared in the West, which occasionally explodes for a year and then falls into mediocrity. This is the case with the Supersonics in the 04-05 season and the Clippers in the 05-06 season. The Jazz team is much more stable, relying on the advantage of the Plateau home court and the dispatch of the old coach Sloan. The team's winning rate has steadily exceeded 60%, and it has always fluctuated between 4th and 5th in the Western Conference. However, this team made it by the home court advantage, and failed by the home court advantage. Without the Energy Solution Center, the combat effectiveness has declined by more than one level. After losing Fisher in vain, the Jazz chose to fill his vacancy by digging internal potential, and the second-year rookie Ronnie Brewer was promoted to the starting lineup. This wing player is also a typical Jazz player, with solid defense, decent physical fitness, an unstable mid-range shot, and a willingness to run tactics. The disadvantage is that he is not outstanding in any way, and can even be said to be a bit mediocre. In the playoffs last season, Kirilenko's defense against McGrady was very successful, and his frequent defensive inside and assisting Yao Ming's performance was also circulated in the memory of Chinese fans. But in fact, AK-47's defense is not as good as shown in the camera. His footwork is a bit disadvantageous as a number 3 position, and he can't stand up to some small forwards with strong impact. On the offensive end, Kirilenko was removed from the core position of the Jazz because he lacks scoring methods and his mid-range and long-range shooting was very unstable. He can be a jack of all trades to lubricate the team's offense, but you can't expect him to play the role of a scorer or even an efficient shooter. The wing player has neither impact nor reliable shooting ability. The center position is a kite man with a more sturdy style of play. The Jazz's offense can only rely on Darren and Boozer to pick and roll again and again. This offensive method is obviously too monotonous, especially in front of Garnett. Although the Hawks' own offense did not play smoothly in the face of the high-intensity confrontation imposed by the Jazz, the highly targeted defense still helped the team limit the Jazz's full-time score to 85 points. The final score was fixed at 99:85, and the Hawks won at home. Relying on this recent winning streak, the team's winning rate has increased to 80%. 20-5. After the game, Kenyan accepted an interview with Huo Kingshu. In addition to summarizing the game, he also talked about the Huaksha Derby that will be launched on Christmas Eve. This is also my first Christmas after getting married. I think it is meaningful to play the Christmas game with Yao Ming on this day. I have already made an appointment with Yao Ming. Regardless of the victory or defeat, Yao Ming will be invited to our home at that time. Kenyan looked at Huo Kingshu and said. This time, Kenyan also included Huo Kingshu in the party. Since the start of the season, many people have been saying that the Hawks have this or that problem this season, but before we know it, the team's winning rate has risen to 80%. It seems that it is not difficult for the Hawks to win a streak. What do you want to say about this? Huo Kingshu asked. I still stick to my point of view. In competitive sports, it is not the strong who win, but the winner who becomes stronger. There is no team without weaknesses in this world, and winning can cover up all weaknesses. The Hawks, who won 5 consecutive games, were full of momentum, but at this moment, their winning streak came to an abrupt end. Their opponent was the Portland Trail Blazers, a young guard team that has risen strongly this season. The 2006-07 season must be a happy one for the Trail Blazers. In 2006, a year that is recognized as a weak draft year, the team got 2 of the best rookies, Roy and Aldridge, and together with the sophomore Webster, they won 13 consecutive games. Although the team eventually ranked 10th in the East and missed the playoffs, the potential of this group of young people made fans see the future of the Trail Blazers. At the draw ceremony of the 2007 draft, Roy participated in the draw on behalf of the Trail Blazers and won the first pick with a very low probability, bringing the team the key to the next center era. Greg Oden made fans begin to imagine the bright and vast future of Roy, Aldridge, and Oden. Although Oden was injured playing basketball before the start of the game, this did not affect the Trail Blazers' progress. The team introduced Blake during the offseason and formed a starting lineup of Blake, Roy, Webster, Aldridge, and Prisbilla. After the start of the season, the team has amazed the entire league. The team currently has a record of 16 wins and 9 losses, ranking 4th in the West, and the results are even better than the Rockets, Mavericks, and Jazz. In this game, these young people also played crazy. Roy showed his terrifying strength. He shot 26 times and hit 16 goals, with a hit rate of 61.5%, including 4 of 6 3-pointers and 7 of 7 free throws. He scored 43 points in the game. Throughout the game, Joe Johnson, Battier, and even Paul tried to switch defense on Roy, but it was no use. Roy, who was in hot form, was like Kobe Bryant. No matter how he was defended, Kellyanne called Roy Yellow Mamba after the game. 117:122. The Hawks lost at home. From McMillan's excited expression, we can see how proud he was to have defeated Kellyanne. 22-6. In the 04-05 season, both of them rose to fame at the same time. Kellyanne, who took over the Lakers halfway, led the team to reverse the Sonics in the playoffs and fought the Spurs in 7 games in the Western Conference semifinals, overshadowing McMillan, who had a better regular season record. Even the Trail Blazers wanted to break the contract and invite Kellyanne, even though they had already reached a signing intention with McMillan in advance. In the next 2 seasons, the 2 young coaches seemed to be on different tracks. McMillan struggled to rebuild the team in the quagmire of the Trail Blazers and remove the stain of the Portland prison team, while Kellyanne soared to the sky, not limited to the title of young coach, and directly became the best head coach in the NBA. Finally, after 2 seasons of hard work, McMillan saw the hope of catching up with Kellyanne. After truly defeating Kellyanne, he was also full of mixed feelings. God will not let down those who work hard. Sleeping on straw and tasting gall. 3,000 Vietnamese soldiers can swallow woo. To be honest, McMillan is a good coach. In terms of style, he and Jerry Sloan really have a lot in common. If the Trail Blazers had fewer injuries, maybe McMillan could also become a long-term opponent of Kellyanne. Unfortunately, there is no if. After a day of rest, the Hawks took a special plane to Canada to challenge the King of the North, the Toronto Raptors, and slaughtered their opponents with a score of 115-83, 21-6. In this game, the Raptors lacked 2 main players, TJ Ford and Biryani, and their strength declined significantly. The Hawks were also disappointed that they failed to withstand the counter-attack of the Trail Blazers in the last minute of the previous game. This game was completely focused on the Raptors' weak inside line. They spent a lot of money to sign Lewis in the summer, but the results this season have not improved but declined. They are currently ranked 10th in the Eastern Conference. Bosh, the core of the team, is playing more uncomfortably than before. The Raptors can be said to have lost both the wife and the soldiers. In this game, they were beaten by the Hawks and the team's ranking continued to decline. If there is no way to reverse the current situation, the Raptors will become a joke. On November 21st, the Hawks defeated the Detroit Pistons 104-90 away, 22-6. In the first round of the season, the Pistons defeated the Hawks with an incomplete lineup, avenging their defeat in the playoffs last season. In this game, it was the turn of the Hawks with a full lineup to play against the Pistons without Billups. In the past few seasons, the Pistons suppressed the Hawks in the regular season, and Billups played a crucial role in suppressing Paul. Even Paul chose to gain weight in the summer, partly because of Billups. In this game, Billups did not play, and Paul let go of his arms and pressed the Pistons' backup point guard Hunter to output. Once upon a time, Hunter was the most powerful point guard in the league in terms of defensive pressure, even stronger than the main player Billups, but now, he is older and his footwork is not as good as before. It is obviously not enough to face a young man like Paul. Hunter's current situation does not only reflect his own problems, but the entire Pistons are in such a situation. Their defense is becoming increasingly difficult to resist the impact of other teams, and their offense requires precise and complex coordination for every ball, which also consumes a lot of their own players. If this continues, the Pistons' decline is not far away. On December 22nd, the Hawks played back-to-back games against the Orlando Magic away from home, and lost the game 87-104. Basically, this was not a fair contest. The Hawks played their second game in just 28 hours, and they were playing away from home, while the Magic had rested for a day, and the preparation conditions were very different. In an extremely unfavorable situation, Killian formulated a game strategy of getting the start, hoping that the team would establish an advantage at the beginning of the game, and then use the shark-cutting tactics to wear down the Magic's fighting spirit, while gaining more rest time for the main players. However, this strategy basically failed from the beginning of the game. The Hawks' own offense did work, and the good shooting touch of the backcourt double guns helped the Hawks score quickly, but the Magic also seized the team's Achilles heel, backcourt rebounds. Howard and Josh Smith helped the team reload the bullet again and again, and the Magic repeatedly made secondary attacks, which did not let Killian's strategy succeed. As the game progressed, the Hawks' physical disadvantage became more and more obvious, and the team became more and more difficult to match the Magic's game intensity. The situation also developed in a direction that was unfavorable to the Hawks. At the end of the half, the Hawks were 10 points behind the Magic at 45-55. In the second half of the game, the Hawks symbolically resisted for half a quarter and then withdrew their main players, calling it a day, and watched the Magic win the game. 22-7. Killian was not in a good mood after suffering 2 losses recently. It was not entirely because of the loss, but a huge problem exposed by the team this season, which was that they could not limit the opponent's wing scorers. So far, Kobe has scored 50 plus against the Hawks, Anthony and Roy have contributed 40 plus, James and Durant have scored 35 plus, and Pierce has scored 30 plus. Although some games were due to Battia's absence, there were also some games where Battia played, and the Hawks still failed to solve the team's wing defense problem. The team as a whole has been holding back this season, and Garnett has reduced the frequency of his outward defense and double teaming the ball handler, which is part of the reason, but many of the Hawks' defensive problems seem to be using Garnett holding back as an excuse, which is unusual in itself. Could it be that Garnett, who doesn't hold back, can solve multiple defensive problems by himself? It's better to say that the Hawks have a lot of problems. The main players have slacked off on the defensive end, and the substitute players have more skill points on offense compared to last season. There is no player like Stevens who can serve as a backup when Killian wants to strengthen defense. Maybe the team building idea has really gone to extremes. On December 23rd, Killian came to the office and urged Larry Sander to contact the Bulls to test the Bulls' asking price for Shannon Brown. The Bulls already have 4 players, Hinrich, Ben Gordon, Sefolosha, and Larry who's sharing playing time in 2 backcourt positions. They really don't care much about Shannon Brown. If other teams come to talk, the Bulls may let him go on the spot. But the Hawks are different. Kilian has discovered a lot of capable bottom level players in recent years, including the second round picks he selected, most of which can be used. This also made the Bulls management more cautious and proposed to discuss with head coach Skiles before making a decision. There is no way. Who made Kilian so famous? Facing Larry Sanders' ridicule, Kilian was somewhat speechless. I know I have a good eye, but it's not enough to make everyone feel taboo, right? Kilian's glorious history is far from Popovich's selection of Parker at the end of the first round and Ginobili in the second round, right? Even Popovich didn't go to the point where no one would trade with him, right? In fact, Kilian's threat is not that big. The Bulls refuse to trade, not only because of Kilian, but also because the Bulls themselves are in poor condition and are at the forefront of the storm. The more this time, the more cowardly the management is. There is a saying, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. The less you do, the fewer mistakes you make. The Bulls management has this mentality. What do you think of next year's rookies? Larry Sander asked. I prefer to choose the wing. Batum and Courtney Lee are both good, but our draft picks may not be able to select them. If necessary, we can make a trade with Gasol. Kilian thought for a while and said, the Hawks have Garnett and Iowa, and Anderson is also their direct descendant, so there is a high probability that he will stay with the team. Gasol may not have many opportunities to join the Hawks. If he performs well in international competitions, his trading value will rise, which may be a new idea for the Hawks. Chapter 273 Christmas Battle Flower Grower Derby. The Christmas game between the Hawks and the Rockets is a gift from the league to Chinese fans. The Christmas game is the highlight of every season in the league, and this arrangement also reflects the league's attention to Yao Ming and Kilian. However, from the perspective of the game broadcast, this arrangement is extremely unfriendly to Chinese fans, because the time of the Christmas game is 4:30 p.m. in the United States, which corresponds to 4:30 a.m. in China. Getting up at this time to watch the game is still quite painful for most people. In other words, the game between the Rockets and the Hawks, Kilian and Yao Ming, are basically the top stars in the Chinese sports circle in an absolute sense, and only they can make fans set the alarm and get up on time to watch this Christmas game. Huo Qingshu is still busy in the court, but on this occasion today, she can't get Kilian's priority interview. CCTV took action and arranged for Kilian and Yao Ming to be interviewed at the same time. Huo Qingshu, representing the network broadcasting platform, could not twist his arm. However, Kilian was also considerate and arranged for Paul to be interviewed by Huo Qingshu in advance and sent holiday greetings to Chinese fans in front of the camera of Xinglang Sports. Well, Christmas is in China. That is, businesses and girls pay more attention to it. Relatively speaking, Kilian and Yao Ming had more topics to talk about. Kilian is a more straightforward person in front of the camera. He expresses himself very truthfully without violating any ZZZQ. Fans also like to watch his interviews. Yao Ming is definitely one of the athletes with the highest emotional intelligence in China, and his language expression ability is also first class. This is why he has made some achievements in both business and politics. After a simple joke, Kilian and Yao Ming returned to their respective teams. Yao Ming quickly warmed up for a while to find the feeling of the game. After all, the game time was moved forward to the afternoon, and Yao Ming himself was a little uncomfortable. Soon, the starting lineups of both sides came out, all of which were conventional. The starting lineups of the Hawks, Paul, Joe Johnson, Battier, Garnett, Dio. The starting lineups of the Rockets, Alston, McGrady, Matt Barnes, Hayes, Yao Ming. Although he has a very bad character, Mo Gau's ability is more than one level stronger than that of the former Rockets general manager Dawson. After only one summer in office, he strengthened the team's power forward position that had been rotten for many years, and at the same time, found Adelman to develop the scoring potential of the team's bench leadoop. Yao Ming won the jump ball and the game officially began. Barnes ran to the left corner, Alston passed the ball to McGrady, and then ran to the left 70 degrees to open up space. Dio went around to defend Yao Ming. Yao Ming took the initiative to pick and roll for McGrady. The latter went to the right to the basket, very close to Dio who was switching defense, so he could not reach out to steal the basketball, but had to follow. At this time, Yao Ming cut to the basket. McGrady took it to the basket and half turned around and passed it to Yao Ming in the middle at a close distance. Yao Ming received the ball at the basket, facing the double team of Battier and Garnett, dribbled away the defense of two people, adjusted the rhythm, and forced himself to get up and smash the ball into the basket. 0:2. Yao Ming received the ball in this position. His height advantage was too great. Even Garnett would have found it difficult to resist. The Hawks attacked. Garnett screened Paul outside the 3-point line. Paul dribbled to the left and found that the Rockets' formation had shrunk to the penalty area. He passed the ball to Garnett in the middle. McGrady switched to defend Garnett in the middle. Garnett shot high and observed his teammates' movement. He passed the ball to the right. Dio helped Joe Johnson get rid of the ball with a screen. The latter received the ball and took a one-step jump shot inside the 3-point line. No one interfered and the ball went out of the basket. The tactical coordination worked. There was nothing the players could do if they couldn't make the shot. To be honest, in the afternoon game, the players really needed to find the feeling of the game more. Yao Ming easily got the backcourt rebound and passed it to McGrady to advance. Alston received the ball in the front court and passed it to Yao Ming, who was asking for the ball in the low post. Yao Ming singled out Dio, attracted double teaming and passed the ball to Matt Barnes, who successfully stole the ball. 0:4. The Hawks attack. Paul and Garnett play high pick and roll. Yao Ming shrinks in the restricted area and does not go out to defend. After Paul passes Alston, he makes a 45-degree pull-up jump shot on the left side. After Barnes comes up to block the shot, he changes his hand shape and passes the ball to Battier, who shoots a 3-pointer from the bottom corner and hits it. 3:4. Like Shaquille O'Neal, Yao Ming has a difficult problem defending pick and roll after gaining weight. In the playoffs last season, the Rockets could not defend the Jazz's high pick and roll and were beaten to death by Deron and Boozer. The Hawks' pick and roll offense is not as threatening as the Utah duo, but the Rockets still can't defend it because the players have stronger individual abilities. The Rockets attack. Yao Ming wants the ball in the low post, but Dio plays a desperate defense to interfere with the ball. Alston forces the ball to go over. Yao Ming barely receives the ball, and Garnett, who comes to defend, cuts the ball away. Hayes is a 100% offensive black hole. When he is on the court, Garnett can double team Yao Ming or McGrady without restraint. In addition, Barnes' offense is also unstable. The Rockets have only 3.5 people on the court attacking. Paul dribbled the ball across half court and passed it to Garnett in the elbow area. Garnett faced Hayes directly. He faked and then pulled up. He raised his shooting hand very high, avoided the block, and the ball went in. 5:4. On the way back to defense, Garnett beat his chest and roared, then turned around and glared at Hayes. Well, considering that he is Kalyan's favorite player, I won't complain about him. If it was James, he would at least have a few words of connotation. In order to avoid Yao Ming from being embarrassed by running back and forth on the court, the Rockets still tried their best to pass the ball to Yao Ming. Yao Ming was stuck in position on this ball and did not let Dio go around to the front. After receiving the ball, he did not force his way into the inside, but turned around and shot a jump shot, which he hit steadily. 5:6. The first few rounds showed Yao Ming's strengths and weaknesses vividly. He has the top 3 low post destructive power in the league and can also pull out mid-range jump shots, but his ability to assist and awareness of passing the ball after being double teamed are average. On the defensive end, his height destined him to have a good rim protection effect, and at the same time, his defense against pick and rolls is a disaster. The Hawks attacked. Garnett played a pick and roll for Paul in the middle and received the ball. McGrady came to help defend and kept making small movements with his hands, making it difficult for him to turn around. Garnett took the ball with his back to the basket, observed his teammates running positions, and selflessly passed the ball to the right. Facing Alston's defense, Joe Johnson received the ball and shot a 3-pointer, which was accurate. 8:4. The Hawks had a good touch from the outside at the beginning, while the Rockets' offense was blocked. In the next round of offense, McGrady sought a pick and roll with Yao Ming. Facing Garnett's defense, he took a strong step forward and suddenly made a quick stop jump shot, which hit the target accurately. 8:6. McGrady's personal ability is beyond doubt, but in recent years he has become more and more keen on this kind of quick stop jump shot, and his original sharp breakthrough can only be said to be occasionally revealed. Although he is still powerful, such McGrady is definitely much easier for opponents to defend. The Hawks offense still targeted Garnett. Garnett challenged Hayes alone and turned around and shot the ball when he couldn't get in with a hard top. 10:6. This point of Hayes, if he can't defend on the defensive end, will have a side effect on the court. Adelman made a prompt decision and found an opportunity for a dead ball, replacing Hayes with Argentine Scala. Since the start of the season, the Argentine has averaged 7.4 points in 23 minutes of playing time per game. His offensive performance is very good, and his mid-range shooting ability is very strong. Whether it is a mid-range shot after a pick and roll for McGrady or a high-low position cooperation with Yao Ming, it is quite threatening. His weakness lies in defense, and he really suffers from confrontation, and he likes to fake falls. It may be that the reputation of the Argentine who likes to fake falls has been regarded as a typical example by the league. Sometimes Scala's fake falls are ignored by the referee, which also causes Scala to fall and the opponent to score directly. Adelman's adjustment has an immediate effect. With Scala's appearance, the Rockets' offense has become much smoother. Garnett's help defense has been restrained, and Yao Ming's offensive threat has been greatly improved, including McGrady and Alston have been much more relaxed. However, back to the defensive end, Garnett is also much more comfortable. Hayes is not good at other skills, but he is a unique player in the league in terms of top plate, and even Garnett can't get in. But the defender was replaced by Scala. Although he tried very hard to confront Garnett, the effect was really not good. The two teams fought back and forth, and both the audience and the fans in front of the TV were very excited. Especially the Rockets fans in China. They have never seen a Rockets score more than 30 points in a single quarter. I don't know if it was the change brought by Adelman, or because the opponent was Kellyan. At the end of the first quarter, the Hawks led 39-32. Garnett was unstoppable, making 6 of 8 shots and 4 of 4 free throws in a single quarter, scoring 16 points, 6 rebounds and 1 assist. Joe Johnson also played well, hitting 2 3-pointers and scoring 10 points. On the Rockets side, Yao Ming scored 9 points, 3 rebounds and 2 assists. McGrady scored 7 points, and no one on the Rockets scored in double digits. In my opinion, if the Hawks have the upper hand in the confrontation between the main players, the Rockets are in trouble in this game. Because their substitute Linoop can't beat the Hawks, and their core players are not as strong as the Hawks. Xinglang sports commentator Kefan explained more from the perspective of his own family Kellyan, and also gave his own point of view. In the second quarter, the Hawks really sent out all the substitutes, while the Rockets did not have this confidence. Adelman arranged for McGrady to lead the substitutes, and Mike James, Hyde, Scala, and Mutombo played together. Just looking at the name, the Rockets' starting lineup advantage is very obvious. McGrady and Mike James both have considerable ball handling skills, while Hyde's other abilities are mediocre, but his 3-point ability is still good. But in the game, it is not the case. The Hawks accelerated the offensive rhythm and ran with the Rockets. The characteristics of players such as Berrier, Barbas, and Anderson who can fight and run well were brought into play. The Hawks' fast play is in line with the team's lineup characteristics, and the Rockets ran with the Hawks, mainly because the team's backup point guard Mike James could not control the game. This famous thorn in the league has never been easy to serve. When he joined the Rockets for the second time, media reporters also asked him whether he would change his playing style appropriately because of the presence of Yao Ming and McGrady, and the answer he got was a decisive no. After playing 3 or 4 rounds with the Hawks rhythm, Scala and Mutombo both began to gas and run out of breath, and McGrady's shooting touch also declined significantly. The semi-main lineup failed to narrow the gap against the Hawks' full substitute lineup. Adelman was very dissatisfied with McJames' brainless behavior and directly replaced him with Brooks. Scala also went off the court with him, and he was replaced by the Rockets' rookie Carl Landry this year. Kellyan also replaced Kareem Rush with Joe Johnson to add a ball holding point. After the lineup adjustment, the Rockets are more adapted to the fast-paced offense. Little Blackbean Brooks competed with Berrier and took a big step outside the 3-point line to shoot a 3-pointer without hesitation. On the Hawks side, after the Linoop adjustment, once they fell into a positional battle, the offense was much more organized than before. Joe Johnson's organizational ability, which was useless in the Hawks starting Linoop, is actually very good. Halfway through the second quarter, the main lineups of both teams returned to the court one after another. At this stage, the Linoop advantage of the Hawks began to emerge. McGrady's physical fitness declined, and he could not contain too many defensive resources of the Hawks. The Hawks put more defensive resources on Yao Ming. Although Yao Ming can still support the Rockets' offense, the process has become more and more difficult. In this situation, Killian already has a 70% chance of winning, unless Adelman can control the playing time of the core players in the second half. Otherwise, with Yao Ming's physical strength, he will be chased by the Hawks in the fourth quarter. At the end of the half, the Hawks led by 8.67:59. During the halftime break, Yang Jian and Zhang Heli were also summarizing the first half of the game. Zhang Heli kept pointing out the importance of Scala, believing that Scala is the hope of the Rockets this season. In the later games of the season, Scala should be the starter for the Rockets. After he comes on the court, the Rockets' offense becomes easier, and they can compete with the Hawks. Yao Ming and McGrady play comfortably and easily on the offensive end, so they can put more energy or play more time on the defensive end. Zhang Heli analyzed. Coach Zhang means that in the second half of the game, Coach Adelman should let Scala start? Yang Jian asked. This is my suggestion. Because the Hawks' offense is too strong, Hayes really can't play a big defensive role. Once he comes on the court, he can't attack or defend. It's better to replace Scala to create more pressure on the Hawks' defense. Most of the commentators on CCTV still favor the Rockets, including the fan votes they counted, and the Rockets also lead the Hawks by 58%, 42%. Of course, only the Hawks can get 40% when facing the Rockets, and other teams, including the Bucks, can't do this. The 15-minute halftime break passed quickly, and the starting players of both teams returned to the court. The Rockets did not adjust the team's halftime starting lineup, and Hayes was still on the court. Zhang's proposal was more about considering the team's victory or defeat on the court, but as a head coach of a team, he also needs to consider the psychological level of the team. Changing the positioning of the players easily will affect their trust in the coach. Killian has such a strong control over the Hawks that he only adjusted Dio's starting position in the game against the Spurs because Duncan was too strong. As for other opponents, even Yao Ming, Dio was still on the court. That's the reason. Chapter 274, Mavericks in trouble. The Rockets started with Hayes, and the Hawks doubled Yao Ming recklessly, suppressing the Rockets' most stable scoring point. Yao Ming and McGrady have been teaming up for the fourth season. In the first 3 seasons, Yao Ming basically had a higher tactical position, but McGrady had a higher degree of freedom at critical moments. But this season, the tactical core has clearly shifted to Yao Ming, which can be seen from the fact that Yao Ming's playing time has skyrocketed to nearly 38 minutes this season. On the defensive end, Yao Ming was resolutely doubled, and on the offensive end, Yao Ming's weakness in defending pick and roll was seized, and Paul and Garnett constantly initiated pick and rolls to suppress Yao Ming. Paul may be the best point guard in the league in terms of personal offense and team organization, and he is good at shooting, breaking through, and passing, which is difficult for Yao Ming to deal with, and if McGrady or Barnes comes to assist in defense, Paul can also find teammates an open space to attack the Rockets, which made it difficult for the Rockets to resist for a while, and the score difference quickly reached double digits. In terms of defense alone, the Rockets are also top-notch in the league, but facing the Hawks, who pose a huge offensive threat, it is really hard to resist. Only 2 minutes into the third quarter, Adelman adopted the collapse therapy and replaced Hayes with Scala to fight the Hawks with strength. Even though the team's head coach changed from Van Gundy, who is good at defense, to Adelman, who is famous for the Princeton offensive system, the Rockets' lineup structure also destined them to be a slow-paced defensive team, and Adelman did not complete the transformation of this Rockets team so quickly. Playing against the Hawks is really a poison to quench thirst. Scala's appearance gave Yao Ming some easy scoring opportunities, and the little giant also seized these opportunities, scoring more than 30 points in 3 quarters. But as the game progressed, Yao Ming found it increasingly difficult to balance the heavy tasks of offense and defense, and his efficiency was gradually declining. Physical strength is not good under the intensity of NBA confrontation, which is also Yao Ming's long-term weakness, so generally speaking, Yao Ming's performance is getting less and less deterrent as the game progresses. In terms of technology, Yao Ming also has his own weaknesses. His poor mobility makes him more afraid of front defense than other centers. His lack of coordination and ball distribution awareness often makes him wrongly choose to attack, which wastes his energy unnecessarily. Yao Ming's physical strength cannot support the Rockets' offense, so McGrady began to take on more ball rights and shooting rights. However, the defender in front of him was Battier, and behind Battier was Garnett to assist in defense. McGrady broke through 2 Hawks, but failed to gain an advantage. He then began to roam around the outside, and made 3 of 8 jump shots. Although he consumed a considerable amount of ball rights, his efficiency was really average. After 3 quarters, the Hawks widened the gap to 15 points. The balance of victory has clearly tilted to the Hawks. At the beginning of the 4th quarter, the Hawks kept Paul and Joe Johnson on the court, and matched the lineup of Berrier, Bates, and Anderson to suppress the Rockets' bench lineup, gaining a clear advantage. There are 2 playmakers on the court. Berrier can attack freely, and perform very fiercely. In contrast, the Rockets' rookie Brooks this season has a similar playing style to Berrier, but the help he provides to the team is very different. In fact, if you want to talk about the starting points of the two, Brooks is at least a first-round pick, and Berrier was only picked up by Kellyanne at the 60th pick. But when it comes to making the best use of people and things, Kellyanne is still not inferior to others. The score difference has widened to 20 points, which is already difficult for the Rockets, who have no explosive scoring power. Adelman recognized the reality and symbolically replaced the main players for 3 minutes. He failed to catch up with the score and decisively withdrew the main players to admit defeat. At the last moment of the game, Kellyanne replaced Prigeny, Andre Ingram, PJ Brown and other players at the end of the bench. To a certain extent, he let the Rockets recover some points and gave Yao Ming some face. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Rockets 113-101 at home and won this Christmas battle. In the whole game, Yao Ming played for 36 minutes and efficiently scored a double-double of 35 plus 10. Just talking about his personal performance, Yao Ming was enough to satisfy the fans of the flower planting house. McGrady scored 23 points, 8 rebounds and 5 assists, and his skills were also relatively comprehensive. The old problem of the Rockets is that they still have no third scoring point. A player of Scholar's level is at most a qualified starter. If you expect him to be the third master, then this team will at most be in the second round of the playoffs. In comparison, the Hawks are more than one level stronger in terms of star quality and bench depth. Garnett played for 34 minutes, scored 31 points, 11 rebounds and 5 assists, and blew up the Rockets inside line point by point. Paul and Joe Johnson steadily contributed 20 plus points, and Paul also contributed 12 assists. This is a championship level deputy. After the game, Kellyanne accepted an interview with Chuo Kingshu and commented that this game gave the Rockets enough face. This is a very high quality confrontation. In fact, we don't have many opportunities to play against the Rockets. Only 2 regular season games every year, but I think they have the strength to impact the finals. It seems that we won this game easily, but Paul, KG, and Joe Johnson all scored high points. Our core players all played very well to ensure the victory. The victory of this game is worth cheering for. Kellyanne's words made the Rockets fans in China excited. Sometimes, fans are very subjective. If you make positive comments about the Rockets and Yao Ming, they will regard it as good advice. But if you tell the truth, and it is spread to China through the media, they will say that you are writing in a distorted way and taking your words out of context. A typical rumor is that Phil Jackson said that the Lakers had the opportunity to sign Yao Ming, and if Yao Ming and Kobe teamed up, the Lakers would XXXXX. Anyone who has a superficial understanding of the NBA's rules knows that this is completely impossible. Yao Ming joined the NBA as the #1 pick in 2002 and signed a 2+1+1, 4-year rookie contract. He then renewed his contract in advance in 2005 and signed a 5-year, $76 million contract from 2006 to 2011. How could he have the opportunity to bypass the Rockets and join the Lakers? Considering Yao Ming's strength and commercial value, the Rockets did not skimp and directly offered Yao Ming a maximum salary. Even if the Rockets owner and management collectively had a brain attack and wanted to lower Yao Ming's price, Yao Ming refused to renew his contract in advance. The result would be that Yao Ming entered the free agent market in 2006 and became a restricted free agent. Other teams could only offer him a 4-year, $64 million contract at most, and the Rockets only needed to match it without thinking, and Yao Ming would still be a Rockets player. Based on Phil Jackson's words, fans have a fantastic theory that Yao Ming refused any contract offered by the Rockets in 2006, signed a qualification contract, and then became a complete free agent in 2007 and joined the Lakers. This move, apart from the huge loss of income and considerable risk of injury, also broke the league's unspoken rule that rookies must play for their home team for at least 7 years. If the league doesn't find an opportunity to ban him, the employers will revolt in the next labor capital agreement negotiation. After the press conference, Huo Qingshu, Yao Ming and some people from Yao's team gathered at Kellyanne's house to celebrate Christmas. Yao Ming even prepared wedding gifts for Kellyanne and Wang Lifan. He didn't even tell me in advance. I didn't even know you were married until I watched his interview. Yao Ming said to Wang Lifan, "Don't talk about you. I didn't hear anything before." He hid it too deeply. Huo Qingshu also complained behind him. After all, Yao Ming is far away in Houston, and he just has a good relationship with Kellyanne, so he is still quite far away from his life. Huo Qingshu is Kellyanne's closest friend. They meet at least twice a week, watching games, eating, writing articles, and many other interactions. She didn't even know that Kellyanne said he would get married. What a rational person he is usually. But marriage is supposed to be the product of passion. Wang Lifan said with a smile. He is rich, handsome, has a strong aura, and has top business skills. He is a groundbreaking figure in Chinese sports history. Kellyanne is popular with both men and women in China. Men are amazed at his achievements, and girls like his appearance. It is inevitable that such a person is a little proud to be conquered by Wang Lifan. As everyone chatted together, Huo Qingshu also took some photos with his camera from time to time, compiled them and posted them in his own posts, which instantly attracted many JRS on the forum to stop. Kellyanne looks quite tall in normal times, and acts like a little bird in front of Yao Ming. This is not surprising. It's all about comparison. I always thought Qingshu was 1.6 meters tall, but she is actually 1.7 meters tall, taller than her sister-in-law. Never. I envy and thank Qingshu. I quite like watching Kellyanne, and never in real life. Please post more similar photos in the future. Stop pretending you just want to see sister-in-law. When Wang Lifan first appeared in front of domestic fans as Kellyanne's girlfriend, the reputation was half and half. Some thought she looked seductive and vixen-like, and suspected that she relied on Kellyanne to get to the top. Others thought she was a top student at a medical university, with upper-class looks and IQ, and was better for Kellyanne than finding a female celebrity. However, in the past few years, the two have a stable relationship. Wang Lifan supports Kellyanne's career development. He will go to the scene to watch the game when he is free. He will also return to China with Kellyanne every year. He is also generous when attending activities, which has gained a lot of favorability. In addition, Kellyanne's marriage declaration directly stamped the relationship between the two. Kellyanne fans also directly changed their words to sister-in-law and became more and more recognized of her. After everyone played for a while, Yao Ming found Kellyanne alone and wanted to talk to him about some investment plans. Yao Ming has a Yao team around him to take care of his own business value development. Yao Ming has more than 10 companies under his name, and his investment industries are all over red wine, beverages, health products, etc. Basically, every year in the Forbes China celebrity rankings, Yao Ming ranks first with an income of more than 200 million RMB. But these are not as good as Kellyanne's investment in YouTube. Although Kellyanne claimed that it was luck and he happened to rent Chen Shijian's house, he thought the project had potential and invested some money, but Yao Ming would not believe these nonsense. Kellyanne, such a rational person, succeeded just by luck? To be honest, my investments are basically in some technology stocks, such as Google and Apple. A company I'm paying more attention to now is called Tesla. They are engaged in new energy vehicles. I think this will be a hotspot for future development. That's all. Kellyanne tried to make the reasons for his victorious investment more reasonable. As for whether Yao Ming would believe him or even invest with him, this was not something Kellyanne could decide. After the Christmas game, the Hawks got 3 days of rest. Kellyanne gave the team a day off. There was no need to train until the 27th. All the players went to the community to do charity and send warmth. Wang Lifen also participated as a family member. After the event, Larry Sander found Kellyanne to discuss the latest progress of the Shannon Brown trade. In principle, the Bulls agreed to trade Shannon Brown, but they did not accept the double teaming of Kareem Rush or Prigeny. They hoped to get PJ Tucker. Fuck, what are they thinking? Kellyanne was speechless. PJ Tucker is the only legitimate small forward substitute for the Hawks. Without him, the Hawks can only let Eddie Jones take over or let base players a guest. The former is old and weak and basically a sieve. The latter can only be used in specific situations, and he mainly plays the fourth position. Moreover, Shannon Brown is basically the sixth choice in the Bulls backcourt and does not have many opportunities to play. Kellyanne tried to introduce him, mainly because he felt that the Hawks' current backcourt is too biased towards projection and wanted to add a jumping man who plays actively. For him, sacrificing the rationality of the team's lineup is really not worth it. I think so too, so my opinion is to stop the trade first and then observe the reaction of the Bulls. Larry Sander put forward his opinion. Yes, I will try to find other candidates. On December 29th, the Hawks traveled a long way to Dallas to challenge the Dallas Mavericks away. The two teams were the top two teams in the regular season last season, and Garnett and Nowitzki were also the top two on the MVP list. The dialogue between the two teams should have been a Mars-Earth collision. However, this season, the two teams are on completely different tracks. The Hawks bench lineup has been completely changed, which at least ensures the integrity of the starting lineup. Although the team's performance has been somewhat up and down, it has been moving in a good direction. The so-called decline is only compared with last season. The Mavericks completely revolutionized the previous all-member singles tactical system after replacing Kidd, and instead let the aging Kidd control the team's offense and promote more cooperation. The huge change in tactical style has made many Mavericks players somewhat uncomfortable. For example, the team's second-in-command Josh Howard's average points per game dropped sharply from 18.7 points last season to 14.2 points this season. His shooting percentage and three-point shooting percentage have declined to varying degrees. If it weren't for his tough defense, he might have been traded by the team. Another example is Jason Terry, the team's main point guard last season, who was unable to accept the change of his partner after swinging to the second position. Fortunately, compared with Howard, he is slightly better at running without the ball and can also drive the bench better, gradually transitioning to a pseudo-starting sixth man. The performance of all players has declined. The Mavericks' current record is only ranked 6th in the Western Conference, which is the lowest point in recent years. The team's new head coach Carlisle also has Alexander on his shoulders. Kidd's integration is not smooth, and the media will advocate invisible role to excuse him. Carlisle, take the blame. Facing the Mavericks, who are in poor form recently, Kellyanne did not let the Hawks become a stepping stone for the Mavericks to reverse their decline. He directly sees the Mavericks players' poor coordination and sluggish play and targeted them, establishing a double-digit lead early. Throughout the game, the Mavericks have not been able to close the score difference to single digits and have no competitiveness at all. In the end, the Mavericks lost to the Hawks at home with a score of 89-108. In the post-match interview, Kellyanne expressed his support for Carlisle. Coach Carlisle is the best coach in the league at tactical arrangements, and his on-the-spot adjustments are also the strongest in the league. I think the Mavericks' poor record is not entirely his responsibility. Moreover, every team's transformation will see fluctuations in performance. but a certain degree of transformation is quite necessary for the team. Having said that, Killian's presence may not be good news for Carlisle. After all, Carlisle and Nowitzki both won a championship in 2011, and Nowitzki even relied on this championship to basically surpass Garnett in terms of reputation. Now that Killian is here, this championship may not be so easy for the Mavericks, Carlisle, and Nowitzki. P.S. Recently, everyone has been telling me that there is nothing good to write about the Hawks and suggested changing the map. Regarding this, I mentioned it in the remarks on the listing. The book Basketball Scientist plans to have 4 maps and advance step by step. In fact, the structure of the book is somewhat similar to the Basketball Pope by 2K Odashan, which is assistant coach head coach of a small city team head coach of a big city team by a team, and become the boss. Of course, Killian's tendency to choose a team is very different from Yang Rui. Yang Rui may like to play more, so he is obsessed with going to a big city. Killian may prefer a comfortable living environment, so the 4th map, buying a team and becoming the boss, must be a city that is relatively friendly to Chinese people. Some book friends may not care about these, but I have some obsessive compulsive disorder myself. Back to the question of changing maps. Considering the arrangement of the book's fun points, I can't write about a team tanking up to compete for the top pick, but if you take over a bad team with no space, no resources, and a bunch of bad contracts, just name them directly, it is basically impossible for gods to save, and you can only rely on the draft to get the core, so the timing of taking over the team is very important. I said it in 2009, because the summer of 2010 is the most lively free agent market in history. In the first half of this month, a lot of things happened to me. Elders passed away, wisdom teeth were inflamed, old illnesses recurred, etc. In the second half of the month, I worked particularly hard on updating, and I have updated a lot recently, and I hope everyone will continue to support me. Chapter 275 Angry Pighead. After defeating the Mavericks, the Hawks returned to their home court. In the last game of 2007, their opponent was Garnett's old team, the Timberwolves. The two teams have more than just Garnett. Timberwolves head coach Atkins was recently poached. This visit to the Phillips Center can also be considered a return home. In this game, Killian rested Dio again, and Birdman Anderson got the chance to start, mainly responsible for defending the Little Shark Bynum. After Atkins took office, the Timberwolves' 3 potential inside players Bynum, Horford, and David Lee had more reasonable playing time distribution, and the defense was more solid. Horford, who had a stronger ability to coordinate, replaced David Lee as the starter, and David Lee, who had a stronger scoring ability, came off the bench to grab points. Such personnel arrangements may not satisfy everyone, but it is the most appropriate approach. It is not ruled out that the Timberwolves will promote a trade at some stage of the season, using David Lee and other chips to trade for a backcourt player to strengthen the team's backcourt. Facing the number 1 player in team history, the Timberwolves youngsters played amazingly. Under Horford's lubricating role, Bynum and Gay both played well. Especially Gay's explosion caught the Hawks off guard. In the whole game, Gay played 37 minutes, 11 of 17 shots, 6 of 10 3-pointers, 4 of 4 free throws, 32 points, 2 assists and 1 rebound. He was the biggest contributor to the Timberwolves' constant score difference. Gay's explosion once again exposed the Hawks' weak wing defense. Batier's defense today was hard work, but he still couldn't stop him. Fortunately, the Hawks played well on the offensive end, especially Paul and Joe Johnson, the backcourt double guns. The two teamed up to score 54 points and blow up Jason Williams and Randy Foy's backcourt 107-102. The Hawks won at home and ended the 2007 regular season with a record of 25 wins and 7 losses. Less than 75% of the winning rate is slightly worse than the record-breaking 2006-07 season, but considering that the team made it all the way to the finals last season, the players experience much more exhaustion than in the 2005-06 season. And some mental fatigue is inevitable. Even though the 73-win Warriors later upgraded the small forward position to Durant, their subsequent regular season results have been declining. playing so many more games than other players every year, and in the more intense playoffs and finals, it is inevitable that they can't muster the energy in the regular season. On December 31st, New Year's Eve, various districts in Atlanta were holding various New Year's Eve activities, and Kellyanne also took Wang Lifan out to play. The two confirmed their relationship on December 31st 3 years ago. After that, Wang Lifan took Kellyanne to the dance hall to dance and went to the world to watch the stars. They had a lot of fun that night, and it was also an anniversary that was easy to remember, so every New Year's Eve, Kellyanne would try to stay with Wang Lifan and spend it with her. And this year is even more different. This is their first time experiencing New Year's Eve as a couple, which is more meaningful. There were many people on the street. To avoid getting lost in the crowd, Kellyanne and Wang Lifan held hands to watch the fireworks. Although in a foreign country, Kellyanne felt that his life was more interesting than in his previous life. He had a successful career and a beautiful woman by his side. Nothing could be happier than this. As the bell approached, all the couples hugged and kissed, which meant that the couples would love each other in the coming year. On January 1st, the NBA officially announced the award for the best player of December, and Tim Duncan and Chris Paul were elected respectively. After a slow start at the beginning of the season, the Spurs entered the state in December. With Ginobili injured, they won 8 consecutive games and occupied the first place in the Western Conference. Duncan's contribution was indispensable. The slogan "Duncan is not old, the Spurs will not fall" has been confirmed again. However, with the increase of age, Duncan's decline is more obvious, affected by plantar fasciitis. Duncan's low post singles ability is definitely not comparable to the past, but a great player will always find other ways to help the team. In the case of declining offensive ability, Duncan more often picks and rolls for his teammates, goes down, and ends the offense with a lob, which is very effective. His free throw rate has increased to more than 80%, and whoever cuts Duncan in the future is equivalent to giving points. Duncan handed over the team's offensive dominance to Parker, and supported the Spurs' first-placed offensive data in the league when Bowen's defense declined. Duncan is always the most reliable player in the league. Paul averaged 24.1 points, 11.3 assists, 5.2 rebounds, and 2.8 steals per game in December, which is amazing. At the same time, the Hawks' performance in December was the best in the league, which was also a blessing for Paul. In the end, it was the better team record that helped Paul defeat his strongest competitor LeBron James. If he continues to maintain this performance, Paul should be able to win his first team in his career this season, and there is also hope to snatch the assist king from Nash. However, from the outside world's point of view, the Hawks team record is brought by the Big Three. Even in the regular season of this season, Garnett has some problems, and it is not easy for Paul to win the MVP. On January 2nd, the Hawks visited the North Shore Garden and challenged the Boston Celtics led by the Big Three. Just looking at the team's record, Ainge's gamble on the Big Three this summer was definitely a great success. The Celtics, who ranked second to last in the league last season, improved their record to third in the league under the leadership of the Big Three. The Big Three of Pierce, O'Neal, and Ray Allen made great contributions. In addition to the Big Three, the emergence of second-year rookie Rajon Rondo has enabled the Celtics to improve the present without losing the future. Fans see the shadow of Kid in Rondo, the same excellent organization and offensive ability, the same top defensive ability in the same position, and the same mediocre shooting ability. In addition, Perkins has also grown into a blue-collar meat shield in the league. His meat section in the restricted area is very effective, making Yao Ming, O'Neal, Howard and other inside players very uncomfortable. Tony Allen is the league's top perimeter defender, and his motto is "I don't understand defense, but you don't want to understand it either." As for the big baby Glenn Davis, he can be used as a makeshift, at least in this era. There is no Garnett scolding him to tears. Welcome to watch the NBA regular season brought to you by ESPN, the Celtics home game against the Hawks. I'm Mike Breen. This game will be explained by me and Mark Jackson. Now the players of both sides have entered the court, and the game is about to begin. Mike Breen's ups and downs of voice were transmitted to the ears of thousands of viewers along the radio waves. At this time, the North Shore Garden Center was crowded with nearly 20,000 spectators filling the auditorium. Various voices gathered together, turning the stadium into a noisy ocean. Even if Mike Breen was wearing headphones with excellent sound insulation performance, he had to raise his voice. Mark Jackson continued Mike Breen's words. "This is a strong match. The Hawks are currently ranked first in the league. The control they show over the game is unique in the league. It seems that no team can gain the upper hand in the competition with the Hawks, who are all players. The Celtics are currently ranked second in the Eastern Conference. The strength of the Big Three should not be underestimated. With the Big Three, they are still a hot team to compete for the championship. Facing an opponent like the Hawks will inspire their fighting spirit and make this game more exciting." Both sides played with all their main players, and there were no injuries. O'Neal took the ball first and passed it to Rondo. The Celtics controlled the first offensive ball. Rondo slowly brought the ball to the front court, and the others took their positions calmly and steadily. According to Rivers' instructions, Rondo, as usual, screened with O'Neal at the top of the arc, and then used his screen to break through the middle. When O'Neal was covering for Rondo, the Hawks switched defense without hesitation. Poole followed O'Neal, while Garnett stayed at the free throw line, giving Rondo 2 steps and blocking his breakthrough route. In this way, Rondo naturally couldn't break through. He had average shooting ability and didn't rashly shoot a long 2-pointer. Instead, he passed the ball to O'Neal, who was defended. After O'Neal took the ball, the other Celtics quickly pulled away to clear the space on the strong side for him. Dio left Perkins to Garnett and took the initiative to double-team O'Neal. Rondo and Perkins, these 2 points have no ability to work outside the restricted area, and both are very dragging space. This is the natural black hole on the Celtics' offensive end. Facing the double team, O'Neal was not sure to complete the attack and passed the ball to Ray Allen. Ray Allen shook Joe Johnson with a fake shot and broke into the inside, attracting Garnett to make up for the defense, and then passed the ball to assist Perkins to dunk. 2:0 turnover, Hawks. Poole quickly dribbled the ball across half court. Although the Celtics returned to defense quickly after scoring, leaving no loopholes, Poole still chose to speed up the pace. Facing Rondo's defense, Poole did not choose to force the ball, but handed the ball to Joe Johnson on the wing. The latter tried to force Pierce, but was blocked by the opponent's experience. Joe Johnson did not fight. He chose to take a 2-step emergency stop jump shot, but failed to hit the ball due to interference. The basketball bounced out of the basket, and the Celtics' restricted area was instantly in chaos. The inside players of both sides crowded together, fighting for the ball. In the end, Garnett was better. Garnett blocked Perkins behind him and hit the ball out of the restricted area. Joe Johnson was quick-eyed and quick-handed. After grabbing the basketball shot by Garnett, he took a step, broke through Pierce's defense, and made a direct jump shot. 2:2 on the sidelines, Rivers saw Garnett grab the rebound over Perkins' head and sighed helplessly. For a defensive team like the Celtics, rebounds are the lifeline of the team. Looking back, the Celtics continued to play the pick and roll between Rondo and O'Neal, and the Hawks switched defense immediately. Rondo hesitated for a moment and took a long 2-point shot, which was not unexpected. But what was quite surprising was that after the shot, Rondo cut into the basket immediately, grabbed the front court rebound under the cover of Perkins, and completed a cross-bridge pass under the basket to pass Garnett, and scored the ball with a reverse layup. 4:2 after scoring, Rondo began to mutter and provoke Garnett, and was immediately sprayed back by the trash talk master Garnett. Garnett is an expert in trash talk to disturb the opponent's emotions. Rondo wanted to use this trick to mess with his mentality, which was really a show of skill before an expert. When the Hawks attacked, Poole did not choose to do it himself. He gave the ball to Garnett, who was asking for the ball in the elbow area, and he ran to the weak side to open up space for Garnett. Garnett played against O'Neal. He first changed direction, passed the ball to his left hand, then dragged his step and suddenly changed direction to the right, breaking through on the right. But O'Neal made the right judgment and blocked Garnett's breakthrough route. Garnett was not flustered. He turned around and came to O'Neal's left side and at the same time compressed his position, creating shooting space, and then made a jump shot. Swish. 4:4 on the way back to defense, Garnett looked at Rondo provocatively, shook his head, and ran back to the backcourt. The Celtics attacked. Rondo and Ray Allen played hand-to-hand cooperation, and the gentleman Ray received the ball and took a step outside the three-point line, raised his hand and shot a three-pointer. Battier was unable to interfere, and the three-pointer went into the net. 7:4. After scoring, Ray Allen's expression was calm, and he quickly returned to defense. This was just one of the more than 2,000 three-pointers he made in his entire career. Ray Allen hit a three-pointer. Kellyan sensed the danger and stood up to shout to the court, mainly to Battier, asking him to defend Ray Allen more closely. Paul crossed the half court with the ball and cooperated with Dio to pass the ball. He cut into the penalty area vertically, attracted O'Neal to help defend, and threw the ball directly into the air. Garnett pulled the ball out of the dry land and dunked it. 7:6. After landing, Garnett pointed at Paul to show encouragement. Turning back, Pierce opened his hand to ask for the ball. Rondo saw this and immediately passed the ball to him. Pierce took the basketball and faced Joe Johnson. After a three-threat move, he bent down and took a step forward to the right, then turned right, shook his shoulders twice, and suddenly turned back to the left and shot a backward jump shot. Joe Johnson was fooled by his realistic fake move, and his defense was a step slower, so he did not interfere with Pierce's shot. The basketball flew over his fingertips, slid along a round trajectory, and fell into the net. 9:6. Perfect. Pierce succeeded in singles against Joe Johnson. He used his skills and experience to shake off Joe Johnson's defense. On the surface, Joe Johnson almost interfered with his shot, but the truth is that he was able to put the ball into the basket. Mike Breen said, "The Hawks have been scored high by the opponent's wing players many times this season. Facing Pierce and Ray Allen in this game, it is not easy. To be honest, as he grows older, it is difficult for kilograms to take into account both inside defense and outside coverage at the same time. It is difficult to protect the wing with only Battier's defensive strength." Mark Jackson tried to analyze the problem from a professional perspective. The rest of the first quarter was as difficult as Mark Jackson analyzed. The Hawks' defense is extremely difficult for any team to deal with, but the Celtics' defense is pretty good. O'Neal decisively follows up, and Perkins stands in the interior. Rondo is a tall and long-armed point guard, and is good at judging the ball path and completing steals. On the offensive end, Pierce suppressed Joe Johnson in this section, thus creating mobile phone opportunities for Ray Allen on the weak side, which became a move that the Hawks could not defend. Ray Allen's shooting speed is as fast as lightning. And he is the type of splendid with a little sunshine and a little space. In a single quarter, Ray Allen made 4 of 6 three-pointers and scored 14 points, helping the Celtics lead the Hawks by 8 points 34:26. At the beginning of the second quarter, Rivers replaced O'Neal and Ray Allen, letting Rondo and Pierce lead the team on the court. This is another advantage of the Big Three team, which can always keep an offensive strong point on the court to lead the team. The Hawks' second quarter lineup also had Joe Johnson in the lineup. The lineup of Barrier, Joe Johnson, PJ Tucker, Bates, and Anderson was more balanced than the Celtics lineup of Rondo, Tony Allen, Pierce, Posey, and Pollard. Pierce and Joe Johnson shouldered the heavy responsibility of leading the substitute lineup, but Pierce performed better. Pierce continued his excellent form in the first quarter and continuously attacked the Hawks' restricted area through singles. First, he caused Anderson to commit a foul and made 2 free throws. Then he avoided Anderson's block with a large railing and made a layup. Then he made a signature mid-range step-back shot, scoring 6 points in a row and defeating the Hawks' defense head-on. Relying on Pierce's outstanding performance, the Celtics quickly widened the gap to double digits. If it weren't for Barrier's desperate breakthrough and passing the ball to his teammates to create space and some scoring opportunities, the gap would only widen. In the 5th minute of the second quarter, James Posey received a pass from Pierce and made an open three-pointer. The score was 49:36, and the Celtics lead was 13, which was the largest for both teams in this game. Beep. Kellyan immediately called a timeout. The situation could not continue to deteriorate. Kim's timeout was very timely. If the score difference continues to widen and approaches 20 points, even if the main players play, the pressure to catch up will be very high. Mark Jackson said. Next, Kimi should replace the main players. The Hawks' main lineup should be the first in the league in terms of hard power. When necessary, the main players can increase their playing time, Mike Breen said. In fact, Mike Breen guessed half right. Killian did replace the main players. He replaced Joe Johnson, PJ Tucker and Anderson with Paul, Battier and Garnett. The Hawks played with 2 point guards and pushed Garnett to the center position. Whether on the offensive or defensive end, the team's mobility was greatly enhanced. Rivers thought the Hawks would replace all their main players, so he replaced them with their main players to match up, but the Hawks replaced them with a small lineup and the team was obviously not as fast as the opponent. Killian's adjustment immediately reversed the situation of the game. On the defensive end, the Hawks defended 4 with 5 players, and Perkins could ignore this. Even if he was in a very comfortable position to receive the ball, as long as there was a little confrontation, Perkins' offense would be extremely unstable. On the offensive end, the Hawks adopted a 5-out offensive position, and Perkins seemed to be in the 2012 final series, and he was at a loss on both offense and defense. Killian's use of troops was quoting classics and unconventional, while Rivers was completely passive. Seeing Perkins being targeted by the Hawks, he dared not replace him, and watched the 13-point lead being eaten away. Bang! After a lot of effort, Perkins received Rondo's pass and dunked the ball into the basket, fighting for his breath. In the next round of attack, the Hawks used the hack-a-shack tactic and directly fouled Perkins. Rivers on the sidelines widened his eyes and showed the expression of the pighead in Angry Birds. This is also possible. In the second half of the second quarter, the Hawks' combination of skills directly stunned the Celtics. After a 23:7 attack wave, they directly overtook by 3 points and ended the first half of the game 56:59. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.